Allah.
No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedated, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. Seen some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
I like that song right there, chat. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I like that one right there, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out, chat. Y'all locked? Are we locked? The weekend is still in the building, man. We intro mode. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Oh yeah, chat. What we doing tonight, chat? We locked? We locked, chat. What we doing tonight, chat, man? What we doing tonight? The weekend is still in the building?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Yeah, that sound about right. Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Yeah, I had to turn my mic down a little bit. Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? We got Trump making wild threats. Says very little is off the table. Will this be a forever war? And we got H1B exposed, chat. We got an action-packed episode. Jayon, nah, man, those tracks are not out on YouTube yet, man. Get at me in the Discord and I'll send it to you personally, man. I'll send you a personal, unreleased track, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out, chat. We got an action-packed episode, but we gotta get to 100 likes. Everybody double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the like button. We gotta smash through 100 likes off the rip, man. We got United States and Iran are set to discuss terms for a 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end to the war. And that reporting is from Axios. Also, we got Tyler Oliveira coming out exposing the Indian community over there in Texas. We know the H1B is a big topic on conversation right now. Also, scientists claim they have created T-Rex leather, a damn Tyrannosaurus Rex leather handbag, and they want $660,000 as the starting price, chat. So we're gonna get into all of that, how they made it, where they got it from. We got a miscellaneous clip up here about some relationship stuff. Also, I tell y'all all the time about how housing is unaffordable, but if you it get greater when you come to the South. I'm just not gonna lie, chat. I understand everybody wants to live in the city. You want to be able to walk outside, get everything done, man. But listen, chat, when you come to the South, you get a whole lot of house for a whole lot less money. And we're going to cover that as well. Peter Gearness came out speaking about the 30,000 employees that Oracle let off. He's was talking about just how the insurance is gonna affect some of these people. He has a couple personal stories, and I'm not gonna lie, chat, it's crazy. Also, Elon Musk rolled out his next plan with Neuralink. Our next product is called Blind Sight, which will enable those who have total loss of vision, including if they lost their eyes or the optic nerve, may have never even seen, meaning blind from birth, will be able to see again. Chat, how do y'all feel about that? Elon is saying that he's going to bring sight to the blind, chat. Sight to the blind. And it's not just sight to the blind. He's talking about these people will be able to see in infrared. They'll be able to see in ultraviolet. They'll be able to see in low res, high res. I'm talking about, it's crazy, chat. We're going to get into that. Also, President Trump came out and said, praise be to Allah on Easter. What the hell is going on? We got Mamdani talking about Jesus. We got Trump talking about praise to Allah. I don't know what's going on, chat. I don't know, chat. It's crazy, man. It's 2026 and it's just crazy, chat. Also, Rachel Scott came out and spoke with President Trump. He told me the conflict should be over in days, not weeks. But if no deal is made, he's blowing the whole country. He's blowing up the whole country with very little off the table. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we're blowing up the whole country, he said. Sounds like bulletproof Trump is about ready to commit some damn war crimes, chat. I'm not gonna lie. It sounded like bulletproof doesn't give a flying F anymore. What else do we got going on, chat? Reports are coming out that about 3,500 Iranians have been unalived since the beginning of the war. There are reports from 3,500 all the way to 5,000 to 7,000, depending on what you want to believe. They're saying that of those Iranians that have been unalived, 1,600 of those were civilians, including at least 244 children. They're also claiming that 1,368 people in Lebanon have been unalived since March as well. A clip is also resurfacing of Kamala Harris speaking about Iran and how Iran has blood on their hands, and that it would have been one of the highest priorities on her agenda as well. Yeah, like I said, Zohran Mamdani came out and said, Happy Easter, New York. Today, millions of New Yorkers celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the victory of hope over despair and faith over fear. Okay, that's crazy, Chad. Also, they're coming out saying the CIA used deception campaigns to aid in the rescue of a U.S. airman. Yeah, we got a lot to cover. We have a lot to cover, chat. We'll also do a panel tonight. I know I've been promising you guys a panel, so we'll get into Discord. We'll have a discussion. But everybody hit the like button, double tap the screen, share the live out. Let me see who's in the chat. Lori, what's up? Jesse, what's up? Possum, what's up, man? What's up, Too Strong, Big Niche? Everybody double tap the screen. If you're having a good night, man, press 1. If this is your first time on my live stream, press 3, and I will try to give you a shout out, man. Let's get into this episode. So this clip right here is a guy. He's saying he came home for work about 3 times this week, and his dad is in the house. His dad is in the house every time he comes home. His dad and his girlfriend are at the house alone. So I want to know, chat, how do y'all feel about this? Who is in the wrong in this situation? Is the son wrong for being upset with his dad visiting? Y'all let me know.
I got a girlfriend at home. Why are you popping up in my house? Look at this shit. Check this out, man. I just said this shit. Just like I thought.
What's up, Sir Bob?
What we got going on here, huh?
Get the camera on my face.
What we got going on here, huh? What's y'all? Man, don't fucking junior me, man. Don't fucking junior me, man. It's your 3rd time this week popping up in my motherfucking house without letting me know you gonna pop up. Huh? You fucking eat chicken? And you got these little ass shorts on? What's wrong with y'all, man?
So let's stop it right there, chat. Is she out of pocket for having them little ass shorts on when this guy's dad is over there, and he's at work? He's at work, man. He's coming home. His girlfriend's in the house, got little ass shorts on, cooking chicken. Dad's already eating a plate of chicken. He drinking beer, chat. Should the woman have went and got decent? Should she have put on, you know, maybe some sweatpants or some joggers or something? Should she have gotten decent, chat? Yes or no? Or is that perfectly fine?
What the hell y'all got going on? You got your legs wide open? Drinking this, you know, I ain't fucking tripping.
Yeah, you tripping.
You think I'm stupid or something? What the fuck y'all got going on?
You're stupid. I'm in my house.
I don't give a damn what. Say it.
So he says she's in her house. She shouldn't have to, you know, put on any clothes, anything. She's at home.
Hey man, what's going on, huh?
What's going on? I'm frying chicken for my man. That's it. And why are you recording? Get the camera out.
Well, your man just got here, and I come home. Think about this shit. I'm coming home to my motherfucking pops in the kitchen with my goddamn girl with these little ass shorts on, eating. I say, Junior.
You tripping, man.
How I'm tripping? Tell me how I'm tripping. Tell me how I'm tripping. You got these short ass.
I'm not doing anything. I'm frying chicken. You come home tripping like, what's the problem?
It ain't that serious.
And you
It ain't that
recording.
serious.
Hell no.
Did you tell me you was gonna be at my house?
I came from Miss Joyce's house around the corner.
Did you let me know you was gonna be at my house? Huh? I come home, you sitting in the motherfucking kitchen talking to my girlfriend with these little ass shorts on, Tanisha.
Okay, I didn't know you didn't talk to him. I thought y'all talked. He stopped by, and that was it.
So now he's saying that she got these little ass shorts on. He's saying he came around the corner from Miss Joyce's house, and now he in there eating chicken and shit. She's saying that, hey, look, I thought you talked to him. So now does that put a different point of perspective on the chat? She's saying she thought that he had permission to be over there. I still think she should have put on some damn clothes. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Having her back and them ass cheeks hanging all out, frying chicken in the kitchen, man. He's knocking back Corona's legs wide open. I'm not gonna lie, chat. It's a little crazy, bro. It's a little crazy.
Hey, man. This shit, dog. No, I'm tripping.
Now you tripping.
I'm tripping. I'm tripping. You drinking. You full of fucking liquor, full of fucking beer, Coronas. Liquor right here.
You tripping, Junior.
Huh? How I'm tripping.
Junior, please.
Say, man, y'all fuck all that junior shit. Fuck all that shit. I can go sit down. Go sit down.
Yes.
You take the motherfucking shorts off.
I don't have to take
Say,
my
you,
clothes off.
ain't
come
nothing
on.
like that, man.
Now I ain't gonna.
He told her, now you go take them shorts off. She said, I don't gotta take these shorts off. I don't know, chat. I don't know, Chad. He told her, ask her to, well, he told her, go take them shorts off. I don't gotta take these shorts off. Basically, she's saying, if you don't like it, tell your daddy to get the fuck out. Your daddy here. I'm at my house. This your daddy house. Now, I'm gonna be honest, Chad. Everybody will have to get the fuck out. I'm just gonna be honest, man. Everybody gotta get the hell out, man. Pops, carry your ass home, man. Hey, girl, you get the hell out, man. Everybody gotta go at this point. Just get the fuck on, man.
But damn, you gotta go.
Man,
You gotta go.
You don't have to go no.
This is my house.
Roderick, don't tell me to press play, man. We breaking this shit down.
Go nowhere.
You gotta respect my house. You gotta go. You gotta go, man.
Okay, Just Kidding says, nope, that's how I dress no matter who comes to my house. Just kidding. What do you mean this is how you dress no matter who comes to your house? So if the pastor come to your house, you gonna have that ass out. If the pastor come to your house, you gonna have that ass out. Family gathering, you gonna have that ass out. See, it's a time and place for everything, depending on who come over. You know what I'm saying? That's like me. If I had a girl and her mom was to come over, like, I'm not gonna be walking around the house with my damn shirt off. Like, the only time she should see me with my shirt off is at the damn pool or something. If we're at the pool or the lake or some shit like that, man, I'm not finna be walking around, even if it's my house. I'm not finna be walking around with my damn shirt off, man. I got elders in here. I got some damn respect. Just gonna be honest. That's why it's a time limit on when you can come up in my fucking house, man, family or not. You can't just be over here at all times and shit, because when I want to, take my shirt off, do whatever, I need to be able to do that. But while you are here, I'm going to show you the utmost respect, and I will not be walking around with my shirt off. Like I said, unless we at a pool, the lake, or a situation where it's warranted, I'm going to cover myself up. I'm going to have some damn decency.
Get the fuck out of my house. Ain't no motherfucking junior, man. Ain't no motherfucking junior. Don't give a damn that's my goddamn daddy. Ain't no mother. Man, get out of my house.
My mama left you this house.
Get out of my house, man. Get out of my house.
So technically it's not yours. You can't kick me out of ass place.
Oh, now grandma left the grandson the house. And he's saying, get out my house. The daddy's like, man, this my mama house. My mama left you this. You can't kick me out of MFing thing. This is where the situation could take a dramatic turn. This is where it could get really bad.
You tripping.
Get out of my house, man.
Think somebody look at your woman. I had a woman her age.
Get out of my house, man.
You tripping, dog. Come on, man.
Get out of my house, man.
Nah, we ain't gonna do
Then he said, you think I'm looking at your woman? I had a woman her age. You think I'm looking at your woman? I had a woman her age.
Get out of my house, man.
Think somebody look at your woman. I had a woman her age.
Get out of my house, man.
You tripping, dog. Come on, man.
Get out of my house, man.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that. Not tonight.
Get out of my house, man.
Not tonight, Joe.
Get out of my house, man.
Uh-oh. What happened, Chad? Am I back? Oh, there you go. The video did that. I thought I had froze, man. Damn, I thought I had froze. Typecast says he's out of line speaking to his father that way, and she should have put some clothes on. I would have beat my son's ass talking to me crazy like that for real. I'm going to be honest with you, Typecast. He said this is the third time this week. So twice this week he's gotten off work and his pop's been at the crib, and I guess he been being cool about it. But this time he comes home, his pop's in there, got his legs cocked open, throwing back beers, Hennessy and Hypnotic on the damn table. She in there frying chicken. He already got a damn plate. Her ass hanging out, back all out, sweat dripping down. It's like, well, damn, Pops, I didn't want to have to get like this with you, nigga. It's been 2-3 days this week, nigga. Did you not feel it the last 2 times you came over here, man? Like, damn. Now, I'm not gonna, I probably wouldn't have got the tussling, though. Now, the tussling is too far now. Tussling, man, is too damn far.
No, y'all went too far. Y'all
Damn.
Oh, he got the V-neck wrung out, Chad. That's where you know it got real. This the son, so it looked like OG might have jacked him up. OG might have hemmed him up, Chad. You know, balled him up. You know how the bullies used to ball up the shirts in school, Chad? Like, just balled it up like that. Look at him, man. Shit's wrung out, man. That shirt's paper thin anyway, man. That shirt's thin as hell, man. It didn't stand a chance.
No, y'all went too far. Y'all
Damn.
Stop.
You got me to on my house and
Chill
shit?
the out.
No. Hey, you can stop that shit.
You said her ass was not hanging out. Let me go back, man. That ass was hanging out. Oh, nah, hell nah. Talking about her ass wasn't hanging out. Look, man.
What we got going on here, huh?
Get the camera on my face.
What Junior me, man? It's your third time without letting me know you gonna pop up. Huh? You fucking eat chicken? And you got these little ass shorts on? What's wrong with y'all, man? What the hell y'all got going on? You got your legs wide open? Drinking this? No, I ain't fucking tripping. You think I'm stupid or something? What the fuck y'all got going on?
Stupid. I'm in my house.
I don't give a damn what. Say, man, what's going on, huh?
What's going on? I'm frying chicken for my man.
So her ass ain't out right there, Chad. All right, Chad, we gonna ask this, Chad. Is that ass out or not, Chad? Put it's out if that ass is out. Put it's not out if that ass ain't out, man. If that ass is out, look, man. I'm seeing cheeks and shit, back sweat rolled up and shit, man. That ass out.
Get the camera out.
Well, your man just got here. And I come home.
Man, Pop's looking at that ass like he might be ready to slap it, man. She walking around the kitchen frying chicken, man. Pop's about ready to slap that
Think
ass,
about
man.
this shit. I'm coming home to my motherfucking pops in the kitchen with my goddamn girl with these little ass shorts on, eating. I say, Junior, how I'm tripping? Tell me how I'm tripping.
Boom,
got these
right?
short ass-
I'm doing anything. I'm frying chicken. You come home.
Yeah, that ass out right there. You can see the sweat in the crease of her ass, man. All right. I'm going to play it through.
I'm tripping. Like, what's the problem?
It ain't that serious.
And you
It ain't that
recording.
serious.
Hell no.
Did you tell me you was gonna be at my house?
I came from Miss Joyce's house around the corner.
Did you let me know you was gonna be at my house? Huh? I come home, you sitting in the motherfucking kitchen talking to my girlfriend with these little ass shorts on, Tanisha.
Okay, I didn't know you didn't talk to him. I thought y'all talked. He stopped by and that was
Okay, chat. I see y'all going back and forth. Is this disrespectful on the woman's part only? We're talking about the woman only. Put disrespect if it's disrespectful. Put no disrespect if it's not disrespect. If there was no disrespect. Only on the woman's behalf.
it.
Say, man. This shit, dog. No, I'm tripping.
Now you tripping.
I'm tripping. You drinking. You full of fucking liquor, full of fucking beer, Coronas, liquor right here.
You tripping, Junior.
Huh? I'm tripping.
What's that drink called, chat? The Hypnotic and Hennessy. They used to call that something, chat. That's a drink right there, man. The Hypnotic and Hennessy. What did they used to call that shit?
I'm tripping. You drinking. You full of fucking liquor.
All right, I see y'all saying no disrespect. Some of y'all. What about the father? Legs cocked open, eating chicken that your son's girlfriend is cooking you with little ass shorts on. Legs cocked open, he drinking beer and he's eating chicken at his son's house while his son is gone. Is the father disrespectful? Yes or no?
Full of fucking beer, Coronas, liquor right here.
You tripping, Junior.
Huh? I'm tripping.
Junior, please.
Say, man, y'all fuck all that Junior shit.
Go sit down.
Fuck all that shit. I can go sit down. Go sit down. You take the motherfucking shorts off.
I don't have to take
Say,
no
you,
photos.
ain't
come
nothing
on.
like that, man.
Nah, I don't give a damn. You gotta go.
Man, I ain't
You
gonna
gotta
do
go.
You don't have to go nowhere.
Get us my house.
Go nowhere.
You gotta.
Then she said he ain't gotta go. He put his pops out. She said he ain't gotta go nowhere. Oh, shit, Chad. It might be something going on. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I didn't catch that on the first. He put his pops out. She said he ain't gotta go nowhere. What? What do you mean he ain't gotta go nowhere? Oh, shit. She don't want Pops to say something, man. Pops might got some information over there, man.
All that Junior shit. Fuck all that shit. I can go sit down. Go sit down. You take the motherfucking shorts off.
I don't have to take
Say,
no
you,
photos.
ain't
come
nothing
on.
like that, man.
Nah, I don't give a damn. You gotta go.
Man, I ain't
You
gonna
gotta
do
go.
You don't
That's my house. You gotta respect my house. You gotta go. You gotta go, man. Get the fuck out of my house. Ain't no motherfucking junior, man. Ain't no motherfucking junior. Give a damn that's my goddamn daddy. Ain't no mother. Man, get out of my house.
My mama left you this house.
Get out of my house, man. Get out of my house.
So technically it's not yours. You can't kick me out of ass place. F*** too, Joe, you tripping.
Get out of my house, man.
Think somebody look at your mother. I had a woman her motherfucking age.
Get out of my house, man.
You tripping, dog. Come on, man.
Get out of my house, man.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that. Not tonight.
Get out of my house, man.
Not tonight, Joe.
Get out of my house, man.
No,
Mother-
that shit went too far. Y'all
Damn. Damn.
Stop.
You got me to on my house and
Y'all
shit.
can chill the
No. Hey, you can stop that shit. You can stop. I ain't your motherfucking son. I ain't no motherfucking junior. I ain't no motherfucking junior. You can keep that junior shit. You ain't not pops no more. You ain't not pops no more. You dare it to me, nigga. You dare it to me. Bag your motherfucking ass up.
Bro, don't touch me.
Put holes in my motherfucking wall and shit. Put up my house and shit.
You out of line, Joe.
Okay. Okay. You out of line. Talking about you got a motherfucking girlfriend, her age and shit. You supposed to be
I told you that's what set him off. I knew it. When he said, I got a girlfriend her age, that's what clicked on him. That, cause he was trying to have a little hope, like, oh man, my pops got some respect. Oh, I had a girlfriend her age. That pissed him off, bro.
my motherfucking mama. You supposed to be my motherfucking mama. You supposed to be my motherfucking mama. God, I told your ass I want his ass. Stop coming to my house without telling me, and you didn't listen.
And he said he told his pops to stop coming to my house without telling me. He told him. So now we got a little more in the situation, man.
I told you that shit. You bag the fuck up. You get out of my house. You bag the fuck up. Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
I ain't going nowhere.
You have to leave.
I ain't going nowhere.
You have to leave.
Yeah.
Get out of my motherfucking house, man.
What you gonna do?
So you're not gonna get in my house? You're not.
Nowhere.
All right, watch back. Watch back.
And that's where the video ends, chat. So overall in this situation, chat, was the son wrong? Yes or no? Was the son wrong, chat? We finna move on, chat. I want to know how y'all feel about that, man. Was the son wrong, man? Let's move on, chat. I know a lot of y'all, we talk about the housing and stuff. This house is going viral right here. They talking about $300K.
Passport, I have this massive starter home right behind me. All that's required is a $10,000 down payment, and we're
So look, man, they want $300K right here, man. $300K for this home. They saying this 3-car garage. How many bedrooms is this, man? Chat, that's what I'm saying, chat. Like, I understand that. A lot of y'all like living in, nah, this ain't lies, man. This shit going on in Houston, man. This shit going on. It's 45 minutes outside of Houston. It's not in Houston. And it's in a HOA. But they do have this shit. Y'all think this shit is bullshit? I'm telling y'all, chat. In the South, this shit is going on, man. This shit is going on like this in the South, chat. Especially with the new builds. New builds are, builders are slashing prices right now. This say 45 minutes from Houston. 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, 2,700 square feet, $900 homeowner HOA fee. That's what I'm saying. A lot of y'all live in the cities, man. I wouldn't do the HOA either, Top Cat. But a lot of y'all live in the city, man. I want to know, y'all let me know, chat, what does $300K get you in your city, chat? What does $300K get you in your city, chat? All right, I want to bring y'all this clip. This is Elon talking about the next wave of Neuralink. The next wave of Neuralink. He's calling this shit blind sight.
Is blind sight, which will enable, and our next product is blind sight, which will enable those who have total loss of vision, including if they've lost their eyes or the optic nerve, or maybe have never seen, were blind, even blind from birth, to be able to see again. Initially low resolution, but ultimately very high resolution, and then in multiple wavelengths. So you could be like Geordie LaForge in Star Trek, and you can see in radar, you can see in infrared, ultraviolet, superhuman capabilities, cybernetic enhancement. And our next product is blind sight.
So y'all see what he said. Ultraviolet, infrared,
Your day-to-day covered.
low res, high res. This is what I'm telling y'all when they're gonna phase out humans, man. This is what I'm telling y'all. Right now, they're targeting the people that you know have disabilities, that may need, you know, they can't see or anything. But in turn, what that's gonna do is put the rest of humanity on the clock. It's gonna put the rest of humanity on the clock. It's like, how do you compete with somebody who can see in infrared? How do you compete with somebody who can see in ultraviolet? How do you compete with somebody who can zoom in with their damn eyes and zoom out with their damn eyes? You got to get the glasses or something. You have to have a comparable product. Otherwise, you're phased the fuck out, honestly.
Morning with the successful rescue mission for the missing weapons system officer on the F-15E Strike Eagle that was shot down over southern Iran on Friday. President Trump posting this on Truth Social. This is the first time in military memory that 2 U.S. pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. God bless America. God bless our troops. And happy Easter to all. The pilot was rescued after ejecting from the fighter jet. A second American fighter jet, an A-10 Warthog searching for the downed F-15E, crashed near the Strait of Hormuz after coming under enemy fire. The lone pilot of that jet was rescued safely. The Strait of Hormuz remains a focal point of the world's energy sector, where 20% of the world's oil passes through, with the vital waterway still virtually shut down to maritime traffic.
Oh yeah, chat. I was gonna tell you guys that what's that little country right there? Damn, it's a little island in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. They filed something with the UN to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Traffic is still basically zero right there, chat. Everybody hit the like button, chat. Let's get to 100 likes right quick. Double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the like button. We have to get to 100 likes right here, right now.
Under the threat.
Yeah, H-Buster, Bahrain. You are absolutely right, H-Buster.
Of Iranian drones and mines, sending the price of crude oil above $110 a barrel and gas prices averaging more than $4 a gallon. Now President Trump is demanding Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz by tomorrow or face military consequences. Meanwhile, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte will meet with the president in Washington this Wednesday as the president considers pulling out of the alliance over their lack of support for Operation Epic Fury. This all comes as President Trump is seeking a 50% increase in military.
Should the U.S. leave NATO, chat? Should the U.S. leave NATO, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. Should the U.S. leave NATO? Stay or leave in the comments.
Military spending in his new budget proposal from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion, which is on top of the more than $200 billion the Pentagon is asking for to fund Operation Epic Fury. The president speaking to our own Trey Yingst earlier today. Trey joins us now with more on that. Trey, what's the latest?
Yeah, Jackie, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for about 15 minutes, and he told me if Iran doesn't make a deal and fast, that he's considering blowing up everything and taking their oil. The president went on to say you're going to see bridges and power plants dropping all over their country. Now, I asked the commander-in-chief about the possibility of a diplomatic solution. He told me he thinks he can get a deal with Iran by tomorrow. They are dragging their feet, but he told me, I think there is a good chance tomorrow. They are negotiating now. All of this taking place as Fox News can report that...
What takes a congressional vote, Possum? What takes a congressional vote?
Overnight, a daring rescue operation happened inside of Iranian territory.
Oh, leaving NATO?
There were hundreds of U.S.
I mean, of course it takes a congressional vote, but you can degrade the relationship so far that it's just going to be a no-brainer. I mean, we see all of those countries already restricting airspace. where we can't launch attacks from there. So we also see what's going on with the weapons that we were supposed to be sending. I believe we only sent like 64% of them, and we was like, look, fuck it, man, we're just gonna keep the money. So we can degrade the relationship to the point to where it doesn't make sense.
Special forces inside the country rescuing the U.S. crew member who ejected from an F-15 on Friday when it was shot down by the Iranians. A senior U.S. official tells me that the CIA used a deception campaign to make the Iranians think that they were moving a valuable package out of the country through a maritime exfil. This official went on to say this was meant to draw the...
So what they're saying is that a lot of the military contracts that they have when it comes to the weapons, when it comes to the planes, the aircraft and all of that, these things get updated. These things have to have maintenance. These people have to be trained on them. So these are ongoing contracts, and they're saying that they don't trust the U.S. to fulfill these ongoing contracts. Like maybe the U.S. remotely disables their aircraft, or maybe the U.S. doesn't give them the updated software. So that's where the relationships are deteriorating right now, in real time.
The Iranians away from the area where this U.S. crew member was located. The U.S. government was concerned, Jackie, that the Iranians were playing a trick on the U.S. And it wasn't until Saturday morning that the CIA director was able to confirm the location and the identity of that U.S. service member inside of Iran. And then that set off a chain reaction where the Secretary of War and the Joint Chiefs Chairman, along with the president, were notified. And this source telling Fox News that within 8 hours, we had planes in motion. Within almost 12 hours, we were on the ground in...
Hey, Chad, we're only at 52 likes, man. I thought we was going to do better than that tonight, Chad. We got to get to 100 likes, man. Stop what you're doing. Sit up, look around, double tap your screen, hit the like button at the top. We have to get to 100 likes, man.
Iran. It gives you a sense of the behind the scenes of what was taking place. And again, I spoke with the president after that successful operation last night to rescue the U.S. service member. He spoke about the excellence of the U.S. military and went on to tell Fox News more details about the ongoing operation against the Iranian regime. But again, that headline, the president telling me he believes a deal can be reached by tomorrow. And he says if the Iranians do not make a deal, that we can expect to see power plants and bridges all over the country. He says he's calling it power plants.
So I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. These are the exact people that Trump vowed to free. I'm just going to be honest with you. Everybody, all the MAGA, all the, this is what was needed. All of the people. No, don't run up out of here. Don't you dare run up out of here. Quit getting scared. Everybody that was, free Iran, make Iran great again, we're going to free Iran. Well, listen, man, these motherfuckers ain't finna have no power, no bridges, no access to travel and shit. It's about to go down, man. Back to the Stone Ages, man. You can be free, you just ain't gonna have shit. It's crazy.
And Bridge Day will be struck as a result of their unwillingness to come to the table. A lot of headlines here, Jackie, and I'll toss it back to you.
A ton of breaking news, Trey. Thank you so much for that. But I do just want to hone in on one thing. If there is no deal by tomorrow, and the president is suggesting that there could be, he's talking about what the
quality of life goes to shit. Shit. I don't think we realize this, Chad. We're in America. We don't see this shit going on, man. Picture a natural disaster, Chad. Picture a natural disaster and how everything flows after a natural disaster. This is about to be Iran times 20, 10. Blown the fuck up. No bridges. Can't go visit your family members because the fucking bridge on the way out of town is out and there's no repair date in sight. Can't go get any medicine. Why? Because 97% of all the medicine in Iran is made in-house. They're about to blow the shit up. Power. Won't be able to charge shit or even cut on a light switch because they're about to come for the power grid. But when I told y'all that this shit didn't have anything to do with freeing some damn Iranians, everybody said I was crazy. I looked at y'all and said, y'all really think they give a fuck about them people? And y'all was like, of course they do. Of course they do. Humanitarianism. What the fuck did that go?
the next phases seem to be. He's talking about power plants and bridges, but no mention of the major nucleus of the oil infrastructure in Karg Island. In your opinion, from having spoken to him, does it seem like he is sort of holding off on that for the time being?
He told me he is considering taking over Iran's oil because at this point, the Iranians have been unwilling to make an agreement with the United States, despite the repeated efforts by U.S. Special Envoy Steve Wicks.
David, I could give you a lot of reasons to why I think they're doing this, but one thing I can say is that it wasn't to free some damn Iranians. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's one thing I can hang my hat on, that this shit had nothing to do with freeing some Iranians. Straight up.
And the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to give the Iranians an off-ramp. And so these negotiations are taking place. The president tells me the Iranian negotiators have been granted what could be described as temporary amnesty so that they won't be killed as these negotiations take place. But if this deal is not reached by tomorrow, the president has indicated that the United States will target Iran's energy infrastructure, their power plants, and a number of other bridges across the country. There was another interesting thing that the president told me about the situation in Iran. You might.
What about the Iranian Christians, chat? Do y'all not care about those? Do people just not give a damn about the Christians in Iran? We got Orthodox Christians that have been practicing for over 2,000 years in Iran. Those people are about to go back to the Stone Age too. Nobody gives a damn.
Remember how all of this began earlier this year when the Iranian regime, according to the president, killed 45,000 of their own people, those protesters who were in the streets of their country. And the president told me that the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters through the Kurds. And the president told me, quote, "We sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them, and he thinks the Kurds took the guns." And again,
now listen, we sent guns to the Iranian protesters, but we think the Kurds took the guns. Now we sit here and wonder, like, how did all these people get armed? Why do we see these people with American-made ARs and shit? Well, Trump spilled the fucking beans to whoever this guy is. I don't even know who this guy is, man. He's talking about we sent guns to the Iranian protesters and we think the Kurds took the guns. You don't fucking know? What do you mean you think the Kurds took the guns, man? You don't fucking know? What?
Again, this gives you a sense of the guns to the Iranian protesters through the Kurds. And the president told me, quote, "We sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them, and he thinks the Kurds took the guns." And again, this gives you a sense of the president.
Why would you think that? I mean, why would we think that the fucking Kurds took the guns, man? What would give us that idea, man? Chat, hit the like button, man. We're 28 likes away from the next like goal, man. Now, why would the Kurds take the guns, chat?
Making good on his promise to show up for these protesters who took.
If the Kurds don't give a fuck about the Iranian people and fighting back, man, you think these people do, man, chat? Oh, my God.
Their streets demonstrating peacefully against their government.
At this point, they just trying shit, chat. And I'm okay with saying it. As long as we know that at this point, they're okay with just trying shit, man. I'm talking about throwing shit on the wall and seeing what the fuck sticks. Crazy.
And they were met with live ammunition. You might remember earlier this year, the president said help is on the way. It appears that was part of the help the president was talking about. But again, today we are looking at a much broader situation as Operation Epic Fury is now around day 36. And the president has been very clear, if the Iranians do not make a deal, he will target their energy infrastructure.
Fascinating. Trey Yingst, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Joining me now is the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Arkansas Congressman Rick Crawford. Congressman, it's great to have you on the program today. As we were going into this, we knew the deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, according to the president, is tomorrow. Very important, vital waterway to move energy around the globe and crucial to global oil prices and stability right now as well. The president telling Trey that there is the potential for a deal. It could come as soon as tomorrow. But if not, red lines have been drawn. In the past, he said, open it or face hell. He said that he will bomb the Iranians back to the Stone Ages. It certainly sounds like he is prepared to do that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You said free run from the Islamic regime in the Stone Age, man? The fuck? Everybody's going to be cooking on a barbecue grill, man. What are we talking about, man? Nobody's gonna be able to go to their stove and shit. They're not gonna have any fucking power. They're not gonna be able to go visit their family members. They're not gonna have any fucking bridges or roads. What do you mean free Iran? Man, these people, are quality of life is about to go to shit. Shit. Terrible.
I wouldn't toy with him if I were the Iranians. He saw what he did in Venezuela. He has a lot of backbone, and he's not going to be dissuaded. So I think it would be in the interests of the Iranians to go ahead and make this deal. And by the way, that Strait of Hormuz, the Omanis and the Emiratis have as much claim to the Strait of
The Omanis and the Emiratis have as much claim to the Strait of Hormuz as any. Don't nobody give a fuck, man. Hey, you see what's going on? You don't care about who has claims to shit right now, chat. New borders are being created. New alliances are being made. Nobody is honoring a motherfucking thing right now. Are we not seeing that? We're not honoring treaties. We're not honoring wartime and war crimes. We don't honor shit, man. It's nothing. Nothing. We're not honoring defense contracts. We're not honoring our word. We're going back and forth. There is no honor amongst thieves, man. There is no honor amongst thieves. What the fuck are we talking about? Who has some rights to shit, man?
Hormuz as Iran does, and they are basically breaking international law. So it's in their interest to try to make a deal before the consequences rain down on them.
My understanding is that the White House has said tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. there will be a news conference. We're not necessarily sure what we will hear. It sounds like the situation is very fluid. But one thing is for sure, the president has been very transparent with the American people, updating us every step of the way. Your thoughts on what he could talk about potentially tomorrow?
Man, listen to this, chat. South Korea is panic buying trash bags. Japan is rationing plastic. Hold on. What are they rationing the plastic for? For kidney dialysis. Taiwan set up a hotline for factories that can't find plastic. Sri Lanka just moved to a 4-day work week to save fuel. They've had a fuel crisis fucking 6-7 years over there now. At least since 2021. Gas station workers are being unalived over fuel in Bangladesh and India. What? Chat. This shit is going on right now. It's going on right now.
Oh, it could be a deal.
Well, it could be a deal, and honestly, I hope that's the result. But
I see y'all talking about the jobs and numbers. I'm finna read y'all what the guy from Oracle just put out. Wait till y'all hear what this guy from Oracle said, man. I'll pull it up after this. Chat, we're 12 likes away from the next like goal. Everybody hit the like button.
The president has demonstrated that we can sit back and sort of, try to get in his head and figure out what he's going to do. He's not above surprising people, and he's done that before, and he may have some surprises we're not being briefed on. But I think what he is telling people is that I want to give them a diplomatic out. He's trying to give them every opportunity.
DG, when I say quality of life, I mean, you could talk about that. You said quality of life. Speak for yourself. My investment account and bank accounts are looking real good. Well, your dollar's not going as far. That's for fucking sure, man. I just paid like $11 for 2 chicken strips wrapped in some tortilla and some fucking lettuce, man. What are we talking about? We're talking about the quality of life for some Iranians when they're bombed back to the Stone Age. Gas just hit $4.10, man. All of these programs and shit is out the window because we got to pay for a $1.5 trillion defense budget. The water's getting poisoned from data centers. Texas running out of gas, man. South Florida gas stations are running out. Farmers don't know where the fuck they finna get some fuel from. And oh, guess what? Chicken factories still burning down. And we talking about quality of life? What?
To make the right choice, do the right thing, and I think that window is going to be open for a little while longer, but after that it's going to close decisively and the president will take action.
And the president has also talked about standing with the Iranian people and giving them an opportunity for regime change, to take their country back. Obviously, this is a regime for 47 years that has treated its own people very brutally, and there is appetite for that on the ground in Iran. But more importantly to the military operation, regime change, I think, would also be crucial because it's difficult to finish the mission or leave the region with underlings of the IRGC in charge that you potentially cannot trust because they were part of the root of the problem.
Yeah, this goes back 47 years, as you indicated, and so there's really never been a better time to try.
No, I don't have TDS Unchained Melody. I don't, man. When Biden was in office, I was on his shit too, man. I was on his bumper too, man. It's not TDS. It's I'm seeing what the fuck is going on. And if you don't, more power to you. Close your eyes some more, motherfucker. Sleep a little bit longer. I don't care at this point, man. I get on here every night and tell y'all this shit, bro. It's not about Trump derangement. It's not about Biden derangement. I don't give a fuck about none of them, man. I just want to raise my kids and be a father and have a chance to be successful. And every day that I wake up, that shit seems further and further away. That's why I'm mad.
Try to support this organic regime change. The reality is the regime has changed. What I think people hear when we hear the term regime change, it's as if the United States is rolling in there to try to install somebody that they want to run the country. That's not what this president is about. He's trying to create the conditions under which the Iranian people can now reclaim their country and engage in self-determination on their own terms in a way that is good for the Iranian people and good for the region and good for the world.
And Congressman, I want to talk about the other breaking news this morning. Overnight, the announcement of the rescue of the missing service member, one of the most daring search and rescue operations in American history. The president has said no one will be left behind. This is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a testament to the leadership in the White House.
Nah, man. Nah, D-man. This is the thing, D-man. We can call this the greatest wealth transfer in history. We can say that people are gonna be really wealthy, and that will happen. But it won't happen for everybody. It won't happen for everybody. A lot of people aren't prepared right now. A lot of people have a lot of shit going on right now. We got record high credit card debt. We got all-time highs on rent prices. We got wages remaining low. We got gas prices going up. So every time you go get in your fucking car to do a DoorDash or Uber Eats, your profits are squeezed. Nobody can tip you anymore. Like, what are we talking about here? Get better, win. I don't get better, win. Oh, when they bring in the CBDC, when they tell us that in order for us to buy gas or pay a toll, we have to use digital payments. When Starbucks doesn't want to take your cash anymore. That's what we're looking forward to. That's some bullshit too. I don't want to look forward to that.
In the Pentagon, and look, if there are ever any doubts about the capability of the U.S. military, you can put those doubts away. We have the preeminent military in the world. Everybody knows it. And I never had any doubt. I watched this unfold throughout the last 48 hours or so, and I was confident in our ability to retrieve our downed pilot. And look, you know, we didn't even sustain any casualties in this operation. Yes, we left some material behind. That's part of the deal. Our guys ended up having to actually destroy a couple of aircraft on the ground to prevent that technology from falling into enemy hands. But beyond that, I mean, there were no casualties, and the skill and the training is just unparalleled.
All right, let's get him up out of here, man.
It's incredible.
Let's get
House
him up outta
Intelligence
here.
Committee Chairman Congressman Rick.
Let's get him up out of here, man. Let's see what's
joining us
going
now,
on,
former
chat.
federal prosecutor and senior writer for Political.
Oh shit! I was supposed to read y'all what happened at Oracle. So, chat, you know that Oracle let go of 30,000 people the other day, the other morning via email, right? So it's this guy on X, Goth Birds is his @ his name is Peter Gearness. And he made this post, man. I thought it was really telling, man. This is a really telling post right here. He says some of those 30,000 employees are in active cancer treatment. I know this because I reviewed the claims data before I finalized the severance timeline. Health coverage ends 60 days after termination. Day 61, a COBRA notice arrives. $2,147 per month, 102% of the premium. The 2% is an administrative fee. We charge a person in chemotherapy an administrative fee to keep paying for insurance they already had. One of them emailed benefits. She asked if coverage could be extended through her 4th cycle. I forwarded the email to legal. Legal said the severance terms are standardized. The same 60 days for the employee with the sprained ankle and the same employee with the tumor in her liver. They don't give a fuck. You got a sprained ankle, your ass hanging on for dear life, you got 60 days, man. It says the treatment doesn't pause for paperwork. A coverage gap is not a bureaucratic delay. It's a clinical event. The tumor does not wait for you to elect COBRA. I designed the timeline knowing the claims data. Column D is diagnosis. Column F is frequency. Column J is projected coverage end date. Column J is the one that I optimized for. Not for them, for the restructuring charge. $2,147 per month on unemployment insurance of $1,800 per month. You cannot pay for cancer treatment on a negative balance. That's the math. I designed the math. The Suite C, which is corporate, I guess, the higher ups, severance package includes 18 months of continued coverage. I know because I designed those too. 18 months for the people who approved the 60-day timeline. 60 days for the people in column D. The stock rose 4% on the day we sent the 6 a.m. emails. Starting 2028, OpenAI will pay us $82 million per day. $82 million per day. 60 days of coverage for the woman in her 4th cycle. That's the part I left out. So the women, when that 30,000 people were let go, some of those people had cancer and they got 60 days to fucking figure it out, while the people that are higher up get 18 months. That shit is crazy.
Magazine on Kush Kadori. Laura Brown Lopez is also back with us on Kush. I want to go back to the president's tweet here. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. That is a quote from the president. So yes, we are saying it on television.
Parental warning.
I have been stuck on, so much so that we're doing a segment on it on the 9 o'clock.
I don't know what those people are gonna do, Chad. I really don't know what those people are gonna do, man. Waking up at 6 in the morning to you fired and you got cancer, you on your 4th cycle. You got 60 days to figure it out. Oh yeah, that's crazy, bro.
That what the president and this administration has been saying for at least the last week, that they actually did knock down a bridge that they said the military was using, but that civilians used. They said that they're going to take out all of the power plants. The president said Tuesday will be power plant day. That would be considered a war crime. These that the president is saying sound like, to me,
Man, I don't want to hear him. I'm not really trying to listen to him talk, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Hold on. Let me find it. Y'all said Trump made a post. Yeah, I seen Trump's post where he said praise to Allah. Is that the one y'all are talking about? The one where he said praise to Allah? Oh, Zelenskyy made a post today too. What did Zelenskyy say today, Chad? I'm finna pull up this Tyler O'Vera. He actually went in and exposed the Indian community out there in Texas. Hold on while I look for that. I got that Kamala clip, retired U.S. general. Oh shit, yeah. Let me play this clip first before we get to that Tyler O'Vera. Let me play this clip first. Yeah, it's some anchors and commentators. I just can't watch them, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I just can't watch them, bro. A little too zesty, man.
Can I shift a little bit and comment more on the retirement of General George?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to do that because General George, as the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, is well loved by soldiers across the board. He's created a culture that's very good within the U.S. Army. But he's not the only one that was reported in that statement by the New York Times yesterday. It's not only General Randy George, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, it's also General Dave Hodney, a 4-star general, one of
Rebecca, I actually have a bunch of survival books, and I have the what the hell is that called, chat? Hold on. Oh yeah. The do-it-yourself encyclopedias too, chat. I got the do-it-yourself handyman encyclopedias. I got a couple survival books. I was looking at this little kit today. They got this little kit on Amazon. It's like $48, but it comes with the shovel that has the knife blade, the fish scaler, the compass, the whistle, what else does it have? An axe. It's like one big tool, man, and it puts it all together. Ow, shit. Then it comes with the emergency tent in there, the emergency blanket. It's like a whole bunch of shit in a little kit. It's like $48 on Amazon. I think I'm gonna order it.
one of the few that are in the Army who's in charge of Army Futures Command. And here's one that hit personally for me, which I don't know how to connect the dots on this, but the third officer mentioned was Major General Bill Green. Bill Green is the chief of chaplains in the Army. And what that means is he oversees all the moral capabilities of the chaplains in the force. And I know Bill.
Yeah, Jay, I've been in the prepper community for like, I say at least since 2021. 2022 is when I started jumping into the prepper communities, listening to what they're saying, listening to the geopolitics that they talk about. Cause you know it's a lot of service members and veterans in the prepper community. So yeah, I've been in the prepper community for about 5 years now almost.
Green. He was one of my chaplains when I was a brigade commander, and he is one of the finest officers and ministers in the Army, and that's why he was chosen as the chief of chaplains. When you have those three individuals, it tells me more of what's going on. There's all kinds of conclusions on why George was fired, but when you talk about all three of them together, it's much more damaging, and there's a whole lot more to this story. They were standing up for something. I don't know what the issue was, but when you hear Secretary Hegseth say that soldiers are fighting for Jesus, which is what he said in a speech the other day, that just chills me to the bone, especially when you have soldiers and all military personnel who are of other faiths, and it's on Passover weekend. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it's just despicable.
So, chat, do y'all think this war is for Jesus, man? Do y'all think this war is for Jesus, chat? Yes or no, man?
This is Frisco, Texas, a once quiet farm town.
Damn. Is this war for Jesus, chat? Yes or no, man? Double tap the screen, chat. Let's get to 200 likes right quick, man. Double tap the screen, hit the like button at the top, man. And let me know how y'all feel. Is this war for Jesus, man? Tony Toast comes through with the $20 super chat supporting the channel and saying, Happy Easter, y'all. I love you. Plug in this journalism bag. Much respect. What we got to do to get y'all to hit the like button and subscribe? It's free. Don't hate, participate. Toast 2028, man. Thank you, Tony, for supporting the channel, man. Y'all give Tony some likes on his super chat, and be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're 25 subscribers away. Thank you, Tony, man. Answer the question though, chat. This is Frisco, Texas. How many of y'all have ever been to Texas, chat? If you've been to Texas, let me know in the comments.
Turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
Where are you from?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
South India.
I'm in H1B.
I'm into IT. Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously Motherland India.
Obviously.
Obviously Motherland India.
As the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population since the year 2000, many Texans are outraged, declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. Like, the only time I really just see Indians like that is like at the hotels or when I go to the restaurants or something. Like, I really just don't see Indians. Like, I don't really see them shopping. I don't really see them at the mall, maybe here and there. Like, I really don't see Indians like that, man. It's like only time I see them is at the hotel or like shit if I'm going to get some food.
Out of thin air, I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors.
We need more or less H1B people here?
We need a lot less.
Why?
I got laid off 20 years ago. I worked in IT. I have 2 master's degrees. I was making over $100,000.
See, out here that we don't really have 7-Elevens, and the Middle Easterners own the gas stations. It's like really Middle Easterners that own the gas station. There might be one Indian dude that I know own the gas station, but I never see him there.
Year, they said, you're too expensive, we're going to hire Indian. But I haven't been able to find a job in IT since, and it's really sad.
And you know what? I don't have another home in India.
I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. If the numbers weren't there to back it up, like with the jobs and the IT and shit, you really wouldn't know. Indian people really don't bother no fucking body. I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. Indian people really are like quiet into them fucking cells, like, damn, I never really thought about that. How much Indian people are really to them fucking selves.
I don't have another home in Bangladesh. I don't have another home. I can't move to Somalia. I won't be able to live there. I'll die. This is my home. The devil would say, well, you're racist. That's racist. According to the devil's dictionary definition of the term, I am racist.
There's been a takeover in Frisco of the Indian population and a lot of concerned citizens, and I'm leading the way asking questions. And I made this because corporate...
Nah, see, where I'm from, Hadley, the Circle K is owned by white people. I'm going to be honest with you, and we don't have 7-Elevens. The Circle K's are owned by white people where I'm from.
Corporations own Frisco. I'm a lifelong Texan turned T-Mobile whistleblower. I started talking about H1B because T-Mobile uses H1B to employ foreigners while they're laying off Americans right down the street. You know, the Indian population in Frisco has exploded 33% of the population over the past 20 years, a 4,510% increase. And you know, there might be a lot of people here that are coming here legally, but there also seems to be some red flags with the H1B visa program. And the question is, are Indian people using that to bring people over?
So you're telling me Frisco's turning into Little Mumbai at this rate?
That's what people like to call it these days.
I'm America first. I'm pro-American.
USA.
Yeah,
USA.
I think it's a good sign. People whoever has done the fraud, they should be brought to the justice. And I'm now running for the Justice of Peace in Texas.
Justice of Peace?
Yes.
What's your name?
Martin Paretti.
Martin Paretti.
Yeah. I want everybody enjoy the life, but at the end of the day, we want...
All right, Chad, just off the look, man, do y'all think that this guy running for Justice of Peace is America first, man? He says he's America first off the rip, man. Do y'all think this guy is America first, Chad?
To do it right.
My beef isn't with the Indian people, it's with the system that are allowing them to do what we are experiencing.
And don't say y'all don't want to judge or y'all can't tell, because if it was fucking me standing out there with a mic in my face and they ask, do y'all think Plug is America first, and y'all didn't know me, y'all would have a lot to say, man. I don't want to hear that shit, man. Answer the question.
Here.
Is there sufficient talent in America? Do we need infinite H1Bs, so to speak?
We do have enough talent in America.
Okay.
We strongly believe, because you know, the Americans landed on the moon when all of these H1Bs even born.
To be fair, we did borrow a few Germans.
See, we got a lot of natural citizens also became Americans, right? So they're also getting laid off.
Do you think there should be a strong limitation on the number of H1Bs?
I am advocate for the
H1Bs?
limiting the H1Bs. India is a great country. We respect pluralism, and most of Indians, they enjoy the American part of the American society. And I know you guys like the Indian food a lot too, right?
This is true. I do enjoy tikka masala.
See, Chad, this kind of why, you know, black Americans are like a little different, you know, because black Americans really don't have another country to call home or an origin country. Like some of them, you know, you got the Pan-Africanist movement where they go and say they're from here and there, you know, which very may well be true. You know, they've done their ancestry, but they don't really have ties to their country like that. So when he says, like, I love India, it's like, as a black American, it's not really another country I can just say I love. Like, shit. I don't know.
Yeah. If we turn away from God and the Word of God, if we worship these Indians, these Somalis, if we just give everything to them, willing to cut your own throat, we'll die.
Yeah. H1Bs are the scapegoats. The employers, those are the people who have to investigate it. You know, even in one of my friends told in Dallas, most of Indians, they'll follow the practice, the caste. If you're not in the same caste, they will let you go. It happened in Dallas.
So casteism is happening here in Texas.
Yes, absolutely.
I have my heart for all immigrant people, but man, we got to do it the right way.
I want to ask you, infinite legal immigration, though, will still alter the fabric of any place, right?
Correct.
Would you be a proponent of infinite legal immigration?
Don't understand it quite what you're saying, but yes, I mean, if it's done legal, if it's done the right way, yes, because to what I've seen, countries have been blessed when immigration is involved. When you got different kinds of groups involved, doing it the right way, following.
This is my main page, Genome. I got a few other pages, but this is my main one if you was asking me. It's crazy.
The rule of law, I think it's a good thing.
But if the law has allowed Frisco's Indian...
Okay, Chad, do y'all think there should be a cap on immigration? At this point, in 2026, should there be a cap on immigration, Chad? Yes or no in the chat, or capped or uncapped in the chat. Capped or uncapped in the chat, man. Should there be a cap on immigration? Everybody hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal, chat. 25 likes away. Double tap the screen, hit the like button at the top.
Population to go from less than 2% to almost 20% Indian in the last 20 years, turning Frisco into a majority-minority city. Is the intent of these work visas bringing Indians to America to support our labor force or to replace it altogether?
To the flag of the United States of America.
This is insurrection. This is the overthrow of the United States government, which is why 20 million people walked across that border. I can't go to Somalia and live, or Mexico. This is my home, America. The H1B visas, we don't need them. Not right now, someday, but not now.
And now, as of late 2025, T-Mobile USA opened a global technology hub in Hyderabad, India that employs thousands of Indians while they're laying off Texans in America.
I'm gonna keep it real, Chad. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think if you're gonna come over here, man, you gotta drop your citizenship from home, man. It's over with. That's how I feel, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Fuck it. Y'all want me to pick a side and tell y'all how I feel, man. If you wanna come, shit. Drop that other shit, man. Fuck it. If they gang banging with the damn Republicans and Democrats, we might well start doing the immigration, man. All that dual citizenship over with, man. If you want to pick up this American flag, man, you got to put that other shit down. It is what it is, man. You got to put that other shit down.
Americans. They've even sent Americans to go train these Indians in India. T-Mobile USA could have easily opened up this technology hub in the United States of America, and they could have ran it out.
Top Cat said it's always been like that, Top Cat.
One of the two Frisco offices on Warren Parkway. On top of that, T-Mobile spent $81.5 million on salaries for H1B employees in the United States in 2025. All salaries that could have went to Americans.
Well, where the fuck we get all these dual citizens from? Where are we getting dual citizens from if it's always been like that?
Is it a coincidence that T-Mobile has a new Indian CEO as of November last year? Probably not.
We are the entrepreneurs, high-skilled professionals, fueling the tech and medical corridors that make our Collin County a national leader. In Frisco, you will find us serving in our churches, seeking peace in our temples, practicing charity at our mosques. We are guided by timeless wisdom that transcends borders.
Indian Americans play a crucial role in Frisco's growth. Many work in high-demand fields such as technology, healthcare, engineering, finance, and entrepreneurship.
My name is Shri. My name is Ardav. My name is Siddharth. Hi, my name is Mathila. Hi, my name is Anvika.
Indian Americans make up 1.6% of the population, but are responsible for $200 billion in taxes, have the lowest crime rate, and over the last couple of years, we've seen some of the greatest polarizations in the history of America. People are upset.
Man, I did see this girl, bro. She's going viral right now on TikTok, bro. She's here on the HB1. She showed her daily routine, man. She in the basically, man, she's letting AI do her damn job, man. She's over here, man, and she's living her best life, letting the AI just do her damn work from home job, man. I can't believe she put that shit out there on TikTok. I was like, damn, she just gonna tell it herself like that.
The American dream is alive and well here, and it's not because the streets are paved with gold, it's paved with the ingots of possibilities.
Every person in this room right now, their ancestors have come from a different country, a different...
See, and that's what it gets me, man. It's like, man, and when I look at children, all is children, man. Now, when it comes to adults, man, some of y'all motherfuckers get stuck in y'all ways, man. It is what it is. I know I get stuck in my ways at times. But when it comes to the kids, man, I look at all kids as kids, man, like, damn, bro. These kids should be able to have a chance. But dual citizenship still got to be out of there, bro. It's over with.
Continent. Despite these positive contributions, Indian Americans sometimes face discrimination or hate.
I urge the council and the residents to reject such a rhetoric that divides residents based on what or where they came from.
Let me be clear here. There has been no credible evidence presented to any widespread H1B visa fraud in this city. Today, many Indian families are living in fear.
Replace it with reality. Unqualified Indian and Muslim workers scamming Americans out of jobs, stealing tax dollars.
That's the thing, bro. Like, what the fuck does he mean, Indian and Muslim workers? Indian and Muslim workers. Like, does he not know there are white Muslims? Does he not know that there are black Muslims? What the fuck does he mean, Indian and Muslim workers? Like, you can't get a job because you Muslim now? What? What the hell is he talking about? You said we don't have dual citizenship. The U.S. does not have dual citizenship. Other countries allow it. Okay. Yeah, well, we need to... What the hell is he talking about?
Destroying our nation in Texas. And the funniest part, if these were truly high-skilled Germans or Poles, we'd welcome the net positive. Instead, we get low-quality scammers with fake degrees, abusing our systems meant for generational Americans.
In America,
he said the Muslim workers are taking jobs. Like that's what I'm saying. What the hell is, that's what I'm asking. You said Muslim and Indian have nothing to do with being black. Bro, what are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. He said the Indian and the Muslims. He said the Indians and the Muslims. I'm saying, okay, if he's talking about the Indians, we see they're saying that they faking their certificates and coming over here through the H1B, right? Now, when it comes to the Muslims, I'm sitting here saying, like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like, that, most of the Muslims now, if you want to be honest, are coming from prison. Most of the Muslims are coming from prison, man. They going to jail, either not having a religion or being something else, and they coming out Muslim. So they shouldn't be able to get a job because they went to jail one thing and came out Muslim. Now they can't have a job. Well, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Chat, hit the like button.
and it's not because the streets are paved with gold, it's paved with the ingots of possibilities.
Every person in this room right now, their ancestors have come from a different country, a different continent. Despite these positive contributions, Indian Americans sometimes face discrimination or hate.
I urge the council and the residents to reject such a rhetoric that divides residents based on what or where they came from.
Let me be clear here. There has been no credible evidence presented to any widespread H1B visa fraud in this city. Today, many Indian families are living in fear.
Replace it with reality. Unqualified Indian and Muslim workers scamming Americans out of jobs, stealing tax dollars, and destroying our nation in Texas. And the funniest part, if these were truly high-skilled Germans or Poles, we'd welcome the net positive. Instead, we get low-quality scammers with fake degrees, abusing our systems meant for generational Americans.
And America is an idea. It lives in the hearts of all of us, the 243,000 residents of Frisco.
He said, to be honest, if these were high-quality Germans or Poles, we would accept them. White folks. I'm just like I mean, fuck, he said it. I didn't. Like, damn, is it only, he didn't say anything about Latinos. He didn't say nothing about blacks. He didn't say nothing about any diaspora. He said if these were high quality Germans or Poles, we would accept them. Well, fuck, at least he's being honest.
And I say this with love. Thank you all for being here.
He said America is an idea. Do you agree with that?
I think it's more than an idea. And I made sure that, he made a point that the Indian population in America is 1.6%. Well, in the city that he's running city council, it's 33%. So it's pretty obvious that there's a problem going on here.
Let's say we have infinite legal immigration. Is it better than illegal immigration?
It's funny because we've almost been tricked. We've been marketed this thing where we believe it is good to import people for jobs that we...
Man, what I'm saying is this. You said, why shouldn't they? That's the thing. It's the selective outrage, man. Is immigration a problem, or is it certain people immigrating a problem? I'm just going to be honest, man. When y'all not telling Italians to shut down pizzerias and shops and shit, man. Y'all not telling them to do none of that shit, man. Y'all not telling the Germans to stop fixing cars and shit. Well, what are we talking about, man? Y'all not telling the people to come over here from Europe to stop calling that shit fish and chips? What's going on, man? I'm just asking, what's going on? You said, why shouldn't they? Because if we're going to be against immigration, fuck it. Let's be against immigration, man. Everybody stay at home, man. It's the pandemic again, man. It's safer at home. Y'all don't like when I talk like that, huh? It's too straight to the point. Y'all like to pick and choose, and such can come, and you part of this club, and he's not part of that club. When I tell everybody to stay at home, it's a fucking problem. It's safer at home.
We can't sufficiently do. We built the jobs. You're telling the people who built the jobs we can't do the jobs. Yeah. So it almost sounds like a scam. Well, they threaten them with the H1B visa and they hold that over their head because if they don't work a certain amount of hours, they won't sponsor them. So they can't threaten you with being able to go back home because your home is in America, like the United States, if you're an American citizen. So, and they can just work them to the bones.
So I headed into the heart of Frisco to speak to some of these elite H1B engineers we've imported from India to save our economy from our unqualified, lazy American labor force.
There is the car.
Now you say, no, I sound uneducated. Just like y'all talk about it with the fraud. Y'all selective with the fraud. They mad as fuck at the Somalis for doing fraud. They was mad that niggas was going to buy Maybachs and big jewelry and shit off PPP and EDD and shit, man, right? But when it comes to 1.3 billion in healthcare fraud and fucking Bradley gets pardoned, it's nothing to talk about. When it comes to the damn $36 million in fraud Trump just pardoned last week, nobody says anything, man, but we all against fraud, right? No, y'all picking and choosing. Picking and choosing, man. It's okay for you to do fraud as long as you don't look like them niggas.
Is to do Hanuman Temple, the god of courage. Where are you from?
I'm from Andhra Pradesh.
From Karnataka.
I'm from India.
South India. Hyderabad? Are you from Hyderabad?
Yes, I am.
Really?
I'm from Chennai.
Are you here on like H1B?
No, right now still I am my student visa.
I see, like
so,
F1.
Yeah, yesterday the H1B results got rolled out, so I'm just waiting for my decision.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on waiting for the same results.
Are you anxious right now?
Let's hope for the best.
I work in a company, software company.
Software?
Yeah.
And are you H1B?
Yes.
So if I get my H1B, I can stay here for more 5 years.
What happens if you don't?
I still have my time, like almost 2 years from now.
2 more years.
So maybe I need to try for different visa or else like go back to India then.
Nah, hell no. You said not what they look like, where they're from, and culture matters, bro. Man, I don't want to hear that shit. Off the fucking, where we just seen mass deportations off the fucking eye test. We see mass deportations off of a fucking accent, man. What are you talking about? It's about the culture and where they don't even get to that part, man. By the time they figure out the culture and where the fuck you from, man, you're somewhere in the detention center, man, looking around wondering when the fuck you gonna get a phone call. What are we talking about, man? It should have stopped and frisk, man. Get down or fucking lay down. Culture and where they from. How the fuck do they know, man? Off the eye test. You look like them, nigga.
I'm an H1B.
H1B. Did you come here as H1B?
No, I studied here.
So F1, OPT, H1B? Okay, it seems like that's the common pipeline. Come here as international student, get green card?
Then that's what it is. Yeah, that's what I did.
Have you seen the new wave of people from Telugu?
A lot of them, yeah.
A lot of them?
Yeah, lately, yeah.
How long you been in the States?
Around 10 years.
Are you on H1B?
I graduate.
Okay.
And I'm working right now.
Okay. Are you like on F1 visa? I see. Why did you end up here in Frisco? Did you have friends and family here?
Yes.
Okay.
This is actually my uncle's.
Uncle's restaurant? Yeah. Your goal to go from F1 to OPT to H1B?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Motherland India or Texas, USA? You laughed at that one.
No, obviously Motherland India.
Obviously.
You talking about you just don't fucking get it. Man, I've been black my whole life, James Lundy. You just don't fucking get it. James Lundy 1150. I've been black my whole life, nigga. You just don't get it. The fuck are we talking about, man? You talking to a minority, nigga. The fuck? What are you, man?
Obviously Motherland India.
My motherland is India because I'm born and brought there, grow here, and I'm here to serve the US. So I can say that the second land for me is US because I'm getting here. The US give me the respect, job, and the good opportunity.
Obviously I'm planning to go back to India. So
Your daughter, is she a citizen of the US?
yes, she is.
Okay, so you're gonna bring her back to India one day?
Definitely yes.
Oh, that might be challenging for her. Hyderabad or Frisco, Texas more?
Hyderabad, of course.
Hyderabad, of course. Then I have to ask, why are you here in Frisco?
I had to. Feels like I'm still in my hometown.
Really?
Everybody from my hometown here.
That's the thing. We do all bleed red, but we are, but in the eyes of certain communities and in the eyes of the law, we are not all the same. Just look at it. Look at it, man. The numbers tell no lies. We see a huge gap. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy, man.
Wow. So you moved all the way from Hyderabad, thousands of miles away,
To Hyderabad.
to Hyderabad in Texas. The India Bazaar is right there. I want to see if we can.
No, you said what, man? See, I wasn't even trying to go there tonight. But fuck it, let's do it, man. The people that are in charge, the communities that are in charge, don't give a fuck about kids getting touched. That's why you see people touching kids, doing all kind of crazy shit, coming home with probation, and you see niggas getting caught with a 3.5 of crack going to the penitentiary. So yes, if you want to talk about culture and you want to talk about the shit, let's fucking talk about it, man. Yeah, leave. Everybody wants to leave when shit gets real. I didn't want to do this shit. Let's talk about it. I didn't want to do this shit. I was trying to be cool.
Find some F1 students in this 7-Eleven. And secondly, I want to see the moment I walk in there if I will be met with an Indian cashier. Hello, question for you. Are you on an F1? Are you an F1 student? No. Okay, are you H1B?
Yeah.
You're H1B?
Yeah.
Working here at 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you from?
India.
Where in India?
Andhra.
Angara?
Yeah.
Is that close to Hyderabad?
Yeah, I'm going to call my manager.
Okay. And do you work in IT?
Yeah, I work in IT.
Yeah. I'm working with the Walmart here as a software engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm into IT. I work for a company.
IT?
Yeah, yes.
I knew it.
I do.
You said what's the topic tonight, man? Right now we talking about the H1Bs. We talking about culture. We're talking about race. We're talking about mass deportations. We're talking about the country being taken over. And then you're talking about what about black on black crime? Black on black crime, okay, what? It needs to be addressed. What about 70% of all the child porn being downloaded right now is from white fathers, white male fathers. And Tim Tebow said it, not me. So we can talk about black on black crime. Matter of fact, we gonna open up the Discord later because I'll defend black on black crime. You defend 70% of all child porn and all touchers being white fathers, white male fathers. You defend that shit and I'll defend black on black crime. And we can have that debate.
Work for IT?
IT. Why do they dominate IT?
Just dominate IT because they have a master's degree in computer science. They study back in India.
Okay.
And they complete engineering, and that's how they just dominate. I'm a student.
Student right now?
Yeah.
And you work in IT?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, are you F1 visa holder? So as an F1 visa, how many hours can you work per week?
40 hours.
And is it legal to work full-time on an F1 visa?
Yes.
That's a nice cheese string right there. Who would have thought? chicken tandoori pizza before GTA 6.
While Frisco has become Dallas's unofficial Little India, you can find H1B Indian spawn points all the way up in small Texas towns like Argyle, Texas.
Okay, we're in a little Indian.
Nah, come on, don't run from it. Nah, come on, come defend that shit. Tim Tebow just pulled up the numbers in Congress saying I'm capping. Tim Tebow just testified in front of Congress and pulled up the chart of active child porn being downloaded in the United States right now. Pulled up the data. What are we talking about? Tim Tebow, the one who left the NFL and turned his life to Christ, just testified that in front of Congress. Come defend the shit. Y'all got whole categories for that shit, man. Y'all like the shit, man. It's a fetish to y'all. The fuck are we talking about? We hear Megyn Kelly talking about barely legal, being from 15 to fucking whatever age. What do you mean barely legal is from 15 to whatever, man? We're talking about culture here. Since we talking about culture. The fuck are we talking about, man? Defend that shit.
Suburb near Denton. We're in Argyle, Texas. Lots of Indians.
But how did they get here? And why are they in this small, semi-rural suburban town?
You gotta tell me, as a Pakistani, why are there so many Indians here?
I don't know. They come on IT.
Are a lot of F1s working here?
Yeah.
Yeah? Illegally, right?
Illegally.
I knew it.
They don't even pay right amount for these people, you know.
How much?
They work hours and hours. They pay low here.
They pay low here. Should I expose them? Hello. Who's the manager here? Is there a manager here? Are you the manager? Are you the manager?
You have a permission.
Yeah, I have permission. I'm here to ask you, are you paying F1 students illegal rates?
No students here.
No?
Everybody has a work.
You have paperwork?
Yes.
Yeah, you pay them legal rates? Are you sure?
Yes, sure.
Do you own the store?
I'm the manager, right?
What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa.
On a work visa.
See, y'all don't like when I get in here like that, man. I was trying to be cool. Tonight was supposed to be a cool night doing some reactions, but y'all got me on one. I'm here for it. Shit, it is what it is. I'm here for it, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm here for it. Cause I've had these debates. I used to open up the phone lines, call-ins, people be like, well, what about the black community? What about black on black crime? And you know what I say? You know what? There are some generational traumas. There are generational curses. There is a seemingly movement of this being pushed into the black community. I can acknowledge it. But the moment I say something about y'all fucking touchers, man, touching them kids and shit, the conversation ends. It's shut down. Motherfuckers getting to wanting to talk about something else. Discord, people get to muting their mic and shit. The moment I bring that shit up, people, you hear that little dude, people leaving the chat. For what? For what? We love to talk about numbers, we love to talk about data, and we love to talk about per capita. Let's talk about that shit. Let's talk about that shit and how we're gonna eradicate that from y'all's community. Since everybody wants to come talk about the black community. Right? Let's talk about it, man. Oh, I'm from the deep south. I don't want to hear about it. I'm from the deep south. I know what the fuck's going on. Y'all can be like, oh, I'm from the city, shit doesn't happen. Well, guess what? I'm not. I'm from the deep south. I see this shit going on, man. Motherfuckers be a little too close to their family members around here, man. Hugged up a little too much. A little too many kissy pictures and shit, man. Now, let's talk about it. Huh?
Visa. H1B?
I have a work visa. I don't want to reveal.
I was told on good authority there may be some F1 employees here being paid under the table illegal rates. That's what I'm asking you. Is that true or false?
Sir, this is a busy time.
Is it true
so
or is it
we
false?
can talk outside.
Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Hyderabad.
I'm from India, Hyderabad. I'm from Hyderabad.
Is that Hyderabad?
Yeah. In India.
Okay, Hyderabad?
in the same state but in a different city.
What visa are you on? F1 student? Yeah. What do you study?
Computer science.
I'm on green card.
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could. Oh, you don't want to? Why?
That's my wish.
I see. I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right?
No, I don't hate myself, James Lundy 1150. I do not hate myself. I love myself. I love my life. I would never harm myself. But what I do hate is when people come in here talking about culture problems. But when I bring up the culture problem that hits a little bit too close to home for them, they want to start saying shit like I hate myself. That's what upsets me. Address the culture problem, James. Address the culture problem.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm a TN visa.
I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card.
Yeah.
Would you prefer India or USA?
US is good. Why not
Okay.
US? That's why I'm here.
Is your wife here?
No, yes, here. But yeah,
Is she also on a visa?
no, she's not. She's in the same green card with me.
Same green card. And do you have kids?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
And are they here?
Yes, they are here. They're going to school.
Okay,
Everything is
so-
good. They're born and raised here. Everything is good.
Oh, born and raised here?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you working?
Software.
Engineer.
Software.
Software engineer. Did you get a college education in India or the USA?
India. Yeah, I work in IT.
IT. Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
That takes a lot of math,
Brain power?
physics.
I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1. And
So
I'm
you
on-
came on F1 and then graduated to H1?
Yeah,
How hard was that process?
it was cool actually.
I'm from Canada.
You're from Canada?
Yeah.
So you came from India to Canada to Texas?
Yes.
Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you think that's fraudulent?
no,
No.
because it is valid that you can convert from H1 to H1. That is the reason most of the people come here.
But isn't F1 just for people who are coming here to study and not to work?
Yes,
So
that
do you think it's a bit of a fraud to come here to study and then end up...
will go back too.
Oh, did you go back before you got the H1?
No.
Okay, so you came here on F1
Yes.
and now you're...
TN.
Are they getting paid legal minimum wage in Texas?
Here no F1 students working.
No
Here
F1
all-
students.
These all I have work permit. We have all work
On
permit
OPT?
students. Sorry?
F1, H1B, O1.
I have a work authorization.
I know you
My
do.
employers have all work authorizations.
So you're not employing any F1 students?
Hey, chat, let's hit 200 likes right quick. Everybody double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the like button. Whether you agree, whether you disagree, we are hanging out, so support the channel.
On the record, yes or no?
No.
You promise me?
Yes.
You would swear to God?
Yes.
Swear on your mother's name?
Why you are asking like that questions?
Obviously, the H1B is a non-immigrant visa. When will you be going back to India?
We are thinking to go soon, but we are not sure what
Okay.
date.
Millennial Rebellion said, no response. Have you the mic to speak on culture and you didn't take it? You have no right to judge anyone if you can't point out why you're judging. What is your question, Millennial Rebellion? What is your question? I don't see your question. So if the culture doesn't hurt people, is it really a bad thing? Are you talking to me? If the culture doesn't hurt people, is it really a bad thing? Eventually, it could become a bad thing. If values are changed, I mean, eventually, shit, probably. That's why laws are in place. If without laws, yes, it could become a problem. But is that necessarily true? No. But what we are talking about specifically right now is harmful culture. We're talking about black on black violence, which is harmful culture. We're talking about white touchers, which is harmful culture. We're talking about all of that. So yes, specifically the culture we're talking about right now is harmful and it can be bad.
And how have you liked Texas thus far?
It's good. I like US. I like India more. That is the reason I'm trying to go back. Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India, so we need to go back to India.
I see. Are you married here?
Yep.
Is he also on H1B?
Yes.
So 2 H1Bs, and do you guys have children?
Yes.
Were they born and raised here?
Yes.
Do your children have Indian citizenship as well?
No.
No, okay.
I told you, right? If you want records, to come with the legal, okay? I can show all my employee information with the date.
Let's see.
I don't want to.
Okay, are you gonna show me the paperwork or what?
Who? For me?
Me.
No, you don't have to right to come inside. Okay?
I just did.
You can just out.
Why don't you just show me the paperwork and I'll be on my way? Do you illegally pay F1 students, yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine, I hope not.
Yeah.
Hi, man. When I asked him to swear in his mother's name, he postured up. I thought he was gonna throw down. I thought I was gonna get punched for the first time in my life by an Indian. So this is a meme right now. Please be patient, students.
So Tyler O'Vera says he's had this video for a long time, and I don't know why he decided to put it out on today. Something about getting banned in India. So he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna put the video out.
Driver. This is a kind of a joke, a meme online because there's so many of them. Are you a student driver?
No, I'm not.
Why do you have the student driver sticker?
No, why are you taking video?
Chat, I seen a meme today this dude posted. He said, just cut a student driver off. Welcome to the real world, fuck nigga. Oh my God, I screamed, chat. When I read that meme, I screamed, just cut a student driver off. Welcome to the real world, fuck nigga. Oh my God.
We're doing a survey for people that have
no
student driver
chill.
stickers.
I'm not a student.
Bro,
Do you have a student driver in your family?
Before I am a student driver, so I kept it. I forgot to remove it.
How old are you?
30.
I have a sticker which I put it
You
inside
have a
my.
student driver sticker?
That's for my girlfriend, so.
Come on. So your girlfriend has a student driver sticker.
And she has a student driver license.
Is your girlfriend a little girl?
No.
How old is she?
She's about 30. She just started driving. She wouldn't drive, learning to drive.
I see. Did she know how to drive in India?
Yeah.
I see. So it's a difficult translation over here?
Yeah, it's left to right and all that. So probably she did her course 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Generally, it looks a little scammy almost.
Sure, yeah. Now I know that's a great thing. I'll remove that.
Is that your sticker?
Yes.
It is. Yes. Are you a student?
Hey, another thing too, about these H1B visa people, citizen, the H1B people, is that their culture, they live differently too, so they're saving money in a different ways as well. As Americans, Black Americans, white Americans, we tend to kick our kids the fuck out the house. I'm just gonna say it. At 18, most kids are getting out, going off to college or going to the work field, getting their own first home. And once they leave home, you know, it is what it is. Now, there are people who do, you know, stay at home, but as a culture, it's not really a culture thing for us. When it comes to the Indians or the Asian cultures or even the Latino communities, they have generations inside of a household. So now you're saving not only on just rent and expenses, you're saving on child care. You're buying in bulk, cooking for the family. It's just a culture that breeds saving.
Driver.
No.
Why do you have that sticker?
My kid sometimes tries that.
I see. But if so many of these highly specialized H1B Indians first came to America to study at our colleges and then stayed here until they got an H1B visa to work, then why exactly aren't American students educated in the same schools qualified to work the jobs we've been told we need these Indians for? Are Indians somehow vastly more overqualified than every other nationality on the planet and therefore receive 70% of America's H1B visas? I met up with Mavash Siddiqui, a U.S. Foreign Service officer.
So that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to these groups of people that may have nice houses, they may have a nice house in the neighborhood, but it might be 4 generations living in that house, or it might be cousins and, you know, brother, sister, 3 families, 4 families in that one big house. It might be a 5-bedroom, 6-bedroom, but it might be 4 families under their roof. You might see Mercedes trucks parked outside. You might see a Jaguar truck parked outside, but they're saving. Think about that $500 a week you're paying for daycare. They don't have to pay for that. Just think about all the kids in the house. It might be 4 or 5 kids in the house. That might be $2,500 a week on daycare. They're not paying that. Tutors and shit like that, they're not paying that. All of those, it's just a different culture. And they spend their money on different things. I don't know of Indians to have, I've never heard of an Indian just having a drug habit. Just gonna be honest. They're probably not buying any za. They're probably not buying cigarettes. They're probably not buying any hard drugs. Like, let's just be honest. They spending their money on fly shit.
Officer with 21 years of experience in national security and foreign policy, who worked as a visa officer at the U.S. consulate in India to understand what's going on here.
I'm not representing the US government. I'm not representing any other entity. It is just me, myself, and I speaking from my personal experience as a consular officer in India, which was 20 years ago. So an H1B visa is a guest worker visa. It's a temporary status visa. You abide by the laws of the United States as a non-immigrant, and then your permanent residence needs to be in India, so you have to return back. When I served in India, my job was initially to basically focus on what is known as non-immigrant visas, that it is a travel document which is meant for temporary visitors. What I saw in terms of industrialized fraud was there was systemic corruption and fraud happening because everybody and their mother wanted to go to the United States. In that jurisdiction of Chennai, we were mainly
H-Buster, if they stop you at the airport and you tell them that you know me, man, you might just get the VIP treatment, man. They might roll out the red carpet for your ass straight to the back to get a damn pat down. I'm just gonna be honest with you, H-Buster. You mentioned my name coming through to America, man, your ass is gonna get a one-way ticket to the back to get patted down, man. They're gonna put the little scanner over you and everything, man.
Mainly seeing a lot of fraud patterns come from Telangana, the Telugu community, and really ravenous hunger amongst the 16 to 45 years of age people to basically use the visa loophole in order to cut the line and actually emigrate to the US. So the intent was to come to the US, work here, find an avaricious lawyer, go to the Department of Homeland Security, you change your status from like a visitor visa to a permanent residence. This hunger and craving that I saw created this systemic, massive ecosystem of fraud. For instance, when I went as part of the fraud management unit to this place called Hyderabad, there is a huge back in.
Yeah, I mean, Indians probably do smoke, but they're not smoking like damn rappers, bro. They probably ceremonial smoke or some shit like that, man. Like, let's be real, man. They spend their money differently than Americans, man. They live differently than Americans, you know. They have a real traditional culture. A lot of, especially in the Asian cultures too, the grandparents have the ultimate say so. So it's not uncommon to have, you know, at least 3 generations inside of the house. I don't know about Indians specifically, but I'm assuming that they would have a similar structure. And that means like it's not a lot of fucking going on in that house, man. It's a lot of respect. It's like a well-oiled machine over there, man.
Industry called Amirpet. There's a visa industry where you have storefronts after storefronts focused on basically creating fraudulent documents. So a lot of F1 students, I'll give you an example. You know, there were 400 of them and they all had the same bank documents, but they had the guts to present these documents, which basically were fake transcripts, fake bank statements, and also, you know, fake degree certificates or high.
See, what I mean is y'all saying they smoke hash. They see, man, listen, what I'm talking about is like rappers, man. Like black people smoke weed like rappers, man. The white boys with the grows and shit, they smoking like rappers, man. I'm talking about zips and shit, 3 5s and backwoods, man, 5 gram backwoods, man. The Indians not smoking like that, man. They might got their peace pipe, you know what I'm saying, the hookah or something, man. Come on, bro. They not smoking like that, man.
High school diplomas, etc. So it was industrialized in the sense there were factories, and they also had these storefronts saying green card would be possible within 6 months, kind of thing. Like, you know, we were just like so overwhelmed that there was this pressure to issue, right?
And where was this pressure coming from?
The U.S. Embassy in Delhi had obviously a political appointee ambassador. This is during the George W. Bush days. And then we had obviously the consul general, but there were politicians who were pressuring, whether from the South India arena or from Delhi itself, saying, you know, you need to issue visas in order to make a better, stronger bilateral relationship happen. even if that individual is not qualified. At one point, we had this ludicrous pressure to say, if that person is not a terrorist, go ahead and issue thing. And so we started the system in Chennai to revoke H1B visas, where we saw a lot of.
See, it's crazy. It's damn near like in America, it is almost like, I don't know, it's like they just different. Is it kind of like that everywhere in the world, Chad? It's like when people move to America, do they just power up? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the versions of Indians that I'm seeing right here, like in India, they're not like the Indians that I'm seeing over here in America, man. It's like the Indians over here in America having their way with this shit, bro. Let's be honest, man. They having their way with this shit, man. It looks like totally. Is that how it is for all groups, man? Like when Australians move to America, do they turn up, man? Like, are they like, you know what I mean? Because I know it's kind of like that with the Africans, man. When the Africans come over here, man, it's like the Africans assimilate to the culture, man. They start appropriating black culture a little bit, man. And they get to feeling like the shit. They turn up, man. They come to America and turn up. So is it like that for the Indians?
Fraud happen. The United States spits out 150,000 people a year. Amongst 800,000 students, you have 100,000 who've gone through this rigorous, like, computer science coursework, and then they're told they don't have an opportunity to work in our industry. But then you have these Indian H1Bs come in with just a Microsoft certification. Some even had the guts to present us with graphic designing, which is very different from, taking C, C++, assembly language, SQL, third degree calculus. That's very different. So it's just interesting how we had a very hard time revoking these, because it's not like a simple revocation. It's a bit of a uphill battle for a public servant or a consular officer to revoke those, where the burden of proof falls on me. After a long, grueling day of interviewing 200 people, you have a stack of these H1B revocations that you have to type up and send to the Department of Homeland Security and say, this is why we suspect fraud, which means, you're providing pictures and documents and a narrative and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have that luxury of time. So I saw the cracks and I warned people.
Are these H1B visa holders superior to Americans in every way imaginable?
Absolutely not in screaming letters, NOT. So that's the halo effect that they have benefited from, essentially because of, the Indian lobby. Everyone's benefiting in this whole, system, right? Like, there's kickbacks that everyone gets. The visa back industry is there. So people have created this narrative. It's almost like information operations against the United States, right? Where
we are somehow inferior to the labor supply in India. And I say India because 70% of the H-1Bs are coming from India.
Exactly, right? And there is a visa category.
Got a chokehold on the industry. Chokehold on it.
That they could leverage, called the O1 visa, if they were indeed those, super geeks or very smart people. But these are not exemplary individuals. These are run-of-the-mill people. But when they come here between the 16 to 45 years of age, and the ones who have basically taken the F1 visa route, and then they get sashayed into the OPT program, and then they get preferential treatment by the Silicon Valley managers and the various IT industry managers who are basically get seated in the H1B managerial role. They would prefer their own Indian people, because it's not about necessarily, because the Indians are the best and the brightest. Bribery is quite normalized. The sad part.
That shit is nepotism, man. You want to work with people that look like you, that think like you, that act like you, man. You go to work sometimes, right, chat? And there's one person that just pisses you the fuck off, man. And you think, like, if everybody here was just kind of cool, it'd be cool. Well, that happens in the hiring process. It happens, man, in every community, man. In every community. Happens.
It is. I saw a lot of H1Bs as well as J1.
That was one reason they had some damn diversity laws. Subconsciously, Chad, you identify with people you're gonna want to work with people that you identify with. And if you don't know anybody from a can of paint, you've never seen them before, how would you identify with them? Probably culturally, probably most likely culturally, off the bat.
Especially physicians and others who have bought their seats into medical school, and you have 40% percentile on your score sheet. You're basically an F student, but you can get ahead. That sort of stuff does not jive with our values. Our values are very different. Any minority American would have a worse chance to get into any of these big IT companies because the value system is different, where
See, that's the difference. I played ball on a team. I done a lot of team things that I didn't look at anybody differently. But when it comes to hiring process, you're bringing someone into your place of work, right? So you know that, let's just say the economy is the way it is. It's hard to find a fucking job, right? And you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 friends, right? And you know that your company has 2 openings. You're the one that has the final hiring decision. More than likely, if one of your friends apply, you're going to give your friend that job. And it just so happens that most people, friends, look like them or have shared ideas or culturally the same. Straight up. It's nothing against the next person. It's just that you're going to put your people on. You're going to put someone on from your neighborhood, someone on that knows the kind of life that you grew up in. If it's blue collar, you're going to hire a guy that you know is blue collar. He grew up in the same shit you did. Y'all might have worked at a damn sawmill together back in the day, and now he needs a job. You identify with him. You're going to hire people you identify with.
the H1B manager would expect that these people that he's bringing in, whether he or she are bringing in, the idea is to get a cut from their salaries. It's almost like a pyramid scheme. It's like a kickback scheme.
And now you got a cut being involved. So now when you put in the layers of it, you're already hiring somebody, and now you want to get a kickback. So are you going to ask somebody that you don't fucking know, or somebody that you have no ties to be like, hey, if I hire you, I want 25% of every fucking check you get forever? No, you can't do that with just fucking Susie Beth that put in an application. No, you gotta hire whoever's son, Bradley's son. You gotta hire damn Jerome's son or Abdul's son, somebody you have ties to. Now listen, Abdul, I'm gonna hire your son, right? We're gonna bring him in on an $85,000 salary, right? I need 25,000 of that. So tell Abdul that no matter what this fucking ADP paperwork says, he's on a $60,000 salary. The rest of that shit is mine. Or Abdul's not gonna get a fucking job. It is what it is. Now picture that on a mass scale.
It's like pay skimming, for instance. So nice quid pro quo system, and everyone's happy. No one outs the other. And that basically the IT manager does know that if he or she gets outed, then this person will lose their job. So it's kind of like an honor among thieves. So today, I don't know what things look like, but I'm aware, from a lot of my colleagues who are currently working, that fraud has ballooned. So then you have like religious workers being invited on an H1B. You have accountants being invited on an H1B. These are not specialized skills. Teachers being invited. Our colleges and universities create these wonderful, best and brightest computer scientists and computer programmers and engineers. After a 4-year college degree, we go through rigorous training. That holistic training that happens in the United States far supersedes what you find amongst the H1B cloud.
And out of all the 50,000 plus visa applications,
how many of those were legitimate?
There were, I mean, easily between 70 to 80%. That was my denial rate. And we created that gold rush.
One example of how H1B Indians are used to suppress American wages, it all starts with this guy who needs some more cheap labor. To avoid the headache and cost of hiring an American, he outsources the job to an IT staffing company. This IT staffing company claims to have an army of high-skilled H1Bs to fulfill the contract, all at a cheaper cost. And most of the
So chat, now that he's talking about staffing companies, I do have some data. I meant to pull it up yesterday for you guys. What was that data that I had? Basically they were saying that staffing company stocks were down, so that's showing the actual job economy market. Like a lot of these staffing company stocks are down 50%, 60. Here it is. Hiring has collapsed. Staffing companies are down 50 to 70%. Some publicly traded job sites have lost over 90% of their value. So that's where we're seeing even the staffing sites and staffing companies are done. It's toast.
time, these IT staffing companies will rent an office like the empty ones you're about to see, put that address on their H1B's employees' paperwork, basically telling the government, don't worry, here's the office where he'll be working. But the reality is the IT staffing company won't use that office for anything and will send the H1B employee directly to the client's worksite. The client gets cheaper labor without the responsibility of sponsoring the H1B. The H1B makes great money compared to what they'd make in India. They can work towards getting a green card in the US, and most importantly, they don't have to live in India. All while the IT staffing company collects the spread between what they underpay their H1B employee and what the client pays them. It's a win-win-win for everyone but the American worker.
India number one. Number one.
Now let's go investigate these genius Indian IT staffing companies littered all over Texas. But real quick, I just made $100 by playing games on my phone.
Airport.
West Airport. Okay, so there's no one working from the residential address here?
Why do they work for where is your home?
Excuse me?
Where is your home?
Where is your home? Do you live in your home or do you live in your toilet or somewhere?
No, I don't live in my toilet, sir. So I'm only asking because the LCA state that this is the address. Is that not the case?
No.
So you don't...
Go to my workspace. Are you from government?
No, I'm not from the government. I'm conducting an independent investigation.
If you are not for government...
Yes?
Work right now, I don't have any people, but you can go to the workplace and work there.
All right. We'll take a look at your office. Thank you. Some attitude.
Yeah. But why would this guy file 8 LCAs with the worksite listed as his residential home? So we went to his office only to find a collaborative worksite and his completely empty unit.
No one in their office. Hari Madiraju finessed us. Let's give him a phone call.
Please leave your message for 214.
You son of a bitch.
And strangely enough, many of these ghost offices were often clustered in the same locations, starting with V4 Tech.
V4 Tech, very official. Okay, take a look inside. We see some sort of Eastern monk-like statue right there. We have an empty little meeting room in the back here. It's almost like no one's here.
Who would pay thousands of dollars a month to rent an office with no signs of human life, locked during work hours in the middle of the work week, with no employees in sight?
I have a question for you. Do you know where they're at? Your neighbors?
No idea.
No idea? Okay, thanks so much.
It costs money to rent this place, and it's during business hours during the week.
It's a ghost office, a shell. They have paper compliance, they have the physical location they can register their H1Bs to, and then they can send them off to go work elsewhere. So V4 Tech Inc., completely empty. They should be here. Someone should be here. 420. This is going to be a good one.
And there were more ghost offices all over this complex.
We got no sign on this one. Hello? Hello? They ever show up here? Yeah. I just want to ask you, do you guys actually have neighbors? Does anyone ever show up?
That's a great question.
It's a good question, right?
That's a great question. Why are you asking this question?
Because we're convinced that this is a body shop. They have paper compliance and no one actually works out of here. There's like 9 separate units in this business complex. No one's here. These ghost offices. I'm ready. Yeah.
Is that on?
It's on. We're ready.
Good. He is thinking correctly.
You were thinking correctly.
NG Talent Tech Group LLC, based in this office, filed 23 LCAs, and there wasn't a soul in their unit. Everything was empty.
Hello?
Hello?
Knock, knock.
This one didn't even have a sign on the door. Talenton Technologies claims to have 6 H1Bs. No one's here. In-office presence on the following days. Tuesday and Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Where were our elite Indian engineers and programmers holding the American economy on their shoulders? We have DevApps IT. This is...
They're hybrid workers, man. Hybrid.
the best looking one thus far. We have 11 H1Bs. No one's here. Hello. Hey, do you know if your neighbor's here?
I hardly see anybody over there now.
We think they might be running a body shop.
All right, Timothy.
Yeah.
Good night, Timothy.
What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised. Last time I saw somebody here was probably 4 months ago.
4 months.
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. Double tap the screen, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal.
Let's go. That's crazy. We're the Indians?
Yeah.
They appear to be body shops. Basically, all I'm asking is, are there revolving doors of empty office complexes with a bunch of Indians?
And there's revolving people.
Revolving
So
people,
we're-
different people.
We're in this unit here.
Okay.
The one next to us.
Okay.
People show up about every...
So you see a new group of people coming in and out of there?
And most of the time it's empty.
It's empty.
Like probably 11 months out of the year.
If you found out there were 10 body shops running out of this complex, what would your thoughts be?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It just, the way that things are here in America right now, it just it wouldn't surprise me. Like,
You think we're cooked?
yeah, absolutely, yeah. It doesn't seem like Abbott really cares that much. Like, he's probably getting paid himself, so our whole government's cooked.
But to my surprise, we finally found an office with an Indian inside. But the sign they had hanging in their office listed a different company than what they had filed under. Is this Grand IT LLC? You guys work here?
Yeah.
This is a body shop?
No, it's IT service.
Are you guys a staffing company?
Yeah, IT staffing.
Sweet. What's your name?
Sachin.
Sachil? Tyler. Good to meet you.
Tyler, what's the name of this place?
Grand IT LLC, right?
Grand IT LLC, and this is one more.
Wait,
company,
what's
Executive
this?
Software Guild. It's
So
IT
you
staffing
guys share offices or what?
company. No. Like
So are you guys Grand IT or Executive
both,
Software?
We have both companies.
Both, okay. And you're not a scammer.
Oh, no.
Who was Executive Software Guild Inc. and who is this Prada-dripped Indian? Where were the other employees? What do we got? We got a brand new TV right here.
Yeah, it's a brand new TV. It's like a regular meeting area.
Okay. And how many people work here?
6 people.
Okay. What are their names?
So, I mean, we have multiple people changing. We have.
Yeah.
All right, Chad, that's enough of that, man. We get the picture, man. They ass sitting there on some fake-ass paperwork getting it in, man, using nepotism to line the pockets of everybody. It's basically a pyramid scheme at the highest level. This is a Zelenskyy interview from
For more
last
than
week.
4
I haven't watched it, man. It's from last week, though, but this is a Zelenskyy interview. He came out today and made some statements as well. We're going to get in the Discord too, chat. I'll be in the Discord in like 10 minutes where we'll have a discussion, debate, whatever y'all want to talk about. If you got any question that y'all want to ask me or debate me about, now is the time. I do want somebody to come and defend what we was talking about earlier. So if you still in here, get in the Discord, defend that shit, man. I'll be in there in like 10 minutes, chat.
years, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelenskyy has been going round the world, pressing other leaders for help, for cash, for military support to help push back the Kremlin's aggressive invasion of his country. But now, with the tension on America and Israel's war with Iran that's spread across the Middle East, there's fear in Kyiv that leaders are distracted and a plea from the leader not to look away. Mr. President, you are now leading your country into a 5th year of war, but there is war in another part of the world now too. How worried are you?
That's crazy. Zelensky's been at war for 5 years. Zelenskyy went from on the stage fucking dancing to leading a country into a 5-year war.
That the conflict in the Middle East will turn people's attention away from what's happening in your country?
У мене дуже нехороше відчуття.
I have a very bad feeling about the impact of this war on the situation in Ukraine. But of course, first of all, any war is bad for the people, a lot of losses. Therefore, certainly, I really want the war to be stopped, to be over. Nothing is stopped just like that, of course. but there is a diplomatic way. If it could be turned around, that would be right, in my opinion. As for the influence of the war in the Middle East on our state, on our people, of course, there is a shortage of fuel in the world, and everyone is talking about it today, and this is a problem for us. But our priority is honestly protection, the protection of our people's lives.
Дефіцит пального є в світі, і всі про це сьогодні говорять. І для нас це проблема, але пріоритет у нас, чесно, захист життя.
Missiles for air defense, but the next winter will still come. Yes, there is still time, but it will come. Time is running out very fast. Therefore, there are consequences for the air defense. And the focus of America is more on the Middle East than on Ukraine, unfortunately. Therefore, you see that our diplomatic meetings, trilateral meetings, are constantly postponed. There is one reason: war in Iran.
Відкладаються. Причина одна: війна в Ірані.
What is the current status of any of those meetings between Russia, America and your country to try to find some kind of settlement? You say they've been delayed. Are they actually happening at all? Or are they off for now because President Trump is concentrating on Iran?
Трамп концентрується на Ірані. Переговорні групи.
President Trump is concentrating on Iran, but the negotiations groups are talking among themselves. Our group is talking to the American side every day. I know that Americans are talking to the Russians every day too. The American side, because of this war in Iran, said that it was ready to host both sides in America. We confirmed our participation, but the Russians are against meeting in the United States of America.
What's up,
That's
Gino?
why, for the time being, we're trying to focus on America proposing a date and place. Ukraine will support any date and any place, but...
What's up, Gito? What's up, Elliot? You said, why can't Russia unalive that guy? Zelensky, they say he's smooth when he moves. Zelensky got that paper too, man. Remember they said Zelensky worth some chicken. Also, I'm pretty sure Zelensky's well protected, man. Zelensky's well protected. He's probably in bunkers and shit.
Certainly not in Russia.
Але, безумовно, не в Росії.
We know, though, that Russia is helping Iran. You called them today brothers in hatred. Is the Kremlin benefiting from the war in Iran? President Trump's eased off some sanctions on Russian oil. So is Putin gaining from Trump's action in the Middle East?
Путін буде хотіти довгу війну.
Putin will want a long war. For Putin, a long war in Iran is a plus. In addition to energy prices, it means the depletion of US reserves and the depletion of air defense manufacturers. I don't want to go back to air defense, but it's clear any war is a depletion of resources. And of course, America has allies, the Europeans. If America needs additional resources, they will ask Europe. And Europe, as an ally, will give America what America asks for. So we have a depletion of resources. So it is beneficial for Putin that the resources do not go to Ukraine, against whom he has directed his army and is fighting with. He needs to weaken us, and this is a long process. The Middle East is one of the ways to do that.
Потрібно послаблювати нас, а це...
It's some reports that Putin's losing anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 men a day.
Worried that those vital Patriot missiles could not be there for you when you need them.
Буде точно дефіцит.
There will definitely be a deficit. I understand this absolutely. I understand how PAC-2 and PAC-3 are used, how they're used in the Middle East. It's my clear understanding that at the beginning of the war, the Middle Eastern countries threw absolutely everything to destroy the drones using PAC-3 because they work against any air target. And I absolutely know that the question now is when will all the stockpiles in the Middle East be exhausted? And today, America produces 6...
You said, why can't Ukraine get that Putin guy? What, ex-KGB, man? We know Putin in bunkers, man. We got to understand, chat. We just seen the Ayatollah be unalived. We seen Maduro get snatched. But there's a couple leaders in the world where if something happens to them, shit's just not gonna be okay. Shit's just not gonna be okay. Like Trump, if some shit happens to Trump, the world is not gonna be okay. All hell is gonna break loose. Some shit happens to Putin, all hell is gonna break loose. Kim Jong-un or Chi, if they find out it was a foreign government, it wasn't some inside domestic shit, all hell is gonna break loose. It's some people in that their countries are not fucking playing about them, man.
60 to 65 missiles per month. Imagine, 65 missiles per month is about 700 to 800 missiles per year, produced each year, yeah? And on the first day in the Middle East war, 803 missiles were used.
Було витрачено 803 ракети.
So what will that mean for Ukraine if those missiles are all depleted?
Виклик.
A challenge.
Ще один виклик.
Another challenge, to look for opportunities to negotiate with manufacturers, to work with different partners, to talk to Europe again, while understanding that they gave us as much as they could and left a certain amount for themselves. But Europe will need to help us. I understand that sometimes it may sound a little arrogant. I apologize. This is a question of life itself.
Може, трішки нахабно, я прошу вибачення, це питання про життя.
What would you say then to Western leaders now? You're in more jeopardy than just a few short weeks ago.
Збирати силами.
We need to gather our strength. Unity is number one. Speed is number two. Not to compete about who has made a contribution to civilization and to the development of history. Because now we have people living. We live now. Children now. People have grandchildren now. All this is now. We are talking about what is now and what will be tomorrow. You have to act very quickly. Those who are strong must help the weak. Those who are technological share their technologies. Today, all our European friends need to be able to give us the maximum licenses, rights, opportunities for the industrial sector of Ukraine. Because in terms of military tech, today we are the number one, because of the war. We are not smarter than other European countries, but because of the war, we have underground manufacturers. We have lots of different ones, and very many of them. Give us licenses for us to produce arms, which are in deficit, and Ukraine will do everything to increase. This is our number one interest.
Ми в цьому зацікавлені номер один.
And you've become the experts in the most painful way possible, but there is a real sense of turmoil around the world now, and it's just over a year since we last spoke, days after your showdown in the Oval Office with President Trump.
You said Zelenskyy, you said Ukraine should have just joined Russia. They could have already taken Germany. I don't think, some people just want to be sovereign and live life. Some people, some nations don't want to just, take over other countries.
Trump. Last week, he said that you were the obstacle to peace.
What's up, Fries?
What did you think when you heard that?
Мені здається, я вже все сказав. Якщо чесно.
I think I already said everything, to be honest.
Україна жоден.
Ukraine. Every normal Ukrainian man or normal Ukrainian woman, I believe this is what we are not an obstacle to peace. Because in this war, we have only encountered losses. Russia attacked us. We lost our peace. Russia was pressuring us. We were losing people. We want to develop economically. We want to build a country, modern, strong. But we are now putting all our money into weapons. We are living people, and the time is passing.
I see y'all talking about him wearing the dress and this and that, and he was an actor. Trump was an actor too, Tony Toast. Wasn't Reagan an actor too?
And all this time, our children are growing up, becoming adults. We don't see this. And for some, I don't complain about myself, I feel sorrow for many people. They have a huge tragedy. Their children could be killed on the front line.
Yeah. Tony, Zelenskyy was an actor, Reagan was an actor, Trump was an actor, Obama Kahoot.
Defending the country. And that's why we are so demanding about the conditions for the end of the war and guarantees of security, so that the war does not start again. We do not want this hell again in which we live today and survive.
Умов закінчення війни і гарантій безпеки.
And that has to be real. It is real life for your countrymen and women, and it has been for more than 4 years now. But it is obvious, we've all seen it on our screens, that the personal relationship between you and Donald Trump has been a difficult one.
You're gambling with World War III.
Do you believe that President Trump wants you or Russia to win this war?
I think he really wants the war to end. He wants to finish this
Now,
war.
that's a different question. Do you think he has a clear view of who he wants to see win in the end?
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. Let's get to 250 likes right quick. You said, yeah, Trump did cuss him, and the Russia-Ukraine war was the start of World War III. I think it's safe to say, chat, that we are in the thick of World War III. With everything that's going on right now, we got Russia-Ukraine, we got Israel, America, Iran, we got Israel, Lebanon, we got Pakistan, India, we got China looking around, we got the Houthis back involved. Yeah, this is World War III. It's going on. It's safe to say that it started with Russia-Ukraine.
А я думаю, що я думаю, що він по-іншому до цього.
I think he has a different attitude to it, it seems to me. He wants to end the war because he talked about it and promised it to voters and to everyone. He wants to finish it quickly. He thinks about the very moment of the end of the war, how to do it more easily. So it is probably more difficult to negotiate with the Russians. He thinks about this. Why? Because the Russians are big, have a lot of weapons, a large country, a lot of people, etc. Well, and that's why he thinks that the dialogue with us is a faster path. And that is the path. Why? Because it is expected that we would concede concessions. So that is not about agreements.
Поступок. Тобто це не зовсім про домовленості.
But it is, though, extraordinary, though, is it not? Every other Western leader, pretty much, says clearly.
I don't know. We're about to see. Y'all see capitulation tour. Well, we already got, schools, hospitals being blown up. We already got Oracle being targeted. They just said they're going to target a $30 billion data center over there. So I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. It probably is the week of escalation. They're saying that they got a 45-day ceasefire on the table. I don't know how true that is, or if it's just market manipulation like we've seen over the last few weeks. But what I can say is Trump basically just said he ready to commit some fucking war crimes, man. I'm just going to be honest with you. He said they asked him what's off the table. He said very little. Very little, man. He's talking about blowing up bridges, knocking out power infrastructure, taking out the water, man, sending their ass back to the Stone Age, man. This is a critical point. A real critical point.
Repeatedly, that your country was the victim of an illegal invasion. They clearly have given an expression that you must be protected until the end of this conflict. It's not just about giving a deal, and you don't feel that President Trump shares that view?
Я думаю, так. Президент Трамп, може він з команди, вони обрали для себе...
I think so. President Trump, maybe he and his team have chosen for themselves a certain strategy. They have chosen a strategy to have a close dialogue with Putin, not to irritate him, because Europe irritated him and Putin does not want to talk to you.
Well, they're saying Qatar is already making concessions right now. So I see what you said, H-Buster. You said say goodbye to the Gulf states. Probably. But I think Trump's already made that decision when he talked about the Greater North. When Hegseth came out and spoke about the Greater North, they already said that the damn mirage of Dubai is over with, man. Dubai's not safe. It doesn't matter if you're getting tax-free. Doesn't matter about the damn investments and shit. A lot of their oil, and if this escalates, man, they might knock off all of that shit over there, man. It might just be bombing oil reserves and oil refineries. It may be none of that shit anymore, man. I believe they've already written that the fuck off, man. Think about it. Trump got the $400 million jet. They talking about Kushner had a 1 billion penthouse. And now we got Qatar making concessions. Because they got bombed the fuck up, man. People was in hotels getting hit with drones and shit, man. They talking about bombing the water over there. If the water's gone, it's over with, man. Quality of life has gone to shit. Quality of life has gone to shit instantly, immediately. So weird.
Europe. Not to be completely on the Ukrainian side, because Europe stood on the side of Ukraine, defending us. And look, Putin says that he doesn't want to have anything to do with Europe. And Trump said that he will be between us. He as negotiator, and he will not be on any side. So he's not on any side. That's what he demonstrates. That he is a mediator. That is what is happening.
See, this is the thing. You say he acts like the U.S. isn't touchable. It's kind of like, at this point, if they're going to attack mainland United States, it's going to be rather, hard, man. I'm not going to lie to you. And if Canada or Mexico is in collaboration, they'll probably just be annexed. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you. When it comes to the restoration of American maritime dominance, they're not bullshitting with anything coming through their water, especially in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, I did see that they're sending, what are they sending over there to the Middle East? That was supposed to be the U.S. is deploying, hold on, damn, I just lost it. The U.S. is deploying nearly its entire inventory of JASSM-ER stealth cruise missiles for the Iran war, per Bloomberg. The Pentagon ordered Pacific stockpiles pulled at the end of March. Missiles from the continental U.S. are being moved to CENTCOM bases and RAF Fairford. So those were supposed to be contingencies for China. I'm just being honest with you, Ms. Bones. You don't think that they're gonna try? You don't think that if China is in cooperation with some shit, an ongoing attack? Okay, let's just say this: like how they're blocking the airspace and shit. Canada wouldn't get involved. Canada's not gonna be like, hey, y'all can fly over our airspace to attack America. If Canada says some shit like that, man, this administration is gonna try to take Canada, man. It is what it is, man. Straight up. I don't know if you believe it or not, but man, if Canada and Mexico get on some shit like y'all can fly over our airspace to attack mainland America, man, I don't know, Chad. Might be over with, man. It might be over with.
I have always spoken openly about this. We all in Ukraine wanted President Trump to be on our side, because I believe that if more countries are on the side of Ukraine, that means increasing pressure on Russia. But America has its own.
You said Canada won't be annexed. I don't think it will either, but I don't think Canada will let people use their airspace. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I said if Canada were to let people use their airspace, I don't think Canada will. And that's why I was saying people, when the question was, we think U.S. is untouchable. And I said, no, the U.S. isn't untouchable, but it's short of certain things that will have to happen. Damn near a nuke. Because coming through that Atlantic Ocean, it's going to be some smoke knocked off of those boats. And if they come any other way, they will probably have to use Canada or Mexico, which if Canada or Mexico was in collaboration with said country, I don't think it will end up good.
Strategy. Europe has a strategy of its own. It's their choice.
Це збільшення тиску на.
I understand Canada at our back, but what I'm saying is I don't think Canada would turn like that. Like how these other countries are saying, no, you can't use our airspace for this. Like, I don't think Canada would say that. And I also don't think Canada would allow some, I don't know though, Chad. I don't know. Because we do have this NATO situation ongoing as well, right? Oh, shit. Yeah, we do have this NATO situation going on as well. That NATO situation puts a wrench in the game, Chad. Honestly, the NATO situation puts a big wrench in the game when it comes to Canada and Greenland. That's what I'm saying, Lee. That NATO situation does put a wrench in the game.
Росію. І я вважаю, що з Росією працює виключно тиск. Але
You said missiles can come from Cuba. How? It's a damn blockade on Cuba. Cuba already shit. Just trying to survive, man. It's already a blockade on Cuba. Missiles can come from Russia. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna have to be damn near a nuke. It's gonna have to be damn near a nuke for us. If they gonna send some shit from that far, they'll probably send some big shit.
у Америки своя стратегія, у Європи своя. Їм обирати.
Do you think that in any way Vladimir Putin is ready to do a deal from anything that you have seen?
Ні, він не готовий укласти угоду. Він не готовий укласти угоду.
No, he's not ready to sign any agreement. He wants us to sign a...
You said missiles don't care about blockades, but it's they have to resupply. It's kind of like shit. What they gonna do? It's a blockade.
an ultimatum with all those future risks that he understands, by the way. He understands that just leaving Donbass for sure means dividing our society. He understands that if there is a division in society in Ukraine, it can be used against us. And it has already happened, not just once in our country. We are focusing on uniting our society using these or other steps, and he's focused.
The doomsday clock was damn near there. Let's see. Doomsday clock. Live. Oh shit. "85 seconds to midnight. The closest it's ever been to a global catastrophe since its creation in 1947. Wow, that bitch is 85 seconds to midnight, bro. Wow. Wow. Less than 85 seconds.
Focusing on dividing. Why? A divided country is a weak country, and he could introduce whatever he wants and to continue with further occupation.
Продовжувати окупацію.
And you will never do that. You will never accept that for as long as you're president of Ukraine.
Я президент України.
I am the president of Ukraine. How can I agree to such things? We are ready to take steps for compromises, especially if America is engaged. But America is not seeking large compromises on the part of Russia.
They say one company bought all the, what is it, iodine or potassium, something that you need to for nuclear fallout. They say one company's buying up all of this shit right now.
It says that they're making compromises. But in my opinion, Russia is not making any compromises. Everything he wanted, the main goals, he did not achieve them. He wants to capture Donbass. This was his first main goal from the very beginning. Then additional goals appeared. But the first goal was the total occupation of the east of our country. Next, he wanted recognition of the territories that are currently...
Chad, I think they're about to start dropping pamphlets. I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. I think they're about to start dropping pamphlets, man, and doing targeted strikes on the Iranian regime leaders' homes to make them homeless and have it hit home, and they're just going to take the residuals when not Oracle, but whoever's data centers over there that they're about to blow up, I think they're just going to take the residuals. Honestly, I think they're about ready to drop some flyers over there, man.
...occupied, recognizing them as Russian. Therefore, I'm sure that he does not want to just stop. But it does not mean that he cannot be stopped. I'm honestly saying this.
In terms then of what you need to see the West do to step
K-Cell says it's beta iodine. All right, K-Cell. Appreciate that.
up to help to bring this conflict to a close. Obviously, the UK has been a proud backer of Ukraine since the beginning of this conflict. But what else do you need right now in order to bring this to a close?
Перше, справедливе відношення до всіх режимів, якщо є таке.
First, a fair attitude towards all regimes. If there is this sort of attitude towards Maduro or regime in Iran, then there should be the same attitude towards the Russian regime. Because the attitude of those people towards the policy of the West, or towards human rights, towards freedom, or their threats to use nuclear weapons and other types of weapons, they just don't differ. I always believe that with any issue, one must be honest, open and fair. Just be consistent.
Чесними, відкритими, справедливими. Тобто однакове відношення.
So you would like America and European allies to go and take out Putin like the Americans took out Maduro in Venezuela, like the US and Israel are now going after Iran?
Ні, я вважаю, дивіться.
No, I believe, look, that will be step two, removing the problem or removing the regime. But I am talking about the first step. I am saying step one is when people try to solve the issues diplomatically. So the first step to solve problems diplomatically should be the strong one, to give Putin the same conditions as other regimes. Speak with him, meet and say, look, you kill people. You illegally kill people. You are on other people's territory. You have killed a large number of people and you continue with the war. You are threatening to use nuclear weapons. You say openly that you will use nuclear weapons if something in the war is going against you. What do you mean by that? Who do you want to use nuclear weapons against? How is this regime different from Iran?
Проти кого ти хочеш використовувати ядерну зброю?
But people are now seeing turmoil right around the world. President Trump took out Maduro in Venezuela.
What's up, Just Talking? Yes, he can speak English, but this is a BBC interview. No diddy.
President Trump and Israel are attacking Iran, causing chaos and conflict across the Middle East with a war that you say is making life harder for Ukraine. Do you believe that President Trump and his actions have made the world more dangerous?
У мене не буде на це справедливої відповіді.
I will not have a fair answer to this. I will probably not be able to. I always try to speak objectively, not subjectively. But I have a subjective attitude towards the Iranian regime. We went through, we went through difficult relations with Iran, a dialogue with Iran, with Iranian officials. We went through difficult times, and we were only losing things. We didn't do anything to them. They shot down our plane, killed our passengers, the crew of their plane. People died. They did not admit it. They did not let the experts in. Then a full-scale war started. They handed over the Shahed drones to the Russians and were killing our civilians. I wanted to stop all that. I asked them. They promised that there would be no more than one batch of drones, and they carried on lying and giving weapons. That's why I think of them as accomplices of Russia.
So Iran have been doing things that have made your life harder for a long time, but we see day after day now President Trump criticizing NATO allies, just as we speak again this afternoon, criticizing Keir Starmer, criticizing Emmanuel Macron. You know what it's like to be criticized by President Trump. Do you believe that he has created a world that is more full of turmoil, that is harder for leaders to navigate?
Я вважаю, Америка сильна з Європи.
I believe that America is stronger with Europe. I believe that there's no NATO without America, and NATO doesn't exist without Europe. And I don't want to argue with anyone about who contributed more, the US or Europe, who gave more. They should not argue. This is not a competition. America and Europe are one civilized world, and despite distances, they have the same values and solutions. The fact is that NATO is a defensive alliance and is defending each other's countries. Therefore, I believe that any split in NATO will weaken both sides. I would really like President Trump to meet with Starmer, with the main countries so that they have a common position. We want to be allies with that kind of NATO, a strong NATO, where everyone respects one another and is ready to defend.
З таким НАТО, сильним НАТО, де всі один одного поважають і готові захищати.
They are obviously, though, at the moment having all sorts of differences of opinion. I mean, day after day, President Trump is railing against his allies.
So how does Zelenskyy make his money for all these mansions y'all keep saying he has, man? How does Zelenskyy make his money? How much does the Ukrainian president get paid?
You know what that's like, but does it worry you that the way that President Trump seems to be behaving is not creating respectful, healthy relationships between the Western allies? Or did you have any advice for Keir Starmer when you saw him today after you'd been criticized by President Trump? He's now getting that too.
They say Zelensky's estimated to be worth 20 and 30 million, reflecting his years in television, film production, and modest real estate holdings. His wealth is not derived from hitting yachts or offshore accounts, but rather from his entertainment career before politics.
Британія,
Say he was in entertainment career for over 2 decades.
United States – це, на мій погляд, головні союзники.
Britain, the United States are, in my opinion, the main allies who represent the whole of Europe and the bridge between Europe and America. And by all means, they can't be one without the other. I mean, the countries. We, the leaders, can be changed, but the society and the relationship between those countries should not be destroyed and lost.
Але суспільства і відношення між ними не можна зруйнувати і втратити.
You say there, leaders come and go. You said previously you would be willing to give up your position in exchange for NATO membership for Ukraine. Do you still believe that? You still would step aside? Would you step aside if it appeared that somebody else might be more likely to get a deal?
Я готовий.
I'm ready.
Абсолютно. Якщо б Україна була в НАТО, в правильному, здоровому, сьогоднішньому, здоровому
in the right,
союзі,
strong, healthy union, if NATO increased the power.
We did see his second in charge, man. Didn't they pull out all those that dresser full of hundreds? Didn't they pull out a dresser full of money from his second in charge, Chad?
Of the countries. If they respected our army not only in words, support is there, I'm grateful. But if it was recognized that our army today is one of the strongest, which could only strengthen NATO, obviously I would think that I did everything then. If Ukraine is in NATO, the war is over. The war is over. We are in a strong NATO union, then I think so. In principle, in my opinion, this is the main thing. I can't tell Trump what to do. Keir is a smart and very cool partner, absolutely. We know there are emotions in everyone at different times. I think that Keir, he's in touch with President Trump. He can meet with him and reload the relationship again. It happens. I don't see a big problem. To be honest, I do not see a big challenge.
В тому ваша історія.
Your history is stronger than the emotions of 2 or 3 people. Your history is simply stronger.
Ваша історія сильніша.
You are a war leader, the president of your own country, but you're also a family man. And we've had the pleasure of interviewing the First Lady of Ukraine on a couple of occasions. I just wonder, when were you last able to see your children who are becoming young adults through this now long war?
What does Zelensky's wife look like, Chad?
Молодими людьми це так, та донька їй вже 21 рік.
Young people, yes, yes. My daughter is already 21 years old. She's no longer a child. She's beautiful. I love her very much. And I'm very glad that she's the kind of person she is. It is important that she has her own personality. She has a personality. It's cool. She studies at the university. She will soon graduate from the university, but nevertheless, I see what she does, what she loves, what her passions are.
Я бачу, чи вона займається, що вона любить.
But I see it as, you know, there is a video, but there is also a photo. A video is when you have time. Yes, a lot. Like when you watch a movie. But photo is moments. And that's why all my meetings with my wife and my children are beautiful. But so far, these are beautiful photos, beautiful moments, because there is no time. And the son needs a father, probably even a little bit more now, because he's 13 years old.
And the First Lady told us your son wanted to be a soldier when he grew up at the beginning of the war. Does he still want to be a soldier like so many young men in Ukraine?
Це вибір.
This is a choice what to do. For me, the most important thing is the choice to be in Ukraine. For us, I'm sure that the war will end, but even after the war, we need youth in the country. For this, we need better conditions. Well, we are trying very hard, especially my wife. She spends most of her time on raising the children. I think she does it at such a great level, very right, very motherly. They are very patriotic children. They love Ukraine very much. This is the most important thing. This is such an emotion to understand who you are, what you are, and the choice of who you will be. And this is their only choice.
І це виключний їх вибір.
And do you ever think of life after the war?
Безумовно. Я живу.
Of course. I live this. I live in war because I want to end it. I don't live in a war as a president because I wanted
you
to.
said what the women doing, Jay Lee? The women in Ukraine right now are making drone parts. They're 3D printing the drone parts. Chat. Join the Discord voice chat right now, man. If we're gonna have a conversation, a debate, everybody can join up in the Discord voice chat. I'm headed in there right now.
To continue. I'm a person who thinks about the future. That's why I want a stable peace for Ukraine. Because I want peace. I want life. I want, how to say it, to get pleasure from life with people with time. To enjoy spending some time with people I love. That's what I want. More time, more enjoyment.
Ну, що я хочу? Більше часу, більше задоволення.
President Zelenskyy, thanks so much indeed for
Thanks so
speaking to the
much.
BBC today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, chat. Yeah, I'm just gonna read chat, man. I'm in the Discord. If anybody wants to join the Discord, I sent out a couple invites. What's up, Carlos? What's up, Too Strong? I sent out a couple invites, man. But we are in the Discord right now. I guess I'll take some questions, man. Yeah, you can ask me a quick question. What's the question you want to ask me, Lee? What's the question you want to ask, Lee? Yeah, Heather, I don't think this war is gonna end now either. What's up now? We got a few people in here. What's up, Steve? What's up, Carlos?
What up, can you hear me?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I don't know what this war is in. Did you pull up the interview with Barbara Walters and Donald Trump in like 1980?
Well,
Did you
yeah,
see that interview?
where he said he wants to take the oil that's on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
shore.
No, so this isn't like something new. Donald Trump's had it in his brain to steal Iranian oil since the 80s. This is just him having control of the CIA and the army and telling them, I want to do this. And they go, well, sir, we have these operations. Like they're gonna try to take Karg Island, but he can't hold it. It first off, to do a full war, look at the wars we had. Look at the Operation Operation Desert Storm. All right. 700,000 troops. Okay, that's how many it took to do it. 100 hours is all the war lasted, but 700,000 troops. Look at Operation Iraqi Freedom. Okay, we had 60,000 just Marines. We had like 150,000 that went in on the ground. 500,000 total forces went in. Donald Trump can't do a war. He's going to wait until they kill some Americans, and then he's going to try to take the pity card. I'm sorry, unalive people, and then try to use the pity card to get us more involved in the war. But this all is about one thing, dude. It's about distracting from the e-files. That's all this is about. Because once this is over, what happens now? People want to see those files again. And so this is just a distraction. This isn't serious. And I mean, I don't. You were saying something about Iran attacking us. Why would Iran attack the United States? Iran has never once harmed the United States. They've never.
I
They
didn't say
they
they
didn't
would
do an attack
attack
on
us.
the.
There was somebody in
Well,
the
when?
chat said that
Yeah,
America thinks
yeah.
they're
That's
untouchable.
well. The thing is, at our location, we're ground locked, so we kind of are. You know, Canada is in NATO. If we attack Canada, NATO will defend Canada. And then we'll fight here to get rid of their administration, and the new administration will come in and they'll flip it back around because America created NATO. Only person against it is the one guy who's best friends with Putin. And H Busted in the chat was saying some weird stuff like there's just a lot of propaganda that Russia put out that especially over in the UK the Brexit people they really bought into all this Russian propaganda. So that's how they're beating us. They're killing us on the propaganda war. Russia is defeated the Americans on the propaganda war because we're uneducated. They've destroyed us. That's how they got
How
Brexit
so?
was the propaganda war.
What's the propaganda
Propaganda?
war? No, I'm saying I know what propaganda is. I'm saying how so. Explain. You kind of made a
Okay,
general statement, but you kind of
I,
directed it at H
I'm
Buster. So
I'll
explain.
make it real clear. If you look at who was really pushing for Brexit, it was Putin. All right, he pushed that through the back channels and got it. Look, the whole thing when you start hearing them say stuff like Tucker Carlson, for example, even though he's right on Israel, he's completely wrong on Russia. Why? He went to Russia. He was in the Kremlin. He got trained by them. There's a channel called RT, Russian television. Anyone on Russian television has been paid worse than APAC. Those guys make millions of dollars to push a narrative, and the narrative is that this whole war was about getting Nazis. Then it was about NATO, like because NATO was encroaching upon Russia. All right, so Russia doesn't start any wars. It's not a real war. It's a military operation. Putin is a good friend. Putin is an ally to the Americans. All this is propaganda. All this is propaganda. Putin never involved in any of the in trying to get fix our elections. It's just Russia. Russia was all a hoax. All this is just propaganda. Just look at Mueller's investigation. 36 people charged. And to get even closer, look at Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort worked for the
Hold on.
Kremlin.
1 second, Steve. Najee comes through via super chat. Said good evening, plug. Good evening, Najee. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Love.
Corey World said you full of shit.
Hey, tell Corey I love him all day long. Like, I love Corey, even though I bust his balls a lot, but Corey still makes me laugh. It's all good, Corey.
Gil says
Tell Corey,
Putin's more of an ally to the people, not the president or politicians.
you see, and that's what I'm talking about. That's propaganda, and that's what happens when you let Russian bots influence our elections, influence our
Oh
day-to-day
shit, I didn't
lives.
see Lala in here. Lala, what's up, man?
Hey,
I didn't see
Lala,
you in here,
what's
Lala.
up, Lala? So that's the biggest problem we have is that we have a lot of Russian influence. You can look up Tim Pool. You know who Tim Pool is? Tim
Yeah.
Pool got charged. All those guys got charged with the case when they found out they're getting all like Tim Pool's making $100,000 per episode from Russian intelligence services. $100,000 per episode. All those guys, Dave Rubin was making money from Russian intelligence services,
I
and
got
all those guys.
when did that come out?
Oh, they just look it up. It's a federal case charged against him. Just look at Rush. Just look up RT Tim Pool federal charges.
It's a front for a Russian influence operation.
Yeah. So all these guys.
Is that similar with Desi is kind of tied into, but with the Israeli what was that? The Israelis or something like that with Desi Banks?
I don't know who Desi Banks is. Tell me who's Desi Banks? Because it may be. It could be.
He a comedian, based out of the South, out of Atlanta. and one of his Google accounts was flagged by like the government, had to be shut down because it was tied to like
They were
was
running
it
ads.
Israeli?
They were running
Yeah.
ads.
Yeah. So
So is
that
it something
that's
similar to that but it's with
uh
Russia?
way worse. Yeah. So RT got charged with being a Kremlin psyop, and they were basically like they were pushing a narrative, and I mean it worked. You have guys like Chris Hedges. You have all these major guys that got involved with it. Chris Hedges was going to run for senator in the United States, but he couldn't because they found out he was taking Russian money.
Oh, you talking about with Benny Johnson?
It's
It was Poole and Benny Johnson.
Benny Johnson, prime
Yeah.
example. All these guys, like it's like this. Just look up RT. If you want to hear some guy talk about Russia, just look up RT. If they're working for RT, that means that they took a bunch of secret money, and so to do that, to stay on board, you have to push the Russian narrative. And the Russian narrative is what Putin says. Putin says it once, and they all get the talking points, and he doesn't have to go and tell them verbatim. It's like as long as you keep the Russian talking point, but if you get off script, the money stops. And that's just what we know. It can be worse. The Kremlin is no joke. They have the best intel service in the world. It's the old KGB. Putin was a top KGB officer. You think that changed? The KGB never ended. The KGB runs the country right now to this day. And so they're the ones pushing to get rid of NATO. If they can get rid of NATO, they win because NATO is their biggest threat. And so, and remember, Ukraine wasn't trying to join NATO in 2014. Ukraine just wanted to join the EU. That's what they stopped. And the person that helped stop that was Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort worked for Donald Trump. He was his campaign advisor. It doesn't get any closer than that, dude. That's a clear link right there. Bam. So what Mueller said in his investigation is, like his investigation was designed to prove Donald Trump was innocent. All right, he did no harm. If you read this investigation at the end, it says, I cannot say that Donald Trump was not involved with the Russians. I can't say that. And that's what this investigation concludes. And Donald Trump says, see, it says I was innocent. That's not what he said. Now, the problem is Garland didn't prosecute Donald Trump. He should have immediately taken the Mueller case and prosecuted Donald Trump.
But don't you have the right to be innocent until proven guilty?
I mean, it's like this. There's two different levels of it. Like to be impeached, you don't have to even be guilty of a charge. All you got to do is just the appearance of a charge. Where does this come from? This is what they said about Bill Clinton back in the day. Even the appearance of wrongdoing is reason for impeachment. Okay, not an actual charge. Because what did Bill Clinton do that was illegal? He didn't do anything illegal. It was the appearance. See what I'm saying? Donald Trump made more than appearance.
Adultery is illegal though.
Well, I mean, it's name somebody that's been charged with it. Name somebody that's been charged with adultery in the past 10 years in the United States.
I mean, he was
So,
he was getting head in the Oval Office. Bill Clinton was cutting up, man. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Bill was out here wilding.
I mean, so remember, Donald Trump is also accused of having sex on the first time that there was a government shutdown. Remember, Bill Clinton did that during the government shutdown. That's when he happened. That's when he's along with
I
Monica
don't give a
Lewinsky.
fuck when Bill Clinton did it. He knew he ain't had no business fucking in the White House, and that goes for everybody. If Trump was fucking in the White House, he wrong too.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Donald Trump did the same thing, but he did it during his shutdown too. So that's why
Look at me different.
I'm gonna keep it real. If you the president, it's your house. But if you cheating in the White House, is different. I mean, the White House is your house. If you fuck.
But I'm gonna keep it a book though. You out here dealing with stress upon stress. Like we need to implement like the first mistress or something like that, and just make it like official now. Because we're gonna act like Bill Clinton was the only one getting down like that in the White House.
No,
Nigga, you gotta take that chance, nigga. You gotta
Kennedy.
risk it all. That's what I'm saying. If you want a freaking ball, you gotta risk it all, man. Shit, you take you a Secret Service member or two and go freaking ball, man. You can't be doing that shit in the White House, man.
I'm not defending Bill Clinton on any levels, but all I'm saying is that I want my president clear mind and level mind. And we as men know that post nut clarity is a mug. Before you go
Bro,
out here
you
and go
get
in
a
the war,
wife.
starting the
You get a
thing.
wife.
Look at
You get a wife.
Hillary. We know what that
It,
was. Let's come on.
that's.
We men.
I
We know
mean,
what that was.
nah,
You
dude.
married her for the
There's no excuse.
huh?
You're basically promoting infidelity, and there's no excuse. As the president of
I'm
the
not.
United States, you gotta be faithful to your wife, and it's your wife's responsibility to make sure that you stay low. Period.
So what
She
about
failed, and
JFK?
so did
What about
Melania.
JFK?
I include him too. Same problem. JFK messed up too. He absolutely messed up. He got away with it. It wasn't considered a problem back in those days. I mean, go back even further. Look at every president has done it. I think there's even stories of FDR. You know, he had some things on the side, but his was a little different. I think he was hooking up with his boys, and
Bro,
his wife
this
was
is
cheating
what it
on him.
is. This is what it is. It's kind of like this. In politics, having a marriage or a wife shows commitment and it shows credibility. So
Exactly.
once you have a wife, of course, that's when the infidelity becomes a problem because it's the commitment and the outlook. But it's a double-edged sword because in politics you are less likely to be elected as a single man. They kind of
That's true.
they kind of want you to have the family aspect. They want you to be, some businessmen say that they don't even take meetings with unmarried men.
Crazy. If you, do you know the story of Newt Gingrich? Newt Gingrich was the one that was pushing the impeachment against Bill Clinton. At the same time, Newt Gingrich was sleeping with his secretary while his wife had cancer.
Come on
He
now.
married the
Let's talk
secretary.
about it. But I'm
Yeah,
looking at it, okay, if we talking about politics, right? And I'm looking at it from a different angle from it as well, too. Because I'm looking at it, if you're doing something that's politically unpopular at the moment of time, then yeah, we about to go and expose what you doing, even though everybody doing it. You feel me? So when you saying Greenrich and you saying
Newt
people that
Gingrich.
might have a problem, yeah, that dude, whatever, you have a
Yeah.
problem with the economy and stuff. We got to also look at the time what was going on with Bill Clinton and stuff. When he inherited inherited the office, the economy wasn't at its greatest, and then all of a sudden the influx of money, the inflation of the economy and stuff. It was people that was against that because they foreshadowed and seen what was going to happen in the future, i.e., what we had went through with the recession. You feel me? So it was people that was against that, but he pushed that, and that's what one of his biggest points of getting in
Hold
office.
on,
Like,
hold on,
hey, the
hold on.
economy
No,
is.
see, Bill Clinton actually had the economy on a good trend if had we not went
Yep.
into
He
war
sure did.
immediately after that. The war immediately after that and the subprime lending. See, subprime lending wasn't really Bill Clinton.
But
Bill
what I'm
Clinton
saying
had
though, the people that's around that wanted that, they know, hey, what you doing is going to go against what we trying to do. You feel me? So
Bill
what they had to
Clinton.
do, they had to go in and make a war up. You feel me? After like that happened after his presidency. You feel me? And all of that stuff with the loans and all that stuff and the real estate and the banks and all that stuff being bailed out and everything. That happened
No,
after
that
him.
was 2008. That was 2008. Bill Clinton was 1999 when he left office. Bill Clinton left the office with a zero deficit. That, like Flood's saying, he fixed the economy, and it wasn't Reagan. I mean, Bush Senior didn't mess the economy up. It was Ronald Reagan that left the office with $1 trillion debt, and then George Bush Senior raised taxes as one-term president. And even though they hated Bill Clinton actually did a lot. I mean, he helped the Republicans a lot. He created that horrible crime bill. He reduced the deficit. It's just he was a Democrat. There's nothing Bill Clinton could have done that would have made them happy. Nothing. So that I mean, I hear you saying, but the prime mortgage that was George Bush. The wars that was George Bush.
I get
Democrats
that. What
fixed
I'm
the
saying
economy.
though is that
Republicans ruined the economy every time.
okay, all right. So the people that was a part of like George Bush and his cabinet and the people that was backing him and giving him campaign dollars, they wasn't around in the political game when Bill Clinton was doing this, correct?
Nah, that's 2008.
1 second,
That's
y'all.
2008. Yeah, that's
Yes, the
whole different
speakers
level.
right
Whole
now,
different time.
the speakers right now currently engaged in debate is Steve and Just Talking. If you would like to join in on this conversation, Too Strong, just drop the Discord link. I'll drop it on the community tab wall. But we do need to get the likes up. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Right now, the conversation is kind of going everywhere, but we are talking about geopolitics, the state of the world, and we're talking about the economy specifically right now and how the economy got to where it is today and the difference in presidencies. Go ahead though, Steve. Just
So,
talking.
let's get back to where we are right now, because where the economy is right now is in a bad place. Like these tariffs are absolutely destroying the economy. We've lost all of our relationships with all of our friends. We have Donald Trump threatening to pull out of NATO. Okay. On the other hand, Vladimir Putin has never been happier. Somebody said in the comments he now has oil going to Cuba. That didn't happen under Biden. That happened under Donald Trump. He now has oil that he can make deals with. We don't know what's going on with Venezuela. We turn the light out. It is Russia could be going out to Venezuela right now working with them. We have no idea. All right. He has got all the USAID programs that we shut down. Putin took them all. Putin's all over Africa now. Okay. This is Putin's best dream. In what's going on up now in the Arctic, the Russians are expanding. The Russians are putting up settlements in the Arctic right now. Vladimir Putin and Elon Musk may be trying to right now drill a tunnel from Alaska to Russia. This is what's going on. And then if you're going to tell me that the Steele dossier was wrong, this is everything the Steele dossier was warning about. He's breaking America down. Our economy is in ruins, and it's only helping Vladimir Putin. So that's my concern, because we're not like, how could Donald Trump say I'm going to make America better again, and then he's going to say we're not going to bring back. I can care less about childcare. It's not our problem. Medicare is not our problem. All we need to worry about is war. How is that?
Right. It's a
Isn't that the
wartime
opposite of
economy
what
effect.
he
So
said?
I'll give you some kind of pushback because we do have precedent here. We do have documents coming out saying that, hey, look, we're done being the global police. I believe this Middle East conflict will probably be the last time that we um really do some shit like this, and the money is the telltale sign with the USAID being cut. Now, am I for it? No, I do not want to be in a wartime economy. I do not want 1.5 trillion going to the defense budget. I do not want health care and all of these other programs cut. But there is a precedence here. We do see what's going on. We do see the Hegseth come out talking about the greater north. So yes, the landscape is changing. That's why I keep pushing that narrative. It's not like I'm just blowing smoke. Like, new alliances are being created, new allegiances are being made, and new borders are being created. This is a
Yeah,
different
but
world.
there is no new alliance, and let me explain why. Okay, what Trump's talking about is taking Greenland. Why? Because Ronald Lauder told him to. It's not going to help us. We already have Greenland's already our ally,
So there are
right?
new
That's
alliances.
not
That's
a new
no,
alliance.
no. What I'm saying is there are new alliances being made. There, we
What's a
look.
new alliance?
We can just go to Europe and look. We're getting airspaces restricted. We're seeing France talking about stopping not France but the UK and all of these other places talking about stopping buying American weapons. So where if they're not buying American weapons, what are they gonna do? They have to either make them in house or go elsewhere. There are new alliances being made. We're just
Okay,
not.
but
We're looking at
why?
America. It doesn't. It
Why?
because the world is changing.
No, no, the world's not changing. One thing changed. Donald Trump is listening to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, do you think, let me ask you, Plug, do you think Russia is our ally or not?
So is it Putin? Is it Netanyahu? Or is Trump a madman? What is it?
I'm asking you, do you think that Russia as a country is an ally to the United States? Is yes or no?
No.
I
No,
have to give a
exactly.
little
So
pushback for
what
one
I'm
of the
saying is
statements
this,
you just.
Steve. What I'm saying is this: is that in your mind everything is clicking. Like, you're like, okay, it's like this, and this, but you're so tunnel vision that you're not looking at anything else. So yes, I'm not negating what you're saying being true, but I'm saying that there's a lot of other factors that you're just so tunnel vision that you're not even putting into play or willing to put into play. Go ahead, just talking.
Good, Jess, yeah.
I was gonna say when you said the only thing that changed now is with Donald Trump, and I have to give a little pushback on that because what I would say is like what's changed is like, and people gonna say this might be cliche, but it's the social media, it's the internet. People understand now the power of data. People understand the power of the influence and the digital footprint and whatnot. And when you seen what went down with the whole TT and being banned or whatnot and everything, that should have really opened your eyes and seen that okay, this is a whole different playing field now. It's not like back in the day where we go to war, it's just like we're gonna send troops, this, that, and third. It's gonna be different levels of warfare now and everything. So now with that being said, like these other nations that was out of the game, they just now being put in the game because look, they got a big digital footprint. They pushing out apps that allow you to do certain things that apps in this nation won't allow you to do. You feel me? That's the way of the
No,
internet. We in the
I don't. That I don't. I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Explain that again, because that doesn't make sense to me at all. What
you
you just said.
said only thing that changed from like the for like it's the same America. It's not new allies being like being arranged or none of that. I'm saying it is because different things are changed. You feel me? Even within the last 5 years or in the last 10 years, it's not the same war
Hang on.
games or the same playing fields. Even with the election or whatnot, like people are using social media to push out misinformation. People are using it to do influence or whatnot. We just talked about an influencer getting caught up in selling ads for foreign country. You feel me? So when we talk about these things, like it puts other nations in play to like, yeah, we are a lot, we'll form an alliance with you. You feel me? Because you bringing something different to the table. That's where it's headed into. It's more of a digital thing now. So people like China, people like Russia or whatnot and everything that have these apps that have these different aspects of it and stuff. They can come in and do different things and stuff. It's not just the America, we just gonna rule with just the gun and the tanks and everything. We got different ways of taking you out and doing it. You
And
feel me?
that's
So
and,
Yeah,
and
they
yeah.
so what I
I agree
was
with you.
speaking on, because I think just talking kind of went off. What you're saying is true, just talking, but what we're saying is more of like countries and aligning and alliances, and what I mean specifically is like France, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, and Spain. All of those countries have closed off their airspace to America. What does that signal? That signals new allegiances, new alliances, or just the fact of we're leaving the option open for new allegiances or alliance. Our loyalty no longer lies with America. France,
Okay, so
Switzerland,
I hear what you're
Austria,
saying,
Italy, and Spain.
but outside of Switzerland, all those countries belong to NATO. So let's just go back to 2022 when the war broke out. The like, in my opinion, Biden did not do enough. He was not. He was not. He was the old Biden. He wasn't the young Biden that would have said, "Hey, we're going to do much more to support Ukraine." So right now the alliances haven't changed because everyone knows that they can't trust the United States because we're giving information to the Russians. So the intel that Tulsi Gabbard gave them says Iran does not have nuclear weapons. Donald Trump threw her aside and says we're going to go in anyway, and none of our allies are going to go because they already know. This is the same thing that happened in the Iraq War, and they're simply not going to go for it. Like remember, France didn't take part in the Iraq War; they were opposed to it, and this is even a bigger alliance is not taking part in this. We are absolutely wrong in this war, 100% wrong. And just like you're saying, there's a cyber war going on right now, and guess who's leading that cyber war? Russia is. China had TikTok, okay, but China didn't really use TikTok against the United States. China used TikTok to expose what was going on in Palestine, and the
That's what I'm saying.
Palestinian
It's
movement
kind of
really
like,
was pushed.
how can we just attribute Russia to winning the information war when we see a whole nother country consolidating literally every single media outlet? That's what I mean by tunnel vision. Some people have tunnel vision towards the Israelis. You just happen to have tunnel vision towards Russians. Some people have tunnel vision towards China. Some people used to have, not so much nowadays, tunnel vision towards North Korea. That's what I'm saying. We have to, I understand what you're saying, but you're just totally disregarding the whole Easter letter we read, and we're not going to talk about Netanyahu saying that we're fighting a war on 8 fronts. We're not going to talk about TikTok being consolidated down into who owns it, the American version now. We're not going to talk about the damn deal that Trump just brokered for Paramount. And we're not. We're just going to say the information war is completely ran by Russians when we clearly see that there's at least one other strong competitor.
Oh no, I don't for a moment think the war is completely run by Russia. I think that Russia has a targeted campaign just against the United States. I think China invented TikTok with a very clear purpose. All right, and but China gave up TikTok, and the worst enemy of the United States,
Hold
100%,
on.
are the Zionists.
Let me stop you, Steve. Because Miss Bones said,
I
"Who
agree with you on
cares
that,
about
100%.
TikTok?" You said, "Who cares about TikTok?" TikTok has 136 to 170 million users just in the United States monthly. Just in the United States monthly.
So
Monthly.
can I address what she's saying? Can I address what she's saying?
Go
The
ahead.
problem with TikTok is when TikTok was in its original form, the problem was that Chinese could use it to do a lot of things. But the number one thing that they were doing is they were gathering data on us.
Hold on, Steve.
However, they definitely
I gotta argue with Miss Bones right quick because she's saying, "Who cares?" See, that's the thing. TikTok to you
I
may
want to
be
say
nothing.
why I care.
Okay, yeah,
But can I
Steve
want to
cares.
tell
Hold on, let me because
no
she
no
said,
I want to tell her why.
hold on, she's asked.
Go ahead.
I'm kind of in the argument too, Steve. I understand you got the floor, but we've been talking for a while. I want to address the
That's
chat
fine.
too.
Go ahead, answer
You
her
said,
question, and then I'll address
what
it
does
too.
that have to do with the current state of the world? You need to think of outside the USA, even outside the USA. Only reason I pulled up the USA TikTok users is because I knew the global TikTok user was gonna be a crazy amount. TikTok users globally. Let's see. 1.59 billion. 1.59 billion users actively per month. And you're saying, who cares about it? Well, 1.5 billion users monthly care about it. Now, a lot of this is the youth. This is an entire generation that older folks, I'm just going to call it what it is, people probably 40, 45 and up, just discredit and discount. These are the generation that's not primarily on YouTube. They're not primarily on Twitter or Instagram. When they get caught in that TikTok shit, they are in that TikTok shit. So you might think nobody cares about it, but it's obviously cared about enough to the point to where they wanted to ban it in the United States. It's obviously that they're banning certain hashtags. You can't even say free Palestine on there anymore. You can't say certain hashtags, and that is because it's a psyop. When Netanyahu said we need to win the information war specifically on TikTok and Twitter. He didn't even
They
mention
wanted to
YouTube.
purpose it.
But
Okay, so
that
can
was
I
just
address
for
it
Miss
now?
Bond. Go ahead. That was to Miss Bond.
So so back to Miss Bones, this is what I'm absolutely agreeing with what she's saying, and let me explain why. Because TikTok initially was a platform that you can criticize anybody but China. All right, you can criticize China on TikTok in case you didn't know it. You can criticize Palestine, or you can criticize Israel, America, everybody. You couldn't criticize that. You get bought by Larry Ellison because they are consolidating everything, and the American Zionists are. And now you can't criticize Israel or the United States or Russia. All right. So it was a platform of kind of free speech. All that's gone. So platform, I mean, TikTok is starting slowly to become irrelevant because it's a controlled op, just like you're saying, Plug. It's a controlled op. But the leadership on it changed. And yeah, the Americans are working with the Trump administration, and to be honest with you, Biden was no different. Biden was working hand in hand with Netanyahu to try to control the media. The difference was Biden didn't put people in jail for free speech. Biden didn't try to shut down social media over free speech. These guys are doing that now. So we TikTok is kind of like
I mean, he kind
irrelevant
of
almost
did
a little
though. I mean, he kind of did
bit.
when it came to speaking
And they
about the vaccine and vaccine
no, I'm talking
misinformation.
just I'm talking
Can I
just
ask a
about
quick
Gaza,
question real
just
quick?
about Gaza.
Right, but okay. You're speaking about Gaza, and
Yeah,
maybe on that
'cause
issue he wasn't on it. But when it came to the
that's what
vaccine and the
changed.
pandemic, Oh, that administration was on some bullshit.
Mhm.
Go ahead though. Just talking.
Now, am I like remembering this wrong? But didn't Russia just recently form like an alliance with was either North Korea or China? Which one was it?
No,
Miss
so
VR, Miss
China.
VR, hold on, Miss VR. I'm not wrong. My channel got demonetized for speaking about the vaccine. If all the OGs y'all were here, my channel got demonetized. I couldn't even go live for 2 weeks speaking about the vaccine. So yes, they very much suppressed it. Mark Zuckerberg testified in front of Congress that they made him do a lot of shit around the vaccine. So no, I'm not wrong, Miss VR.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
And the
I'm not
president
against it
of
either.
X too.
I'm not against that because I think all the misinformation about first off, Trump created warp speed. Right, that was the Trump administration that made it, and I think it is important to make sure that we don't have a lot of fraudulent information because again, where does that come from? That comes from Russia. Russia was pushing the fraudulent information about vaccines to America just to make us not take the vaccines, and what happened? A million people died in this country over it. Right, so
Mm,
again,
mm, 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 mm.
certain things do go back to Russia, but certain things go to China. Certain things go to the worst right now is Israel, because Israel, if as long as you aren't criticizing Israel, they don't really care. But they're the number one thing to criticize. This war is because of Netanyahu doesn't want to go to jail in this country, and Trump wants to keep the Epstein file. They're not a threat to us. Iran is no threat to the United States at all. Iran will never make a nuke that comes to the United States. That's never going to happen.
Hey,
So why
Steve, I
does
have a
13?
question.
What I'm
What
How
gonna
up?
much
say is
research
this.
have
What
you
I'm gonna say
done?
is this. We can never say never, but I don't think that they were actively trying to do it at the time. But we can never say never.
Let me tell you why we can't say never, because we
Okay.
can track their strategic weapons programs. All right, they don't have a strategic missile program that will launch a strategic missile to the United States. Number one. Number two, they have no reason to.
It doesn't matter
They
if
have
they were
absolutely
trying to
there's
reach the United States. It was about them being nuclear at all. Now that gives them
because
leverage or bargaining chip. I mean, you just said
but
that they
but
weren't gonna be nuclear. They could never be nuclear, and I'm saying that shit they could.
so
I don't think they were
okay, so let's do
actively
this.
trying to, but you're saying that they couldn't when there's very clear evidence that they could
Let's say they have five
with
nuclear weapons.
no
Okay, all right.
restrictions. Let's say with no restrictions, none at all. You don't think Iran could have nukes?
No, no. So let's say Iran got a nuke
That
tomorrow.
no, I
Okay,
want you to
guess
answer the
what?
question.
I'm answering your question. What's the difference between Iran having a nuke and North Korea having a nuke?
That's what I say every night. Nothing.
Yeah,
I say
because
that every
I'm
night. I
agreeing with
mean,
you. There is no threat. You're right. You're right. That's my whole point. That's the truth, Buck. There is
right.
no difference. North Korea
My
has a
only
nuke.
disagreement was you said that they could never have nukes, and all evidence point that they could never
No,
have
no,
nukes, and
a strategic.
that was
Listen,
just simply not true.
So
I
so
don't
let's
think
let me
that
be
they
clear.
had enough enriched uranium to have the kind of powerful nukes that we have, or any of the. They weren't to that. They hadn't enriched uranium to the strength and the caliber to have the kind of nuclear weapons that we have, or that China has, or that Russia has. They
Or
hadn't
that
reached
Israel
that
has.
See,
level
this
yet.
is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the thing I'm trying to say. Like, without making assumptions. See, y'all are assuming that I'm saying, oh, Iran, no, I don't. That's their business. What I'm saying is the point Steve made was that Iran would never have nukes, so they could never. And I was debating that point. When
Uh,
you say, does that mean I
but,
want to
but,
police the world? I'm not saying we should be over there for that. I'm not
no,
saying
I
that
that.
don't know.
this is what I was. Hang on. Let me clarify what I was saying. I was saying
Are you ever
Iran
going to
would never have.
start?
I would say Iran would never have a nuclear weapon that could reach the United States. That's what I was saying, Buck. Like that's what they have
Well,
no.
you
They're not
can't say
going to
that
do it.
either.
Go ahead,
You
Amy.
can't say that either.
Yeah, we can. I can.
No,
What?
no,
Why?
I can tell you for sure that you can't say that. You want to know why?
Why?
Okay, so you keep thinking inside of a very small box, darling, because they were trying to make everything themselves, and you keep thinking inside of a box that, oh my gosh, they're going to make it themselves, as if they don't try to purchase weapons from other countries, and as if they really wanted something, they weren't getting weapons from North Korea, they weren't getting weapons from Russia, they weren't. If they really wanted to get one, they could buy one.
Okay, so then let's say that they bought a nuclear weapon tomorrow, okay, and they have one now. Why would they launch their only nuclear weapon at the United States for no reason?
Oh, I'm just saying, no, that's not what you said, though.
It's not
That's
about
not what
them
you
launching
said.
it at the United States. Now, this administration is saying that they'll get it and they'll use it at the United States. Now, I think they'll get it
That's
and
what
they'll
they're saying.
use it at the United States if need be. But I think that it's
But
just a power bargaining chip. It's just a bargaining chip that America doesn't want everybody in the world to have. Now, if you a
if they
nuclear
have
nation,
one,
it's a different bargaining chip. It just
if
is
they
what
have
it
one
is.
nuclear weapon, plug. If they have one nuclear weapon and they can go any place, where do you think is the one place they're going to shoot? If they can shoot America in America, what one city in our country are they going to hit with a nuclear weapon?
What? Okay, very simple. What city is the most powerful city with the most powerful people? What city did we attack in Iran? What was the exact same thing that we did in Iran? The very first
So if
attack. What did we
you
what did
think they're
we
going to
do?
hit Washington? Oh, we went after
Yeah.
the. I don't know.
Yeah, what
You
did we
think they're
No,
going
do?
to
they'll
target
probably
Washington
hit
D.C.?
DC. They'll probably hit New York City if need be, if possible. They'll hit the most densely
Finance
populated
or
area, which will be New York
Okay,
politicians?
so
City.
can I address
No,
that? This
What?
it
this is
would either be
why.
the money or the politicians.
Okay,
Go
well
ahead,
then
But
pick
Steve.
one, Angel. Which one would they hit? No, Angel, which one would they pick? Just pick one. Which one of the two that you think they're going to hit?
I honestly believe that they would try to take out the power and then they would do a secondary attack on the money.
No, they have one nuclear weapon. Where are they going to fire it to?
Power.
So just
Because
pick a
they have to
city.
okay,
Which
well,
city?
let me finish. Are you going to slow down so I can finish? So here's the thing. You have to take out the power to affect everything else. You have to destabilize a government. What did we do in Iran? We completely destabilized their government. We threw them into
Mm,
chaos.
no, we didn't. That's what they
Oh,
want you to think.
I love that you think we didn't.
Let me explain why.
Okay,
Because
explain away.
they've been expecting this they've been waiting for this since 1994 or
Oh, I
five.
know. We
Okay,
messed up.
so let me finish. So they've already decentralized their
Mhm.
government. They decentralized it so that even the smallest units have all these weapons to fire. That they can sustain this war forever because they're decentralized. All right. So now you didn't answer my question, but I think you're thinking that they're going to hit DC, right? That's your thought that they
Oh,
would attack
no,
with the
I was
West.
very clear on that. You have to destabilize the power and then you can go after the money. Because the thing
Okay,
is that, okay, well, huh? You have to
you weren't
destabilize the
clear.
power for, okay.
So where would it
You have to
hit?
de-
Let's
I'm
just say
sorry.
where it would hit because we're going in circles here. Where
Yeah,
I
would
where
it
did they
hit?
hit?
well, I would love to finish a statement really quick. Thank you. You would have to destabilize the power. DC would be first. If you took out, listen, you could take out New York and take out all of those people, but guess what? You would still have all of our power players. DC would still be there.
Okay.
Okay,
Steve,
so
say
if
what you
they
gonna
hit
say.
DC, if they hit DC, and again, you got to understand they hit you with the
I don't
Iranians,
know.
and
Can
the
y'all
Iranians
hear
had.
me? Cause I can't hear y'all.
Yeah, we can hear you, Leo.
I heard,
Go ahead, Steve.
when
One
Iran
second.
had the hostages in 1979, they let Jesse Jackson came
I
there, and
can't
who
hear.
did they let go? They let go all of the black hostages. So Iran is way more educated than we are. You can look that up. They're like 90% literate. We're like 79% literate in this country. All right. Iran would not hit DC because they know DC isn't a city or isn't a state, and they have the largest black population roughly in the country. They're not going to hit New York because New York has Mayor Mamdani, and he's the first Muslim mayor. And there's nothing more that the white supremacists will like than that to be the place that they attack. So I don't agree with any. I think you get both of those wrong. I think if they had one nuclear weapon, they would probably hit Mar-a-Lago.
No.
And if they dropped the nuke in Mar-a-Lago, guess what? America wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give two craps
Trying to figure out
if
why I
that's
can't
not
Okay.
hear.
that they hit.
I really don't
No, that
understand your. Listen, okay, listen. First of all, we never should have even been over in Iran. I think you're misunderstanding
we agree
me.
on
And
that. No, no,
that,
we
okay,
completely
I
agree.
need you to slow
Yeah.
your roll and let someone else talk for a second. All
I'm
right?
listening to you.
No, you're not. Okay. Oh, I think that you misunderstand what I'm saying. The Iranian people are extremely intelligent. I'm not saying that they are not, which is why many of us have said we never should have been in this war, in this conflict, period. Many of us have been saying that since day one. We never should have been there. So the people advocating for this and celebrating it, many of us have been screaming from the rafters, why? Why? Okay, because so many people are dying now, will die. We've lost more soldiers than they're talking about anyway. And this president actually made it. I really want to make this very clear. He classified on day 2 that all of the deaths that we have lost are to be top secret, which is why they're not being released. So really, many of us are over this.
That
And
doesn't.
that's
Okay.
why. That is why they would go for the power. Plus, if you know the history of Washington, D.C., as they would know the real history, the ones that isn't taught here anymore, the real history of Washington, they would destroy that first. Take out
Yeah,
as many of our leadership because it would force us to scramble to find leadership because of the way that our country is set up.
so that's completely wrong, and let me explain why.
Okay,
There's a chain of
please.
command. Do you know that there's a chain of command in the government right now? Like if you took out the top
I
10 people,
love that
who's in
you think
charge?
that I don't.
Okay, so if you take out the top 10 people, who's in charge?
You know what? We took out all of their people.
No, I'm talking in the
Yes,
United
so
States.
yes, you would have a chain of command. And you know what? It would go all the way down. And guess what we did? We took out their entire chain of command. What happens if that happens here? It would destabilize our government.
I'm trying to tell you, no, it would not. And here's why. Is we have governors, okay? We have other
Mhm.
leaders. We have congressional.
Yes.
I mean, so you're assuming that everybody in Congress is in DC when this happens. Like they're all together. They're
I know
not.
And
They're
you
exactly.
not.
assuming, and
I know
Steve, just like
there.
you're assuming that she's thinking about the thing, you're assuming that it's just Trump. You're assuming that in Mar-a-Lago, like attacking Mar-a-Lago, like it'll be Mar-a-Lago of all places,
I'm
fucking
saying
Lago.
this is
Listen, I'm just
this is
saying,
my
Steve, like
this is my thought. Okay, go ahead.
just as crazy as you
If
think it is to hit DC, I think it's even crazier to think that they'll just go for fucking Mar-a-Lago. Like, okay, we got one new,
no,
we're gonna hit South Florida.
so let me explain why. If you so you notice that in Dubai, the
You're
first
making
place
a
that they
lot of
hit was the Trump Tower.
assumptions. That's what I'm saying. You're making a lot of
No,
assumptions.
I'm going off of what we know. They hit
Mhm.
in Dubai. They hit Trump Tower as the very first target. Their point is, and then they also hit Amazon. Okay, their point is, our war is not with the American people. Our war is with the administration.
But
And the thing
what
about it is,
I'm
we
saying is
know that.
this, Steve.
Explain that to all the military
A
people.
nuclear weapon is the end of the end. That's the farthest you can go with escalation. And you think they're going to use a nuclear weapon to make a statement and say we don't have a people. We'll just hit Mar-a-Lago with it.
And I got a
So,
little
do you think it'd be
pushback
better to hit
too
LA?
because I got a little bit
No,
pushback
I
too
think
because this go.
they're gonna try to kill a bunch of fucking Americans. If it comes to nuclear weapons and they have one, they're gonna try to kill a bunch. If it comes to America, which I don't believe it will, but if they're gonna hit somewhere in America, it's gonna be to kill a bunch of fucking people and probably try to
And
stop all
wouldn't
markets at the same time. I think that's
and wouldn't that
viable.
unite us? But wouldn't that
That's why.
unite? Wouldn't that make us all united against them? Like that's what happened with 9/11. Like read the book about Bin Laden. The lady that went into his house and looked at all this material, she put a book together about what his thoughts were. And he thought if he hit the Twin Towers, it would make us pull all of our troops out of the Middle East.
But
It
a
didn't. It
nuke,
united us.
on there. Now a drone strike Mar-a-Lago, something on Mar-a-Lago, but a nuke on Mar-a-Lago.
Mhm.
If
Well,
we're at nuclear here, it's gonna be more than just making a statement for Trump. I'm just gonna be honest.
So
Nuclear
And
is
that's
keep it
why
they
quiet.
understand that once the nukes go off from them, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good for anything in the Middle East. Everybody better get the fuck on. So I
Just go
think
ahead. What
that
were you
if
gonna
they're
say?
gonna hit, they're gonna hit and try to hit a densely populated area. So shit, it's retribution. It's eye for an eye at that point.
Right.
That's my
I'm leaning
opinion.
more towards
Yeah.
I'm leaning more towards what Plug saying with New York, because not just the dense popular area, but you got what the stock
Financial
exchange.
capital, financial capital of
Exactly. You
America.
feel me? So you striking off two things with there. Now we creating financial, the disruption, and we hitting as many Americans as we can at one time. And then you got to think that it's not just a war with the administration. Like, these guys been dealing with stuff since like the 60s or 70s with the United States coming over there and dealing with their government or whatnot and stuff. You feel me? We got to think about back to like when the Shaw got put in place and all of that stuff too. You feel me? So it's not just with the administration, because them people that in the administration right now, they weren't the ones that was able to make them calls back in the day that's causing this disruption and everything. You feel me? Like, just like you said,
Yeah,
those. Go ahead.
it's the same old people. This they they're not gonna. I hear what you're saying, and I would just disagree. I'll tell you why. Is, for example, they're not going to hit L.A. L.A. has the largest population of Iranians, and they're not. And L.A. right now is against Donald Trump. So if they hit New York, who like Mamdani spoke out against Donald Trump, now he can't talk out against Donald Trump anymore. So they
No,
would
he's
kill the.
already just.
Hey,
Go ahead.
y'all know
What are
my
you
mic
gonna say?
is up whenever
Man,
anybody
Steve,
else
you
talks, so
still
I've been
think this
trying to
shit
hold.
about Donald
Is that
Trump.
Top Cat?
Yes, but Steve, you still
No,
think this shit about
this is
Donald Trump. If it comes to
who
nuclear
started the
shit,
war.
man, yes, but I'm saying if it comes to nuclear on end, it's gonna be about maximum casualties, man. This is they're not gonna with the Iranian shit. You might have a point there. They're not gonna want to kill unalive their own people, but I just don't understand. You're thinking they're going to bypass all of the strategic installations they get hit via nuclear sites, or hold on, or naval sites, or Air Force bases. You think they're going to bypass Washington, D.C. with the political structure, and you think they're going to bypass the financial capital of this side of the world and the most densely populated place and go hit Mar-a-Lago.
on the
Do you hear how
on
crazy
your
that
point on that,
sounds?
again, this was if they only have one nuke. Now, for example, if it's Russia, Russia's going to do what you're talking about, Plug. That's going to be a Russian attack. If it's North Korea might do what you're talking about. China definitely is going to do what you're talking about. But that's not. This war isn't a war that we have a real aggression and real anger with them. And 90% of the people, even the angel, is against the war. However, if they do what you're talking about, get the largest casualties, hit us, and Trump is safe, they don't mess with it. Like, his properties are not even harmed. Yeah, I don't think that. I think the Iranians are way smarter than that.
But
They
see,
know who
Steve.
the enemy
All right,
is.
hold on, y'all.
See,
Let's get
this is
Top Cat the floor. Top Cat been trying to get in like 10
Top Cat.
minutes. Go ahead,
First
Top
off,
Cat.
what's up, Top Cat? I ain't talked to you in a long
what up,
time.
Top Cat.
Because Top Cat mic works like we can't talk while he's talking and it just drowns out. He gets a buzzing sound. Go ahead, Top
All
Cat.
right, what's up, everybody? Much respect.
What up,
Good to
Top
hear
Cat?
from everybody. But what you guys were speaking on, I see everybody's points. But if they're gonna drop a bomb, or they were taking that one shot at it, first of all, we're dealing with people that's into martyrdom, so they already know what's coming back. So that this shot has to be a shot for the whole world. It would be something for them to see. So I was thinking like New York or DC, just because the implement of knocking down the White House or knocking down the
What's up, Leo?
Statue of Liberty or doing that. Doing something like that would be a big deal, in the inside of the Middle East, looking back and saying you knocked the head off the monster. And then the second thing is I think that was somebody was speaking on it, talking about back in the day. So we got to look at it when we say, oh, they have no reason to attack the United States. They have plenty of reasons to attack the United States. We put our proxy out there, and they've been terrorizing them since before. So the things that Israel has been doing to them, we're directly behind that, and we have given them the proceedings. All the other administrations before still have done some of the same things that we're seeing Trump doing right now. They gave them all those Sherman tanks and stuff in the first place to, to terrorize. Plus that 7 days war, the 7 days war that went down out there. So they attacked Egypt, they attacked all these different places. Israel did that, and Iran was one of the places that got attacked for no reason. Why they weren't doing anything? They've always stood on their feet and said how they felt about Israel and how they felt even about the Palestinians and Iraq. But all those places got attacked by Israel, and we backed them up, or we didn't do nothing about it. When Israel put aggression towards these different places and did that kind of their blitzkrieg on them. So they have plenty of reason. But if it came down to a nuclear situation, they know that there would be something coming back to destroy all of that fast. And when it comes to the other part of nuclear things, it would be a nuclear fallout. So hitting New York, we would have to quarantine that area off, period, because everything would be contaminated. So DC, all those different things, that's the biggest points they would make or get from those places. That certain places there, people wouldn't be able to go for 80 to 150 years. You wouldn't be able to inhabit some of these areas. Because they're definitely dropping off a dirty bomb. And then what he was saying about the missile capabilities, I don't know if it's completely true or not, but what I was hearing today was they had a missile that was shooting 2,000 kilometers, and they said that they didn't have a missile that could do that. They've already shown that they're doing things with missiles that they said that they weren't doing in their weapons program. So that's all I had to say about it, y'all.
Okay,
Can I throw one
appreciate
little
that.
piggyback?
Yeah, hold on, just talking. Appreciate that. Hey, chat, if you're enjoying the conversation, be sure to hit the like button. We're about 22 likes away from the next like goal. Go ahead, just talking.
Now, also what Steve was saying when he was talking about with Jesse Jackson, how they released all the black hostages. They did keep one black hostage, and it was a guy, I forget his name, like Ben something, but he was a Marine. So that right there tells me, like, yes, they rock with the black people, but the government and their hatred for the government overrides that right there. And that's why he was the only black guy there and stuff. So I just wanted to throw that out there. They didn't release all the black people. There was one black Marine that was like, nah, bro, you gotta stay back because you part of them people that we got issues with. You feel me? So I just wanted to throw that out there and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware that they killed one Marine. And yes, Iran
Unalived.
does have a missile that I'm sorry, Iran does have a missile that can go 2,000 kilometers, but that reaches Israel.
Yeah,
So the thing is,
they said they tested one that went 4,000. They just tested with two of them that went 4,000. One
look
of
it
them
up.
got shot down and one of them failed.
So you're telling me
Okay.
it couldn't reach Alaska
It can reach
from
Europe. No, it
No,
couldn't reach Alaska.
no,
They
every
said it could
Alaska,
reach Europe,
no.
though. They said for sure it could reach Europe.
But again, why are they going to attack Europe? These are all
That's
things
why
that
No,
Europe.
only
I
That's
Trump
why
don't.
all
How?
of
can.
those
Wait, how
countries. That's what I'm telling y'all.
to
That's
do
why.
it?
Hold on. That's why all of those countries are remaining neutral, not letting the U.S. use their airspace to supply, not letting them stage anything over there because they understand the severity. Like, oh shit, they just tested some shit that could potentially hit close to us.
But look, there's also
And their
another reason.
incels. You gotta remember how many incels some of these places have. Like I'm in California, the most Iranians other than Iran are out here. So all these other countries have these different things. They don't have the same CIA and FBI and different people that are investigating stuff like out here. So they have a big, way larger chance of having some situations go on inside their countries from incels. It's different points we just got to consider this all from, and they're thinking about it. And the plug's completely right. I know they're not jumping into it because they know that they didn't cover their ass like they were supposed to. Go ahead,
Or
I'm done.
another, and that's fine. I love this. And you talk, Cat, in Top Cat. But another reason is that Iran didn't do anything. All right. Obama had a treaty with Iran. All right.
Oh, for the
Trump came
love.
in and Trump came in and tore that treaty up because Israel told him to. Now told him to tear the treaty up. All right. And when Biden came back in, Biden absolutely messed up because the very first thing he should have done was get us back into a treaty with them. And if you do your research on it, you'll know the reason why Iran had the uranium was so that they could trade with it. Their thing was, hey, make a deal with us. We'll give you this uranium. We'll give it, and they gave it to France in exchange. Lift the sanctions off of us.
Okay. I'm gonna
Now,
give Shell
why?
the
Hey,
floor.
Steve.
Hold on, because I gotta stop you, because I'm gonna give Shell the floor. But if we look at Biden, you did say he messed up, but you have to go back to that clip of Kamala, and Kamala said Iran was the #1 threat to the United States, and they asked would she go to war, and she said I'm not gonna speculate right now. So we have to that would be a reason that the administration, same administration you said fumbled the bag on renewing that enriched uranium or nuclear weapons deal. It's kind of like, well, shit. Kamala was speaking the same language. It's like shit. We could have been in this situation regardless. Maybe it was a reason that they didn't get back into it.
I'm listening
Yeah,
to somebody
so
say something else.
yeah, okay. So, Steve, quick question. Um, well, let me finish before you answer here. So, um, have you ever thought perhaps that that both sides have like neither side is better than the other side? Because I mean, this took me a long time to actually and like understand. No, neither side, Democrat or Republican.
What?
Your answer is going to help me phrase the next part of my so whether you're
Okay,
like because
let me answer that. I'll answer it for you. Okay,
yeah,
let me answer. Do you want to go ahead? Okay,
go
so
go ahead.
both sides right now are beholden to APAC, and that's the biggest problem. Trump took 200,000 from Marion Adelson. However,
No,
oh,
short answer. Listen, short
I'm
answer.
not. Hear me out. This is important.
You're
Biden
not
took
doing it.
Biden. Well, then let me talk. I stopped listening to you. Biden
I
took
sure
11
do.
million from
You
APAC.
don't listen to shit.
Biden took 11 million from APAC. Harris took 9 million from APAC. Okay, so yeah, so both sides in that sense are the same. Did they answer your question? In that sense, when it
Okay.
comes to Israel,
Yes, both sides. Very simple question.
So that mean we
Okay,
would have
but
been in
yes,
this war
it's not a simple
regardless.
question.
So that mean even if
right.
we would have
No,
Yes,
no.
voted for Kamala Harris, we would have been in this war regardless.
N-
Judging off
yes.
of you
Look, let me
saying
explain
shit, hold
why.
on. Judging off of you saying, I'm gonna lay the groundwork. Judging off of you saying that she took $9 million, and judging off of the um clip that I have pulled up of her speaking on Iran, we would be in the
I'm
same
trying to look
position.
for that.
Go ahead.
No, I'll tell you why there's a difference. Is in under Obama, Putin, Netanyahu tried the same thing, and Obama shut it down. Okay, but Biden says I'm a Zionist, I'm your friend, and he brought Netanyahu to the Oval Office after he got an ICC warrant, but he wouldn't go to war with Iran for it. He would do the rhetoric, but he wouldn't do this. This is the first person that they've had who would go this far and put U.S. forces in the country for Israel. Period.
I
Big
don't know,
difference.
but this is the thing though.
I
If
think
if
Kamala
we
would
believe, hold on, if we believe what Rubio is said to begin with, and what Joe Kent said, then it was going to be imminent because Israel was going to hit Iran anyway, and in turn we were going to have to protect our bases. So would it have not happened?
But I'm looking at this
Can
right
you
now. It says
say? Can
based
you
on
say?
20.
Can you say? No, I'm not talking. Fuck the enriched uranium. Fuck us going over there. I'm saying solely that if Israel was going to attack, regardless, would we have been in this situation?
No, and I'm trying to tell you right now. I'm looking at what you were talking about. I pulled it up. It says Harris has explicitly stated she is opposed to regime change war in Iran.
But what is
So
Trump
she might
saying?
have done.
Hold on. That's specific, Steve. See, now we're going into
I want to say
regime change war. Trump is stated that this is not a regime change war as well. So going off of that,
mm,
going off of what you said, Trump says this isn't a regime change war.
that's not what he said. This is what
Yes, it
Trump said. This is
is.
what Hegseth said.
I can pull it up right
Let me
here.
let me then pull what Hegseth said. He says this: we're not into regime change wars, but the regime did change. Ha 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 ha.
Exactly. So
That's
we're not
exactly
here
what he
for,
said.
but we're not here
Bro,
for. Listen, it does, Steve. What you're trying to say is because the regime got killed, that this was a regime change war, and you're using that to say that Kamala said it wouldn't be a regime change war. That doesn't mean war in Iran wouldn't have happened. If Israel would have attacked, we would have responded. Maybe not in the exact same way, but we would have been involved in this conflict regardless, because Marco Rubio
no.
said that the attack was, they knew that it was imminent threat because Israel was going to attack regardless. And you
Okay.
are trying to
Israel
tell
was
me
trying
that
to
if
attack.
Israel was going to attack, America wouldn't have got involved just because Kamala Harris
Nope.
was president.
If Kamala Harris was president, she would have done what Biden did. That was her whole problem. She was following Biden's lead. Biden wouldn't go to war with
If
Netanyahu.
Israel was attacked, they would, because America
But
would have been
Israel
directly
wasn't
attacked.
attacked,
How do you
bro.
know?
Israel wasn't
They
attacked
already
because
said
Israel wasn't.
they already said
Go
they
ahead, I'm
couldn't
listening.
stop it. They said they couldn't stop it. At the beginning of this war, they said they tried, they didn't want this to happen. Israel was going to do it anyway.
Okay, so then who's in charge of the United States, Israel or America? Who's in charge of our army?
America is in charge, but I'm gonna break this down two different ways. So I'm gonna answer your
No,
question
apparently
directly.
not.
America. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, okay, okay. So no, if they're not, if Israel's making the call on who goes to war, Israel's in charge,
No, so
and Israel
this
controls
is where
one
you're wrong.
person,
This is where
Donald
you're
Trump.
wrong. So Israel attacked, right? And as Israel attacked, Rubio's direct thing was, in response to Israel's attack, our bases were going to be hit. So regardless of who is in charge, if Israel was to attack Iran, our bases would be hit, dragging us into this conflict, no matter if it was Kamala or Trump.
And that's a lie. And that's the whole point, is that everything this administration says is based upon lies. That's called a preemptive strike. Okay. We're going to preemptively hit them because we think they're going to hit us first. All right. But that wasn't the case. Their attack had to do specifically with Gaza, supporting Gaza. That's what they were going after. And then all of a sudden, Netanyahu started going after them. His war in Gaza is winding down. He's coming up on trial. He needs a new war. And so that's what he pulled. Like,
So
this has been a
that's
40-year dream of his.
still not telling me how that we still wouldn't have been dragged into this conflict. I got this clip of Kamala right here. I know y'all can't really hear it. The chat will be able to hear it. But she said Iran's the biggest
I'm gonna
threat.
go.
She said that she will
I'm gonna
make
go watch.
sure Iran won't have nuclear weapons. So I'm just saying, based off of that, and
This isn't
based
about
off
nuclear
of
weapons.
not leaving regime change out of it, just speaking of the nukes and the imminent threat, because Israel wanted to, you like you said, Netanyahu has a 40-year plan. He's coming up on re-election. He needs a new war. Just off of those two facts alone, no matter who is president, we could have been in the same position, is my argument.
Play the
And the
clip. I'm gonna watch the
previous
clip real quick.
administrator had the previous administration had lied to us as well too. So it's not like they was just straight shooters as well. So
I have the clip right here. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. Here we go.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. Let me be quiet.
I'm pulling
Wait.
up the clip right here, Top Cat. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play the clip for the chat of Kamala speaking on Iran. I was just telling Steve that just because it's a regime change war doesn't mean that there's no war. He specifically said, she said she's not into a regime change war. That doesn't mean the war's off the table. Here we go with the clip.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
Well, there are different reasons that we should be thoughtful about each. Most recently, I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. And look, I mean, Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? And what we saw in terms of just this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles, what we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, That is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
and
have
that must
proof
be.
that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
Let's hit on some more foreign policy.
All right, so did y'all hear that? I think she was very clear on what she stated. Now, Steve, I'm gonna let you respond.
He sounded like Trump.
I'm gonna let you respond. And she
Yeah, so
specifically
that was a quick.
She specifically cited Israel. She specifically cited how 200 ballistic missiles has American blood on their hands. So I just don't see why you think differently. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me explain why. So what she's talking about is the same old Zionist trope that's been going around for a long time. And during the Iraq War, Iran provided the material to create IEDs. It was stand for improvised explosive devices. Okay, they didn't make them; they provided the material, and it was like this round that went through the armor, really it pierced armors. I lost a buddy to it. All right. So this is what she's talking about when they say they have American blood on their hand, right? They never came to the United States. Like there was no Iranians involved in September 11, right? She's talking about that in particular.
Man,
And so
she
it's
just
remember,
said 200 ballistic missiles.
yeah. So that has to do with during the war, during the thing on Gaza, Israel started saying, hey, they killed all the Hezbollah guys. Remember that?
Okay, so
Boom.
Steve,
And
what
then
I'm
they
saying is you're talking in circles right now. Let's get to the nitty gritty. You
no,
know
I'm not.
you know what you need to be answering. Let's be honest. She would
I'm
have done
answering
the
your question.
same thing.
This
She's in the same
give
Zionist
me a
category that you're
second.
talking about, and you're trying to shield her
Yes.
like she
Let
wouldn't
me
do it
finish.
when she fucking would.
Let me finish, Plug, and you'll find out that I'm not on her side. All right. Um, uh, Israel hit Hezbollah. Remember that when they blew them up with the speakers, with the pagers, and then they also hit Iran. Okay. And so in response, Iran fired back 200 ballistic missiles into Israel. That's what she's talking about. Okay. Now that's not a war. Okay. And she says Israel has the right to defend itself. I've been using that clip because it's why many progressives aren't going to vote for her if she runs again, because she's part of the problem. However, there's a difference between her and Donald Trump. She's a part of the problem, but she's not going to drag American troops onto the ground where they get captured over there. There's a huge difference in her responding with an airstrike and then her responding with troops on the ground.
No,
That's
this
the
is what I'm
difference.
saying. No, what I'm saying is this, chat. I'm not a Kamala hater. I don't care. I'm just saying that we have to look at this shit in a whole. Sometimes we get tunnel vision, and I'm saying that this shit was inevitable because only reason I even brought Kamala up is because of something Shell and Steve was speaking on it, and he spoke about Kamala taking the $9 million in APAC money. So I was saying, well, look, I have a clip queued up that I didn't even play today of Kamala speaking on the war in Iran. They asked her who was the biggest threat. She didn't say Russia. She didn't say North Korea. She didn't say China. She said Iran. And also, she spoke directly to the 200 ballistic missiles and the atrocities. She also spoke to American blood being on Iran's hands. All of those signs point to me that if Netanyahu, with his 40-year plan, wanting to extend his presidency or not wanting to have to atone for the ICC crimes or whatever's going on, he needs another war. He's going to stir up a war with Iran. The rhetoric wouldn't have changed. The Zionists still would have been there, or whoever, warmongers would have still been here, and they would have still been told the same message. And if the threat was imminent and Netanyahu was going to attack regardless, we would have been here. I'm just saying, not it's nothing against Kamala, it's against shit. This is where the alliances lay. This is where our allegiances are as a country.
And that's
All
where
right,
we're
can
going
I
to
get
differ.
it? Just a second.
Go ahead.
There's
Go
a
ahead.
hot second. It's just because I'm like,
According
if
to Steve,
Plug
they're
probably
asking,
remember.
hold on, Cubcat, I'm gonna let you have the floor. They're asking who was the bigger threat. Well, I'm not gonna give a bigger threat. According to Steve, it's Russia, and it's always been Russia. According to Plug, I think our biggest threat right now as a country is our motherfucking selves. I'll let the rest of the panel answer as they see fit. Go ahead, Top Cat.
think you're 100% correct. Your first threat is always yourself. But like me, I said before, I don't gang bang, so I don't do none of no sides or nothing. I don't really rock with none of them. But I said on foreign policy, I always thought I didn't have a problem with the candidates because I thought that they both would do the same things when it came to international situations. The problem would be how they handle policy in the United States. That's where, so I think she would have did a lot of the same things. But when it comes down to the conflict and what's going on right now and her position in it and where we're at in it, I go back farther still looking back into what was going on before all this. And we've seen this happen before. You get what I'm saying? So if there's an imminent threat or your neighbor gets into a conflict, you are already put into a position just like Europe is flying sorties 24/7 right now and burning a lot of gas just flying airplanes trying to intercept any type of drones or anything on their borders and stuff right there. So in our position and on October 7th, we got when Netanyahu said, well, Bibi said what he said. You get what I mean? He already threw that out like Bush threw it out. Bush Jr. threw it out. And I said that this has been a plan since the beginning. So all the smoke and mirrors are everywhere. Like you're saying, we got to look at the big picture. That's all I look at. I don't ever look at the little in betweens and these little discussions. I'm looking at, first of all, when this first happened, Netanyahu said, we're finna reach out, we're gonna hit these guys, and we're gonna keep extending this situation from the beginning. He said that. So the United States has been looking for him to go overboard since the beginning. So it should have been something that's being planned on. So we know that we have forces in those areas. We know that he's going to keep pushing and he's going to rely or push us into these situations. The United States knew that the whole time. The United States started giving pushback on him with what was going on in Palestine before any of this happened. But then the next thing that happened after that is they hit Yemen. Okay, while they're hitting Yemen, they're hitting Palestine. We've seen all this work together, but then we're saying individual situations, individual situations. Now, no, it's not. We already knew what was going to happen. The administration knew what was going to happen, so they said it's us being in a defensive position, we're going to have to go into offense. That was just a key moment. We knew it was going to happen for almost over 2 years. So then, when we step into what their strategic plans was and what was going on, we seen them lie about Venezuela, talking about drug boats and all that to get everybody in position to do what they did down here. Then we seen the same situation go on here. We were talking about nuclear, nuclear, nuclear. Now we're sitting up here talking about taking over an island for oil, and the same things that you were talking about, maritime dominance. And me and you talked about it, Plug. We said that every single one of these straits, we're finna have something to do with it. That's what's going on. Panama here, every strait that there is, we're finna draw lines in the sand. So that's kind of where we're at right now, looking at the big picture. We're drawing lines in the sand. Kamala or Trump, I feel, would have did the same exact things when it came to foreign policy. We really didn't have a choice right now. Before, when I was telling y'all about the scramble of what was going on in Africa, we seen Africa kind of draw their lines, and they stopped the European people from having basically have them in a position of rhetoric of how they're going to get their food, how they're going to get their supplies, how they're going to get their uranium, how they're going to do all these different things. This is actually what's causing a push in Europe right now to have to worry about the straits so much because they're not getting all the things that they were getting from Africa before. So all the big picture of this is everybody's drawing their lines in the sand, and Trump is playing a game of smoke and mirrors for 2 years right now. When he changed Jerusalem to be in the capital over there, we knew that this push was finna come. If you know anything, if you know anything about how international stuff goes on, for something to move that has never been moved, it's never been the capital, and this is the most holy place, looked at around the world. For it to be the capital to move there, and then for you to see a show of aggression from that state, and then that state says that we're going to find the terrorists just like Bush did. So Bush forced everybody in the Middle East into a situation over 9/11. So this was their 9/11. This was their key. That's why sometimes it seems suspect what happened, period, because they needed something like that to lose 1,200 people like that for them to push like this. And now they push like this. They've drawn us into it, and we were into it from the beginning when Netanyahu said that I'm finna do this, and I don't care what no other nation says. That means that you have to pick your side right then, and we already have picked our side. But there was one other thing I wanted to mention. When they said, okay, what's the number one threat? And they were talking about that. Remember that APAC or the people that shall not be named had their meeting, and I believe it was in New York or somewhere down there. They said the number one threat to the so-called ish people were young black males, and that's all I got to say.
I remember that. I remember that. I was gonna say something
They
about
didn't
that,
say Iran.
but I
They
remember
didn't
that.
say Iran. Young black males.
That was around the time with the Kyrie and all that stuff, and Ye and all that.
Oh, right. Yeah. Forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so Iran has a reason. That's still a war for them, that they're siding with the one and the other one siding with the other ones. So you have this situation where they're still bringing rhetoric to the United States, trying to cause civil unrest here. So these are
Yeah.
big pictures, not the small pictures. You know what I'm saying? That's all I had to say. Y'all go ahead.
No, I agree. I mean, everything you're saying is spot on. You know, only thing I would add to that is in my book, the number one threat. So let me go back to you, Plug, real quick. That tape was shot October 2024. That's when the video came out because I posted that about the second part of it, and it was posted on a site that's progressive site that's basically doesn't want Kamala to run again. You know, because I like she had her chance. I don't want to see her because she's been holding the APAC. I'm not support anybody taking money from APAC. But with that being said, I truly don't believe that she would have gone this far because putting boots on the ground is a different thing. And like you're saying, Top Cat, you know, D- George Bush got it all wrong. He got it all wrong. He didn't say that part, but who's the terrorist? He got it all wrong. Iraq was never our enemy. But that's who Netanyahu told him to attack. The Taliban didn't have one person that flew an airplane into those twin towers. You know who did though? Saudi Arabia. And who's been their our best friend this whole time? The Saudis. So it's been wrong for a long time. Fast forward now, Iran only attacked us through proxies in Iraq. Iran has never put a single terrorist on the ground in the United States. Yet we're constantly trying to destabilize them. And I know, Plug, that you think that Trump wasn't trying to regime change. Trump said that we killed the leaders, even though it was Israel, and we tried to coordinate with the other guys, but they were already dead too. So that means that Trump thought we could do some like Maduro style regime change over there. So, and I know he says one thing, but his actions are what you can only look at. Don't listen to anything he says, but look at what he does. And they're still trying to take over a big chunk of it. So we'll see what happens with this. But this entire conflict in my book is trumped up by Netanyahu. This is his dream. And what the biggest thing is doing is it's distracting from what's really going on in Gaza and then taking over the West Bank. Because that's
Now
what
let
this is
me
all.
ask
This
you
is
this
all
real
really.
quick, Steve.
Go ahead.
Where is the last like presidential candidate that hasn't taken money from APAC?
Obama didn't.
That's the last one.
Yeah, Obama didn't take money. George Bush Sr. didn't take money. And the Jerusalem plan, the act to move Jerusalem, to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Look that up. That was created under Bill Clinton, his administration. It took like 6 years to do that, and that went through Congress. That's why Trump could do it because after Bill Clinton did it, he didn't initiate it, put it on the shelf. George Bush came in, and because of his father, he says, "I'm not going to do it." Obama says, "I'm definitely not doing it," and it was the first thing Trump did.
Now, with that being said, right, and we know BB been saying this that Iran is what like 2 years, 5 years away from capability for the last like
Ex-
30, 40 years now, right? So when
Exactly.
you
Yep.
when you take that into consideration, and then like in that whole time frame, you only named like what two candidates that didn't accept money from APEC. That's why I'm
That's
leaning towards
crazy.
like regardless of who was in office, this would have happened. You feel me? Like you said, they was waiting for a reason to go. I forget it was either you or Big Top Cat said they was waiting for a reason to go over there and everything,
And
and
that's
that
what
was
I'm
their reason to go over there.
and that's what I'm saying.
Even
Like, oh, even Obama, like we not gonna act like Obama didn't try regime change. Like, I just don't understand why we
in
giving so much credit. Like,
in
it's like,
Iran,
no, he what
no, he didn't try to
Libya
do
was
this
it
Iran.
Libya?
Come
No,
on
I'm
now.
talking just Iran,
Man,
just Iran.
but it's like shit.
They're-
Now we gotta isolate it. It's regime change, regime change. Like shit. Why was Obama? You know, it's like this is what we do as America. America does fucking regime change, no matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican. That's what they do.
Go ahead, Jess. And then I
America
guess must be
and the
something.
UK and all these different, this is part of a European point of view. Regime change has been part of things since way back in the day. This has been the usurp or the change from you marrying the prince and marrying the princess to stop these wars and unite kingdoms. Instead of that, they started doing regime change and actually knocking off the head. That's why I was saying before, in real war, you actually take over those lands and take over those provinces. All these things that we're calling war is over what we want, not actually taking over land and taking possession of the people and knocking the head off the dragon. It's not actually a complete real war. It's a proxy war over something, whether it be oil, whether it be money, whether it be being able to move through a strait. So right now, him saying I'm gonna go over there and take over these islands and put boots on the ground, that is actual war. That is actual taking over a province and taking over a place and knocking the head off. And this is all started a long time ago. And that's why you're saying he was in the bed with Netanyahu with the situation of moving Jerusalem, because it's a point now that he's like the general that gets to go and claim his prizes now because he did something that they could never do for themselves. So now Trump feels like he can go and say, if I'm gonna take this and take that. And he gave us a little soft interest into that last week when he said, you guys should be able to, now you guys go and get your oil, go take your oil. Now he's talking about taking the oil himself. So all this
But
happened.
that's
That's why I say it's a big thing. It's a big thing. When they hit Yemen, I said this a long time ago. I said, what reason Yemen, that is Yemen's ocean. That's their ocean. If there was somebody going in between Hawaii and here and telling us that we can't stop boats from going in between here and Hawaii, we'll blow that damn whole ocean up. So how can we call them terrorists and pirates for actually trying to control waters that are less than 20 miles off of their mainland? That should be an international problem, and instead the whole world watched us go and bomb them, and we knocked off a couple of their heads in that situation while they were tearing up Palestine. And if you know anything about strategically, we just took the back and we took the front. We should know that we're going to meet in the middle, the same way we did with Russia and Germany. So this is what I'm saying. This has all been planned, and everybody's sitting up here talking about everything else that's going on. If you look at military strategics, you see that this is exactly what's happening. You make sure that they don't have no way to attack you from the back. One side takes the front, and we meet in the middle and decimate everything. So that's exactly what's going on. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Oh, Trump, he's talking about this. Oh, this and that. No, this is what's going on. This has been the plan for 2 years since Netanyahu said what he said. Okay, that's all I had to say.
again, the two things I'm talking about, the Yemen thing, that the whole thing, we don't really know what was happening over there. We know why the Yemen was hitting those boats. They were only targeting boats that were just supplying stuff to Israel. That's it. They would board a boat. If it wasn't supplying stuff to Israel, they didn't take those boats. So what they did was, you're absolutely right. They had the right to do that because that's their area. And this plan has been, dude, you said this plan has been in effect for 30 years. No one was signing on to it. George Bush Sr. didn't, I mean, George Bush Jr. didn't sign on to it. Obama didn't sign on to it. Clinton didn't sign on to it. All right. Biden didn't sign on to it. So the only person that would sign on to it is Donald Trump. But I think the point that I'd like to really stress with you is that look what's happening in Gaza. This is just a distraction for Gaza. That's what this really I think is, and that's what this is. This is not like Trump's not going to be able to hold the land. When he was saying people go take your oil, that's a cop out, dude. He says we'll protect you through the straits, and then he says we'll go get your own oil, and that's a cop out. So again, I only blame Donald Trump, and that's what I'm saying. If Iran was going, like, Iran knows what they're doing. They're not going to kill innocent Americans who are supporting them and ruin their. They're going to go after just the head of the snake, and that's the fucking slime ball in Mar-a-Lago, in my
That's the
opinion.
only point where I've been just from growing up. I'm probably a little older than a couple people. Not you, Steve. I think you're a little older than
Right.
me. But when it comes down to it, just growing up through the '80s and knowing how America and Iran and different situations were going on since that time. If they were to do something, I think they would try to make the biggest statement they could because they know that they would be marching directly into martyrdom. So they know that we're going to obliterate them after that, and they'll go dig down in the holes like they've done for the last 5,000 years, and they're going to have some people that survive, but they don't. That place has been decimated over what 20 different times and taken over 20 times. So this is not new. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said the long game, when I was talking about people coming over here and displacing people. There's other countries that's been around for a long time and have been through different things, and their administrations and stuff know about the long game. They know about putting people over there for 100 and 150 years and over 500 years taking over places and whatever. They look past their own lifetimes compared to us, where we look directly into our own lifetimes. So in our lifetimes, we're looking for these different changes where they already know that, well, I can set a plan that's going to, over time, still be better for my people. So in their aspect, I think it would be a big show for them to blow, even if it wasn't about the population or how many people that they took out. You know, it's just to knock a head off of a beast and say that we've done this. Like we knocked the nose off of the Sphinx, and it was us that done this, and the whole Middle East. Okay, this can happen. We can strike back at them. We do have power to that, and you know, to give people hope. That's what Iran has been about since way back in the day. So I think that they would hit like a DC or hit like New York, or they'd hit like a Pennsylvania or somewhere to say, okay, these are the heartlands
Pennsylvania.
of
But
yeah, you know, like
but
Pennsylvania. You know,
I
we
mean,
talking about
is
that. We're talking
but
about the
Pennsylvania's
starting point of the United States. You said if they're smart, they know where Paul Revere and all these different people were writing. I'm talking about knocking off historical sites where you could say that people can never walk in these certain places no more for 150 years. To be able to say,
but
okay, we have nuclear fallout in your heartland for 150 years. That's a big respect point put there, even if they're for their martyrdom. I think they're thinking past. If they're really smart, they're thinking past just the point of knocking people off. They're thinking to the point of actually making a statement in this country where you would have to look back and say, who stopped us? Who made it like this? You know, like Okinawa and different places where we've dropped stuff. If you go over there now, you have to look at it, it's still decimated. It's still messed up. So that's the statement I think they would
Trump is
make.
also
That's
running
all
into
I'm saying.
headwinds.
one of the things I disagree with you on is that you're really confusing ISIS for Iran. Iran is the Persian Empire. They've been around way before we were even a fart, before we even a trickle. All right, they've been around forever, and they've never been occupied. All right, we went there and we imposed. We put a Shah. We knocked their leader out, duly elected, and we put a Shah there, and that lasted like 20 years. And they threw him out, and they were actually cool with us before, and that's what caused the conflict. Is they're minding their business, they're doing their thing, they're making their own leaders, and we interfere with that to try to steal their oil. All right. Fast forward to right now, what is Donald Trump trying to do? He's trying to steal their oil again. So for them to go and say we're going to unite the United States by hitting you where there's a Democratic elected Muslim mayor, which will make all of America hate us. Nah, I don't think so. I think they're way smarter than that. It's a strategic strike. There's only one head of the snake. If Mar-a-Lago cannot be occupied for the next 100 years, we'll laugh at that. We'll say you deserve that. That will unite our country. If you hit us in New York, guess who's going to hate us? Republicans are going to say, "See, we told you. We told you. It's your
Man,
fault."
ain't nobody gonna give a fuck about that, man. Trump gonna say, well, yeah, Mar-a-Lago got hit, but I had it insured for, the 500 million. I initially got it for
Good.
5 million and shit. He's just gonna fucking build another house, man. Nobody give a fuck about Trump Mar-a-Lago getting hit.
No one's
But
going.
the people
Yeah,
will. The people will be displaced. West Palm won't be the same. I feel bad for them, but as far as just
and it's a red state, bro. It's a red state. It's bone red. compared to hitting a
It's
blue
a
state.
difference.
I
Like
just
Trump did his whole last term. Trump did ran from Mar-a-Lago. So if it was like that, where he was actually running, America from Mar-a-Lago like he did his first term, it would be different. But now, he's redone the White House. He's got all that gold in there. It's a little different.
it's all gonna get undone, plug. All that stuff. Trump will be. I think this next election, Trump is gonna lose by a larger majority than he did in 2020.
He
And
can't run again.
everything.
What do you
No,
mean
well,
next
I'm saying,
election? Why the fuck will he be running? He better not be running in this next election.
well, what do you think he keeps saying? How many times has he said that? He has
Listen,
half
I don't
saying.
give a
He
fuck
says it
what
to
you
everybody.
talking about, man. He gonna run
Okay,
in this
all right,
election.
and it
If
doesn't matter.
if he
If
runs in
if
this next election,
AD Vance,
the last thing we need to be worried about is him losing. If he runs in this next election, we're already fucked, man. You worried about him? And we need to
that's
listen. We
my
need.
whole point.
The hell is you talking about? He gonna
Is all
lose
rigged.
this election, man.
That
He,
nigga
bro,
get on
he,
the
Trump,
ballot
Trump.
again, we got a problem.
I mean, it's like this.
All
JD Vance will be on the ballot for sure. And the bottom line is that Trump has never gotten above 50% in an election, both of his elections. Biden, when the one time he won, Biden got 51%. Yeah, 51. Obama got 51.5%. So the Democrats can't pull it together to get at least 82 million votes. They leave this up to being cheated out of another election. And
I'm
so,
Be
saying,
once,
honest.
if
We
you
gotta be
think that
honest too.
those Iranians are
Go
over
ahead.
there caring about Republican or Democrat, if you really think that you said they're smart, if you really think that they're over there worried about our democratic system and worried about all these different political plan points, when it comes down to martyrdom and war, then we ain't looking at them as smart as we think that they are, because these are all things to fool our heads. It helps us in governance situations, but when it comes down to war, it comes down to death, it comes down to statements being made at a national sense, like on the point where I'm trying to damage your whole situation. They're not caring about blue or red. They're not gangbanging. They're going to make a statement. And I think that trying to knock some extra golden tan dude's island off is not a big enough statement to make to these economies in the United States. If you come knock down when we looked at what was that movie, every movie that we saw, Planet of the Apes, Independence Day, everything, you seen that the what is that in New York, the big old bribe, what's the name, what is it, whatever that
the
statue,
Statue of Liberty, the
the
Statue of
Statue of
Liberty, the big
Liberty.
old rod.
I'm sorry, I don't remember it, man. Shit, I've been blazing.
It's all good.
Anyway,
That's
the
funny.
Statue of Liberty, it always shows her head on the ground. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest statement you can make. Or if you blow up you blow up the White House or you blow up the Pentagon, or you knock down the Twin Towers, you do something like that. That's a statement that the world looks at like that. You go blow up Mar-a-Lago, it still ain't pretty as Jamaica. I'm not worried about that. That's a statement to him. And he has never been over these last years of what's been going on between Iran and the other nations. I don't think that that's a big enough statement. You could send a crew out to try to knock people off over there, or you could drop a small, get a missile on a boat somewhere and try to knock that little island and do some damage to that. But if you hit one of these places and, make a statement where we can't walk on our own land, that's something that's never been done in the United States. You know what I mean? Where you cannot even walk on that land. I think that would be the statement that they would make to make the rest of the world say that the United States is vulnerable.
That's my point. It would be there'd be one less red state. I mean, it'd be one less red state. Top Cat, do me a favor. You live in the greatest state in the United States. Okay, when you get a chance to go up to LA sometime, when you meet a Persian, you see a lot of Persians. Just stop them and say, bro, can I ask you some questions real quick? I know you don't know me, but my friend told me to ask you. Now, you're not, I know so many Persian guys, dude. I don't know one who's into martyrdom. It's not a Persian thing. The the um the Revolutionary Guard get those guys to kill themselves. They want the Shiite in Gaza to kill themselves. They want ISIS. ISIS got people foreign fighters to kill themselves. And a lot of times that wasn't even real. They strap bombs to those guys, tell them to go drop this off, and they blow them up. So they're not like Iranians not into martyrdom. They're into jihad
Iran's history.
according to the
Iran's
Quran. But let me
history.
go ahead.
Iran's history has been like the refusal of being taken over. And that's what I'm saying. That's what the
Yeah,
Persians did.
yeah.
That's why I always mention the Persians and the Medes. Their whole history is the point of them fighting to the end, even being taken over, like what you said before, to a certain extent. But no, they've been taken over and beat by the Egyptians. They've been beat by the Hittites, the Elamites. Different people have taken over that land, and they have always persevered through it. So that's their thing. They have been defeated. They just persevered through it until Xerxes. So that's where we start seeing that after they actually eliminated somebody for another kingdom brought them in. Then they established themselves and grew the Persian kingdom, and that was when the Medes had to mix in with them. Plug actually had a video on about this the other day. So that's where I'm
That's
saying
Cyrus. Cyrus the Great.
6,000 years, 6,000 years of them defying stuff. So even if we come through, and that's what made, when I say martyrdom, that's what I'm talking about. They, to the point that they're still, even the Persians are willing to give it up, and as long as they survive to the end. Us as the United States, we've never been to that point. The closest we got scared by it was the kamikaze stuff, and you've seen how we produced after that, how we ran directly into it after that. So they know that we're coming back with a hard hit if they do anything to that effect. But are they
I mean,
are they willing to do it? Yes, they are willing to do it. Are they willing to watch their whole country burn down? They've seen that happen before. We've never seen nothing like that. So for something to hit on the soil would be deep. Because you know I'm from out here. The only other terrorist situation that I've ever even seen was the one out here in San Bernardino. I haven't seen no other situations that weren't bombs that actually you could see the people that were proceeding with that, other than 9/11. The other one was out here in San Bernardino. The other
Okay.
one was those
Top
planes that
Cat.
you know.
I appreciate you, KC. Everybody hit the like button for me, man. Let's hit 300 likes right quick. Double tap the screen. Team
super
Hype
chat, super
says
chat.
Team Hype says those Persians are not the original Persians. I don't know. I think that was to
And
you,
that's
Top Cat,
I
or maybe that was to you, Steve.
I think I think they
They're
would
not.
disagree with that. They they trace their history to Cyrus the Great. So that's what they call this. Iranians call themselves Persian. So it's they're one of the oldest civilizations. Top catch like they have a 5,000 year history. So do the Chinese. Chinese. That's why I say like the Chinese of today are the Chinese of old. It's the 5,000 year history. It's just that we don't understand that because Americans are just A, stupid, and B, our history is only 250 years. You know, those guys say we've had wars longer than that.
7,000 year history. Their history is old. They go back way,
Yeah,
way back. You know what I'm
way.
saying? They've been taken over. They dealt with the Assyrians. That was the other one. They dealt with the Assyrians. They dealt with all that. And when he says those aren't the original people, just like that video Plug, you might want to go back and watch it again. It tells you that Xerxes was mixed in with the Medes. So those are not the original ones. And then as you go farther back, you'll find out that half those lands, like I told you, are rented. The original Iranians too don't look like those people. You get what I'm saying? The Persians that you're looking at right now, I got a couple of things I've been looking at that'll show you that half that land's being rented all the way to Saudi Arabia. That's why I keep telling
Yeah,
y'all to please go look at that documentary I told you about, the Black Mummy. It explains the mixing and stuff that's been going on in those areas for a long time. There is no real originals completely around there. That's why they have to go to South Africa and have to go to the Sahara and different stuff to find these original people, because there is no complete originals over there, because it mentions it in there that there were so many different nomadic tribes that's running around there. That's what the Arabs were back then. They were nomadic tribes, Saudi Arabia and all that. There's different tribes and different people that were coming in and mixing, different mercenaries, that 300 stuff where you're seeing the Asians and the different people in. That was the Persian Empire. So the Persian Empire mixed with a whole bunch of different people. And the original Iranians is crazy when it goes down to it. They find them all the way down in Australia and all the way to South America, and they look like red-headed, freckle-faced, green-eyed people. Crazy, huh?
yeah. So it says here the Neo-Assyrian Empire, 1911 to 609 BC. That's how long ago they caught a defeat, and they went partly down there. They defeated some of the Medes, some of the Persians, and they looted towns and that stuff. But yeah, they've got a pretty steady history since those times. So you know, I mean that again. I don't.
It's
I
a
hear. I agree.
steady
I understand.
history of mixing. A
I
steady
understand what you're
history of
saying.
mixing.
Yeah, but I mean,
Mhm.
right now, Iran. If we left them alone, like they're not coming here trying to. impose their will on the United States. We're trying to do that to them. And I don't care who tries to justify the whole thing where they have blood on their hands. Oh, shoot, we have blood on our hands too. But the difference is Iran didn't come to Mexico trying to start a war, and then America was trying to help Mexico out. They went into Iraq and with an illegal campaign against Saddam, who did nothing to them. And then this is the crazy part. Remember, they forgave us for all that. We were totally cool. We were totally cool. Osama Salami, he says, "And we'll help you get rid of ISIS." Okay, I'm gonna come here. He helped them fight against ISIS. They're working with us in Iraq to fight ISIS. And who killed them? Who killed him? Donald Trump. So I mean, I really think the blood is on our hands.
We have a history of that too. I mean, even with Saddam, even with Gaddafi, even with all these different
Completely.
people during the war on terror, a lot of different people helped us, and we turned around and we actually knocked the head off the bull there, and actually came there and put boots on the ground. So in this situation, Baron, that Netanyahu is pushing this situation, and they're our proxy. This is the only thing. This is why I'm saying, even on my gangbang sense, and when it comes to the real gangster sense, I'm kind of looking at the UK and their situation, because y'all were part of this. Y'all started some of this too, and now y'all don't want to be involved in it or whatever because you're scared that you might actually have to deal with some of the ramifications. But actually, y'all played a part in this too. Y'all proxied them. Y'all gave them weapons to put them in this position, and now that they put a threat on your land, you don't want to back us up while we're running in there. Well, with the fight didn't start it now. So I feel like they kind of pussying out the situation too, because you guys put these crazy ass people over here. You put these Polish people over here, and now they're doing what y'all have done everywhere else. They're doing their kind of Hitler-esque moving and taking land and putting people in these situations. And now you don't want to back the situation up that actually feeds yourself. So what Trump is saying is true. Yeah, we might have some money in the situation, but that Hormuz situation is a lot them. Y'all the ones that are getting depraved right now. You're the ones that are getting put in those situations right now, and y'all don't want to be involved in it. And that's kind of shit face for the situation, because you are part of the ones that started it. The agreement was between UK, Palestine, wasn't even Israel then. It was just whoever those people were, and the United States. And now that this stuff is coming to fruition, they're kind of backing out of the situation. That's why I said no, no, we should back out of the UN in a different situation, because right now everybody's drawing their lines in the sand, and basically everybody's spies right now. If you can turn your back on us right now, then who are you when you're on our bases or around us but spies?
So, look, I got a question. I want to go around the room and ask a question. So, when does all this end? Like, what's the final game? For me, I think this would end like two things could happen. Number one, if somehow they could arrest Netanyahu and turn him over to The Hague, that war would end right there. Number one. And number two, if the Epstein file in its entirety was released right now to Interpol, and they charge Donald Trump and everybody in that because the U.S. won't do it, that war would end. So those are the two things I think it is. This thing ends when the Epstein file gets released or when Netanyahu goes to jail, because this isn't a real war. I want to hear everybody's opinion on that. This isn't a real war.
I don't
We
think
have
either
nothing.
one of those things is gonna happen. Just
But
for the simple fact,
what makes it end? What brings this war to an end? Or are we going to have boots on the ground for 100 years over in in Iran?
I don't think it's never going to end because let's just say if yeah, I don't think it's never going to end. We got to look at it like this has been going on for how long
No,
now? It's
this
been
just
going.
started. We don't have boots on the ground
It's
in
just
Iran.
gonna
We've never had
be,
boots on the ground in Iran.
No, we probably
it's
just
gonna
have
be
boots on the ground, like publicly. You feel me? But we've been behind the scene doing fuck shit for decades now. You feel me?
In
So
Iran?
when you
No.
look at it from that standpoint, I don't see it never ending because you got to look at it. What does the U.S. get from this? Once they
What do we get
like,
from it?
okay, so we get the capabilities and the technologies to govern a group of people.
Who? What? Explain that. I don't know what that means. I mean, how we're going to lose at least 10,000 soldiers in Iran if we try to take that. What do we get out of it? We get nothing out of Iraq. Nothing. We get nothing out of Afghanistan. Nothing. So what are we going to get out of here on boots on the ground?
Boots on the
That's
ground. I don't think it's going to end. It's just the point of us being able to pull out of it. The war that's been going on over there hasn't ended over all these years. The closest it was is when the Palestinians were running around there in a trial situation. Before that, there was war there. That's just like saying going to the Rhineland and stopping war. It was only stopped for that a little bit of a situation that we were involved in between the world wars, and now it's back to them fighting again. These wars, in my mind, is biblical. I already know what it is. It's kind of to the point whether you're going to stick your nose in it or not. Our situation is we put a proxy there. So we've been fighting a proxy war since 1948. The Israel being there is our proxy. Before they went there, we were taking in people from those different lands over here, different, journalists, different scientists and different things, and then we put a position for those same proxies to be over in that situation. So we would have somebody that would vie for our well-being and what we thought should be going on in the Middle East. Now that has came back to bite us in our butt because we forgot that these people have the same blood in them that Hitler has in them. They had the same
true.
idealistics. The Israelis.
Okay, keep
They're
it.
the
Yeah,
same people.
yeah.
Hitler has the same blood. That's his cousins. Those are his people. If they go put their last names up, they're gonna have the same damn last names as him. He has more actual blood from that area than they do. And they're over there now with those same ideologies, that Lebensraum, land for the German people. They're over there, Lebensraum, land for the Israeli people or the Zionist people. So they're doing the same thing. It's just that we thought that we could go over there or have a proxy there that moved like that we could control, but we don't understand. We can't control it. After they put their people there and they're saying, okay, we're a nation state. So we're going by blood, land, and the point that we are a people that have a name now. The Palestinians were supposed to have the same exact thing. We promised both of them the same thing. So this whole thing that we're going on, every time we're moving on it and we're talking about bullying in the United States and bullying around the world and people are trying to bully people and we're talking about Russia and everything, we are always doing 2 times what anybody else is doing when it comes to bullying situations. It's just the
That's
truth.
true.
Well, I'm just on this side. It's just the truth.
Just
So, what is that from Netanyahu real last name is?
w- he has a Polish name. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not looking
Well,
at it. You can pull it up
I
though.
seen what I was trying to say. Him and Malay might be related. It's something to do with like Argentina's leader's name. And then they talking about allegedly leaked documents say that they trying to create a mini Israel in Argentina.
That
Yeah.
was one of
I
the
mean, yeah.
places they picked. They picked Ethiopia first. They picked Ethiopia and a couple different places. This is way back in the 1870s. And when they were trying to split up things, those same people were trying to, get in when there was a rush for Africa. They picked Ethiopia, they picked Argentina, they picked the one place in America, I forgot, and then they picked the last pick of theirs was the actual Israel where they're at. They got the last pick out of everything that they wanted to, any place that they wanted to start this. So
There's
Argentina or South America is another place.
there's
So it does
Uganda
make.
and there's Arizona.
Mhm.
So they, I think it was either Arizona or Nevada. They wanted to set up they wanted to own the whole state,
Exactly.
and the U.S. said no. But in Uganda, there were a bunch of Israelis there, and then Idi Amin threw them out.
Yeah, because Idi Amin got pissed off with Israel, and if y'all go look at it, he's on a boat. He does an interview about it on a boat. You can look up an Idi Amin interview where he talks about him, because I believe the prime minister was a female at that time, or whoever is secretary of their state or whatever was a female. And he kept saying that I've supported Israel in the beginning and whatever, but I found out that they were a bunch of liars and Zionist people that were trying to do exactly what, basically lying in his face and then turning their back on him. Now that, and after that happened, Idi Amin became he was actually looked at pretty revered. And he said, as soon as I started doing, I talked about Israel, the media situation turned on me like hell. I turned into a people eater. I turned into a communist. I turned into all these different things as soon as I spoke against Israel. And that was way back in the early 80s and late 70s. So this
I
same
think he
thing that
also,
Israel has been doing has been going on forever,
I think he also
forever.
deported. I think he also deported all the Indians too at the time, East Indians.
Yeah, which
So
made sense. Which made sense when Gandhi sit up there and said that these people are below us and not smart and they shouldn't be this and they're not even complete humans. I would have deported their coolie ass too. That's why I said even out here it ain't. I don't have anything against Indians. Like personally, I like all people. But when it comes down to the rhetoric of nations, when your nation is pushing yourself in a certain situation, you put it on a gang bang situation. And I gotta wave my flag just like you wave yours. That's why I'm saying even those people that we were looking at before, Plug was had on there. When it comes to my kids coming out of college and trying to compete with somebody that got educated all the way over there, and I got a 23-year-old son competing with a 33-year-old man and his whole family that came over here for the jobs that are being presented for the people that are supposed to be out here, put a cap on their ass. It's not fair for my a 23-year-old kid to have to, even though they both are, can do their job just as well, to have to compete with a 30-year-old man that can get treated a certain way, that already knows what's going on. Go do that for your country. We created these jobs for our kids. We're putting them through schools. They got student loans. They got all these different things to pay back. They shouldn't have to come out and compete with somebody that has 10 years of experience that isn't from this place. I mean, not I ain't saying all of them can't, but there should be a cap on that. We should be looking out for our own in some manner. And that's happened in the nursing industry. It's happened in the health industry. It's happened in all industries where it's completely taken over. Think about it. Why is five of us on the panel? None of us own a Circle K or a 7-Eleven. Why? There's no cap on none of this. But you go
well,
to their
yeah,
countries and see if you can do that. Go to their country and see if you can get a job at a high level where you're not running it from an industry from the United States. Go hop into any of their industries. Now, their countries have plenty of big industries that you can get into. Your ass is not going to get those jobs. They're not going to put you ahead of the people that's there. But here, we do that all the time, and then we sit up there and talk about our kids. They're lazy. They're this. No, I'm trying to tell you, it's not as lucrative. And then it's to a point where once they do come over here, their shops, their everything, they hire their own. And then they can go
yeah.
still get a job at Walmart. So what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Especially if you catch a damn case, or you live an American life and get one of these American situations that happen for you, where okay, now it's a little harder for me to get a job. I got a domestic on me, or I got something like that. Now I'm out of the job range completely, and all these people are just eating it up. Oh, you're a scientist and a truck driver. So where's space for the people that's here? Yeah, I think there should be a cap put on certain situations. I really do.
Well, I mean, I've heard you say this argument before, and I want to push back on this one sense. Like you live in California. How many black owners own dispensaries out in California? Or do you think in Southern California?
I would say out of all of them, probably like 10%.
No, not if it was not even 1%. At one time,
Yeah.
they were the majority, like back before Prop 64, the majority of owners
Mhm.
in Southern California, there was like over 1,000 dispensaries, of which the majority were either were either like Latino or Black. All right, and they came in and they arrested everybody, they broke it all up, and now there's
Mhm.
less than 1%. All right,
And made
so
us
that
pay taxes crazy. Made us pay stupid taxes. Made us do crazy ass upgrades. They
It's
did
the
a whole bunch
Armenians
to us.
now. They say the Armenians got the game on lock out there.
Yup.
Well,
The Armenians,
Armenians have owned it for a long
Iraq,
time, but that's not the majority is out of state. They're out of state.
and
They're white
Iran.
corporations out of state. That they're like the Russian mafia owns a big chunk of them. Armenians own a big chunk, but the majority are white owned businesses, corporations from Canada and other places, not Americans. I mean, sorry, yeah, not Americans.
They
So
take
that's
over the
making it more.
industry. That's what I'm talking about. They take over that whole industry. Like that's what I'm saying.
But
I used to supply to them, and I had legal stuff going on, and I would supply, and then all of it changed, and then the bottom dropped out. I mean, everybody was making money decent, and it actually was a lucrative situation. Then the bottom dropped out.
yeah,
Right? When we went from 1,200 to 1,300 down to down 350, and you
yeah,
trying to you can't even afford your fertilizer for that much, you know what
no,
I mean,
yeah,
and to grow a decent product. So it all
but
fell out, and that's what I'm saying. But that was when these other people, when they saw that it was lucrative, they jumped into it. I seen every ethnic out here, and that's what I'm saying. You probably heard about that one in San Bernardino, that one that was underground. They had the little thing out there. It was a whole city block of indoor underground, and when they found the people that were doing it, it was Asians, it was Hispanics, and it was I think Asians, Hispanics, and Russians. And I'm talking about
mm,
this is they said $1 billion a year industry. You know what I'm saying? They were putting out that much stuff. Each one was bringing home
yeah,
almost 100 tickets. It's crazy, you know what I mean? But then when I look at that, like you said, there was no other people involved in it. It was just them, three heads, and they ran it for almost, I think, 13 years. Imagine the amount of money, bro. And they
yeah.
keeping it all tucked into themselves. It's crazy.
Believe. I just want to throw
Awesome.
this in there.
All right, but yeah,
Go.
let's
That's
switch the
bipartisan.
subject too before we, I kind of want to keep the
Yeah,
live up.
get in trouble. Let's go back. Okay, what were we gonna say, Josh?
No, I was gonna say that's bipartisan too, right there. You feel me? Because if you turn around and see like all the people that was catching cases and stuff on the federal level because it was legal on the state level and stuff, and then all of a sudden they kind of eased back and everything when the people change that's running it and taking over it and stuff. You feel me? Like that's right there, just proof that it's both sides to it and stuff. Because the Democrats that was enforcing laws and all that stuff and everything. That's a whole nother subject. But I'm here with you, plug. We can switch
All right,
this topic.
I'm gonna answer. Jeff Morrison said this clown is ridiculously ignorant. Move to Iran and see how many freedoms you have. I'm gonna be honest. I would not move to Iran, but I don't think what we're doing in Iran is going to free Iran. I think
Exactly.
from the very beginning, I don't think it was about a free Iran.
No. I
Going
mean,
back to the
Iran was
Stone Age,
feared.
going back to the Stone Age kind of doesn't equivalent. It's not equivalent to having a free Iran. Their quality of life would be pretty much shit. They wouldn't have access to go visit family members with the bridges being out and having to be rebuilt. They wouldn't have any power. He says he's gonna knock the power grid out. He's talking about he's already bombing universities, institutions. So yeah, I mean, if that's the free Iran that you guys imagine, then shit, more power to you.
Exactly. I mean, how are you going to help the people if you're bombing churches, if you're bombing schools, you're bombing universities, you're bombing hospitals, you're bombing their bridges, you're bombing everything that the people need. You know, the leadership, they're okay. They have bunkers, they have money. It's the people that are suffering. So,
And that's
what do you
exactly
think
what
is
Netanyahu wants. That's exactly what
exactly?
Netanyahu what he was doing already when he was putting that white powder on those 80-year-old women's heads during Ramadan and pushing them down and doing all these different things. This whole thing is, like I said, it's a big picture to it. It was set up a long time ago. The United States already knew. Netanyahu said, nobody will turn us away from what we're fin to do. We are going to keep pressing until we feel safe, until we feel like everything is eradicated. So now he has pulled somebody into it that can actually eradicate situations, that can actually push them all the way to the sea, like what he's talking about.
So
And then
let
he
me
already put up that thing.
let me address YG in the chat. Says the way y'all change answers is wild. See YG, there are many different countries involved in these conflicts, and every country has different end goals. Now, a lot of their goals may be similar along the way, but as you get to the end, when you get to the actual goals and points of these missions, they're vastly different. So the answers aren't changing, is that we're speaking from one perspective, which is Israel's objective. We're speaking from another perspective, which is America's objectives. And we're also speaking to NATO's objectives in this energy crisis and Iran's objectives. So it's not that the answers are changing, it's different perspectives.
And that's a good point. Well, you're right that like Trump's thing is Trump. Again, look at that interview with Barbara Walters. That's always been Trump's goal. Trump wants to say that I have control, and he wants to take a big chunk of their oil and keep it forever. That's Trump's permanent personal goal. The rest of it, a lot of times, is where Israel goes, and this has to do with the greater Israel. I mean, you guys don't know about that. This is what this is feeding into. So Zionists like Huckabee, anybody that supports the Greater Israel Project is a problem because that's what all this is. This is about, and it's not going to last. Oh, I got a question for you, Plug. If you see the thing about, do you know who Hassan Piker is? He
Yeah.
was saying that he thinks that if Gavin Newsom is going speaks as a Zionist, if he's supporting Netanyahu,
I'm
he
not
thinks
gonna
that
lie.
Carlson can.
Out of a lot of people that I think are plants, I think Hassan is a plant too.
Okay, but with that being said, he says he thinks that Tucker Carlson will be able to beat him in this upcoming election if Tucker Carlson just sticks with his plan about, defunding Israel. What do you think about it? Do you think that Tucker Carlson, who is anti-Israel or anti-Zionist, can beat a pro-Zionist candidate like Gavin Newsom in the election?
I don't know. Maybe, possibly. It all depends on what goes on over the course of these next 3 years.
How much do you think Tucker has the pull of MAGA, right now,
I mean, Tucker
other
does
than
have
his
pull.
dislike for
Tucker
Israel?
does have pull, but Tucker hasn't locked down Black MAGA. Tucker hasn't locked down Black MAGA.
He's got Candace Owens on his side.
Right, but but one thing about Tucker is that he kind of goes with that Steven Crowder rhetoric, when it comes to black people, the Charlie Kirk
Mm,
rhetoric. So that he
right.
just doesn't align with the black community. I mean, he's a great interviewer. He's great at what he does, but when it comes to America, I think Tucker cares about his version of America.
I agree with you, but I'm just wondering, do you think that he can pull enough of the MAGA base, especially like it's independents right now? Independents hate us giving money to. I don't think they're going to support any candidate giving money to or taking money from Israel. And do you think that's enough to get them over the finish line, or do you
No.
think that yeah, Newsom,
No,
even
no,
even
no,
Clinton,
because we're in the age of information. We're in the age of picking and prying. And unless Tucker's self-funded, they're gonna pry on where that money comes from, especially if it comes from the big tech and the oligarchs.
well, all JD's money is coming from Peter Thiel.
Exactly. So he's gonna go through that exact same battle JD's going through.
And, oh, is JD struggling? Do you think?
I mean,
Who do you think is going to be able to
that's
pull it
what
off?
Nick Fuentes' whole movement is. Make sure JD Vance doesn't win the primary.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Spot on. I agree with you on that. So who do you?
Y'all remember you put up that thing about it was showing Netanyahu when he put up the whiteboard and he was saying what he wanted to do with the strait, and he was planning on running fiber optic cords and gas lines and different things, and he said this is what's going to happen if we get this land, and
Go to Israel.
and there will be no progress. I think you probably remember it, Steve, and that's what
That's
I'm
the Great
telling
Israel
you.
Project.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, that's the
put
Great
in
Israel
place
Project.
before any of this happened. This is what they're looking for. This is what's going on. This is part of the greater Israel. Remember, Steve, we was debating about, um, and it wound up being the greater Los Angeles area instead of being the metropolitan area.
Another thing
Right.
too,
Right. Right.
So
My bad, Top Cat. I'm gonna let you finish. But another thing too to that Tucker point is that Tucker's still fighting the CIA family allegations. So they'll double and triple down on Tucker being a part of the deep state during that election
He
cycle.
is.
Go ahead though, Top
He's
Cat,
actually
finish.
works for the Russians.
I was just saying, if y'all remember that, that's what I'm telling you. The bigger piece, the recipe instead of the piece of the pie. All this has been planned out before. We've seen the strategic military situation. We've seen him already lay out a plan in front of our face. And before that, we've seen in the first term him change the capital of their state to even give them that a boost in their chest to be able to do the things that they're doing. And then a lot of people don't realize that for you to be able to go to Israel or be all the things that handle the main governing parts of Israel are in the United States. There's a whole bunch of them people that have dual citizenship that actually run what goes on over there. So to say who's in control of the United States or who's in control of Israel, it isn't a real control point in that aspect. They are our proxy that has grown to a point of being out of control. That right now, if we reneged on our deal, that all those different Islamic people over there in different countries and different stuff would have a completely different idea of who they are aside from what they have bargained with them. If those things were to get blown up, just like you said, the medications and the different industries that there's Iran is trying to bomb. As soon as those things are out the out the form of different things that they can negotiate with, then those same countries that are over there, Egypt is going to look at them completely different. Jordan is going to look at them completely different. Only thing that they're worth to those same countries that are out there is the protection that they can be if they're with them, or what they can provide for those other countries that they weren't providing for themselves. If Iran knocks all those different things out of Israel, Israel becomes back to the same thing they were, a bunch of Polish people that are in lands that they're not supposed to be in getting skin cancer.
Well, if you look at the Greater Israel Project, it spans from the Nile River to the Euphrates.
One
So
hold on
them bombing.
before y'all go on this soliloquy. Nick Fuentes, KC says Nick Fuentes just another misdirection actor. The thing about Nick is that that's where Black MAGA's going. That's where a lot of the Charlie Kirk people are going to Nick Fuentes. A lot of that is gonna be a problem, and I'm not gonna lie. And it's to the point to where Nick Fuentes is doing 70, 80, 90,000 live viewers on a live stream, sometimes a couple 100,000. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's not about Nick One Blacks. Nick knows how to tote that line. Nick has that Kanye cosign as well. Same thing Trump had. Remember, everybody was mad as fuck at Trump for cosigning Kanye, and Kanye cosigning Trump. Same situation. Same situation, man. A lot of the Black MAGA is being drawn to Nick Fuentes. You can just see it. Just look around. Go ahead though. You were talking about Israel, Steve.
Yeah. I was just saying, just look at the Greater Israel Project, and you'll see all this phases into that. But just touching on what you just said, like Nick Fuentes is definitely a problem, and you're right. A lot of the black conservatives or MAGA seem to be flocking to him, especially after his interview with uh Candace. But I don't see why. Like Nick uses the N word. Nick makes it very clear that blacks have their place, and so. But I think that the reason why is the whole idea of my enemy's enemy is my friend. The stuff that he's pointing out is what they like to hear. He's the only one in MAGA pointing a finger and saying, "Screw you, JD Vance. Screw you, fat man. You're betraying the people. You're betraying America first." But I mean, I I think he's a problem. And by the way, I think you know this already, look, but there was the whole Groyper Wars was between Nick Fuentes and Turning Point USA,
Right.
and he siphoned off a lot of their people because Charlie Kirk was a plant. Charlie Kirk was created as part of the Tea Party movement, and he was created by a guy named Bill Montgomery. Where I don't think that you can say that Nick's a plant.
No, Nick's not a plant, but this is the thing. You don't always have to be a plant from the beginning. You don't have to be a plant in 2026. So
Yeah.
that's back when you needed development, where you had talent development. In music, it was artist development. Radio, I'm pretty sure they had the same thing, and even in television. The difference is now the artist development is independent. So what Nick did, yes, he got with the
Right.
company, he
Yep.
got canceled, but he kept doing his own show on his own. So he got better, he gained his
Yep.
following, and now they put the battery behind his back. Yes, he has a grassroots
Yeah. He's
following, but once the platform shows you favor, i.e., yes, Nick is on Kick. Kick is showing Nick favor right now. Then you have Hassan on the other side. That's why I say Hassan is a plant. Yes, Hassan shows up every single day and does his thing, but he says shit. He gets unbanned. He gets banned for an hour, banned for a day. Does shit that other people on the platform wouldn't be able to recover from. He gets favor. Is it because of the money he generates? Is it because of the political ideologies? Is it because of the controversy? Who knows? Same thing with Nick, Nick has been canceled everywhere. He has been canceled a lot of places, but now that his ideas, maybe not every idea, but now that his voice is a voice that has already a head start, they'll put the battery behind that to create the snowball effect. Because this is I wrote a book about this. It's called the Art of Organized Action. How community and the snowball effect build omnipresence. It's about having that community already there for when you catch those runs, those viral moments, they'll go and spread you into the crevices of the internet that you would never be on your own. That's where you get that snowball effect. That's how you go on a run. A lot of people can't sustain runs because they don't have a community. The reason Nick can get up here and say that I'm on a generational run is because he already had the community. He already had the Discord. He already had the his own chats and private whatever. He already had the Groypers, his own community. So now that his community is going mainstream, those Groypers are gonna go 100 or 1,000 times harder for him because they're seeing their baby blossom.
Somebody in the chat has said that they thought Nick was a distraction, and as I'm thinking about that, like I don't, I can understand maybe where they're coming from, but I think that Nick is the kind of the opposite of a distraction plug to me, and let me explain why. I think that Nick listened to what Trump said initially, and he made that his mantra. And then he's holding him to that standard, which he's not doing. So I don't think he's a distraction. I think he's the only person in MAGA who's really kind of saying, because I find MAGA disgusting myself. I find the movement disgusting. I find what it was, but be true to it. At least be true to it. At least do like be fire for it. And I think that's what he's pointing out is that the real distraction is what Trump's doing.
The name of the
So I don't
book,
think he's a
KC.
distraction.
The name of the book is The Art of Organized Action. It's available on Amazon. If you get with me in the Discord, I can send you a PDF version of it. I'll just send you a PDF of it. But yeah, that's the name
I'll
of the
take a
book,
picture. I'll take a
The
version of
Art of
that
the
too.
Organized Action. Go ahead.
I'll totally read
No.
that.
Just talking left, but
Good.
Top Cat and Steve still here, and Too Strong.
I'll let you guys go.
I
I,
don't
I
like.
want to. I want to just listen to what he has. Go ahead. What were we gonna say? Okay.
I don't really like neither one of them when y'all was speaking like he has the attention of the black MAGA or whatever. I think that people, like I say, they gangbang too much. I wasn't particularly like fond of neither one of them. I was growing with Charlie a little bit because I was just watching them, a little bit more. But I don't like neither
Really?
one of them, personally. I can like what you say about a situation or about a topic, but I can look at your overview and your disdain on certain situations, and that doesn't mean I have to like you because I agree with you on some situations. People would most of the time call me conservative because I believe in human situations and human things. It has nothing to do with the point of it being a gangbang situation. So when I see people get to a different attitude about certain things, I don't like Nick, and I didn't like Charlie that much. I mean, on the regular sense, if they was around just saying some of the stuff they would say to me, they would be walking home with some busted lips.
So this
Like
is what I'm gonna
some of the
tell
stuff
you,
you
Top
saying.
Cat. See what Nick is doing is it's a movement, but it's actually an ism. If you listen to what he says his goal is to have 100,000 young white men with the same values, going out getting skills every day, so one day they can infiltrate the government and run everything. This is an ism. This is something that is meant to live forever, like Marxist, and this is an actual ism. And I mean, they have a movement named the Groyper, so I don't think people understand, like, this isn't just a kind of guy up here talking. Like, yes, he is a political commentator. Yes, he does spoon feed opinions, but this is an actual ism.
Yeah, he's Hitler-esque.
Point.
It
Well,
might
yeah, yeah.
live.
Look
It
at what
might
he's saying,
live for
Latasha. Yeah.
live past them. I get that, but I'm saying just on a personal view because I'm saying when I'm talking about black maggot, just my own people that look like me, they're kind of disappointing in that end. You know what I mean? Because just because we agree on something doesn't mean I have to like your old pussy ass. I'll be and slap you across your head. You know what I'm saying? Like with some of the ways that you just act, I just don't really care for him. Like period. Like how you were saying, some people I just can't watch. He's one of those people for me. Like, I got 5 minutes of you, that's enough. You kind of like, you just irritate me, period. And Charlie too, with his weird ass head. I couldn't look at him because sometimes I couldn't take him seriously just because of how he looked. He's like, you're arrogant and ugly. Those two things don't go together. Like, you get on my nerves sometimes. Like, I rather listen to you than see you. But he put some good arguments together. Both of them did, but not on the point that they don't consider certain things. And then what's the name ain't even old enough for me to consider like he even knows what he's talking about. You just received information. You dealt with none of the stuff that you're sitting up there basing the things on. So there would be isms or ideologies that he's pushing because you ain't lived past half the things that you're talking about. You're just sitting up there looking at them from your dimension. If you would have been there or seen it, you would have saw the effect more than just to the point of you looking at stats. So both of them I probably couldn't deal with them just sitting up there talking and pushing what they thought, What
So that's what I'm
that's
saying.
just
Now,
seeing
I
them
was speaking to the power. Thank you, Embry. I was speaking to the power of what he has going. When you have that movement and you have humans have this innate sense of wanting to belong to something, tribalism in a sense, and he has a name like Groypers, they have a specific view on the world. He is pretty much the
Yeah.
face of the movement. This is something that how can I say it? It's deeper than what we're seeing. We have other political commentators who have a larger following than him, who aren't banned, but they don't. They're. It's not structured the way his is. Theirs is more structured for, um, money, revenue as a business, and what his is structured for is power and influence and ideology.
Mhm. He got it cracking.
So,
It ain't nothing. I don't take away from a person's work or whatever they accomplish or what they are. So I ain't saying that, taking nothing from the work and the time. Mine is more of a personal situation. And I look at the people that look at me and just for you to say that you're going to pick a side or come with a trust and this at this time is just sometimes it's unbelievable for you to even say that I'm this or I'm that when like you already know what you is. Why we the lesser of two evils on all these situations. There is no you're this or you're that. When did you feel that much a part of that situation? When you know when any decision comes up with between them, they have to decide upon you. You're not part of the situation. So I'm never going to include myself with something that doesn't include me. You know what I mean? So I'm not a tag along. It's my decision on my own end. So we can agree on situations, but if I don't like how you're approaching the situation, I don't like it. Just period. I don't deal with none of them. So influencers, like you said earlier, once you get into a certain age range, influencers and stuff, they don't like it. I don't. It doesn't. I never even see you or heard or even knew what you were doing. because I
Oh,
looked at you and said, my cup of tea. You know what I mean?
Talk Cat. So like the thing with Nick, like Nick came on my radar when he went to Mar-a-Lago to visit Trump, and he brought Kanye West with him. So
Mhm.
Nick likes the black neo-Nazi types, like all those. But there's a like Kanye has this huge following of black of brothers that are into the neo-Nazi stuff, which is insane to me, because if you know the history of like you wouldn't want any part of it. But that's who followed him, and there was between Nick, who was a Groyper, and the Turning Point USA, they're both white nationalists, except Nick believes in a theocracy where he wants the Catholic Church to run the United States. So his belief system is very distinct what he wants. Where and both of them were against the war and with Iran. And only difference is Charlie Kirk, even though they say he was against Israel, Charlie Kirk never once spoke out against Donald Trump. He under Harris, and under Biden, he's like, we better not attack Iran. And then when Trump takes over, he goes, well, as long as it's not boots on the ground, but everything else he's doing is good. So, and Nick's like,
Mm.
fuck that. You said you would never do this, and he's more opposed to it. At least that's what my take is. Maybe the chat can tell me if I'm wrong on that. But there's a vast difference between the two of them,
Hell,
but
Trump,
they're still
hell,
on the same
Charlie was
side.
only alive for what? Damn, 3 months after Trump bombed him.
No, July, the very first one, when he first bombed them, Charlie Kirk before in October he said he was against it. When they did the bombing, he's like, I support Trump doing that as long as we don't put boots on the ground.
What I'm
So
saying
he
is,
wasn't
that's what I'm
against it.
saying. The bombing was in like the summer. Charlie died in September, so he only had like a month
Yeah,
or
yeah,
two to
yeah.
speak on it. Is what I'm saying.
But and he spoke of that. I listened to a lot of stuff that he said. So it wasn't like he was like he remember he was against attacking because Trump says I'm the president of peace, and they were all opposed to it back in October and July 2024. But once Trump started doing the bombing, even though he spoke out against Israel and against Netanyahu a little bit, he never spoke out against Donald Trump ever. Nick hates Trump right now, and he goes after Donald Trump.
That's what
See,
I'm
there's
saying.
there,
I can
yeah.
agree with some situations. Some situations I could agree with. Like, okay, I agree on this subject or this topic. But me and you sitting over here at the end game, that's what I'm saying. If me and him were sitting in the room at the end game, I could look you in your eyes and say, it don't matter what we both could agree on this, all this forever. I don't like your ass. I feel like there's something behind your eyes that looks at me in an inferior situation. You talk about the way that you analyze things. I know that you come down to a task. Even if you don't win, you're going to try to find a way to win or a scheme to win, even if you're not the better man. So that's why I say those two people, we're not people just sitting in the room. Every time I'm around a person like that, I feel like they're trying to figure me out. I don't need to be around people like that, so it ain't my cup of tea. So I listen to a couple topics, but when they start saying I think or I know or that's when I'm like, okay, I don't give a damn what you think. You look funny already. I have a problem with them. You know what I mean? So I didn't get a lot of information from him. I started dealing with Charlie a little more when he was, talking to people on the microphone, but just going out in the streets and saying what you're saying or casting, no, man, it's a certain. I got my own cup of tea. You feel what I'm saying? And those cats, they never fit it, so I never got it. And him, Kanye, and all them being around them and all that, that even make it worse for me. Like this is not the place I'm trying to receive good information from completely biased situations. So I never got into them. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
and then when I
he
hear
said,
they news,
go ahead, and then we hear that what?
no, I said when I see their names, and whatever, they were like nothing to me. Like, so you know what I mean? But I'm getting old, man. I guess I think somebody with real skinny jeans is gonna shoot me or something because you're just not gonna scare me. Like you're gonna have to come in my realm of thinking for me to even take you seriously. You know what I'm saying? I see things going on that way, and I could deal with Charlie better than Nick because it just he be getting on one and some of the stuff he be saying and like you say, he say the N word, like whatever. No, bro, like, earn that. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that you just say. So it's just to a point where I'll be like, man, I can't deal with
But you should
how he speaks.
but listen to why he says the N word, because he's not with Kanye West, and Kanye West gives him a pass. So that's
I
why
don't
he
give a
does that.
shit what Kanye
Oh,
said.
look,
Kanye ain't
I,
gonna pass
no,
it.
we're on the same sheet of music, bro. No, I totally agree with you. I'm just trying to explain to you the rationale behind it. On the other hand, I thought, in my opinion, I I, I think that that Charlie Kirk was way more racist than he was. And in the end, when I'm listening to their arguments, I've never heard one good argument from Charlie Kirk. And I gotta admit, I've heard some solid arguments, especially against Israel, from from um, Nick Fuentes.
Nick,
So, uh, so I wonder. I mean, in the end, Who's taking over MAGA? Is it going to be somebody from the TPUSA movement, or is it going to be the Groypers? I think it's going to be the Groypers.
No, MAGA
mm,
will live on.
that's a good.
MAGA will live on. Trump will have loyalists. The Groypers may take market share, but to say that the MAGA movement will cease to exist just is simply not true. Trump's ingrained too much into um just America and culture and society. There'll always be MAGA loyalists carrying that MAGA shit. Trump may whether the cosign hits as hard as it used to hit or not, there'll still be a MAGA.
Yeah,
Is
the
Tea Party
mantra,
still here?
Huh?
the mantra.
Laura Luma and all of them will forever be carrying the MAGA torch.
Tea Party. Cool. Well, I'm saying, is the Tea Party still relevant?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so do you know let me tell you, the Tea Party, you know that Rubio's Tea Party, right? You know that Ted Cruz's Tea Party, right? Like that's who
Hmm.
these guys are all Tea Parties. These guys are all Tea Party guys. All right. Tea Party's not relevant. Tea Party's irrelevant these days. Tea Party melted into MAGA. So I mean there's still some out there that have separate, but the Tea Party disappeared.
I
And that's
mean,
what I think will
shit.
happen. I
When
think
though?
that
Like that's what I'm
unless
saying. When does this happen? Because you gotta understand, you talking about Tea Party, that's loyalty to a party. We're talking about MAGA is Trump loyalist at this point. You don't well, that's what people are
but
saying, like, oh, he had 100% success rate on MAGA. Well, we know that if you don't fucking agree with Trump, guess what? You're not MAGA.
but what happens when
Those
MAGA
are the
dies, bro? What happens
stipulation.
when Trump dies, dude? What happens when Trump dies? Then who runs MAGA? MAGA is a cult
He
of Trump.
has
I agree with you.
exactly, and that's the
But
last
what happens
name.
when he's
That's the
gone?
legacy. Legacy. That's the thing.
So
He's
what comes
setting.
after that?
Same thing. You see, is JFK's legacy gone, or is it still alive and thriving right now in politics?
No, the JFK's legacy's long gone, dude.
Okay.
JFK's legacy's long gone.
Okay.
They got buildings, but okay, who was the JFK Democrat? Name one.
It's not about Democrats. It's about the name. The Kennedy that JFK and his family are still relevant in politics today.
Actually, according to them, they're not in politics. That's what they made very clear. That's why they got out. They wanted to have no more parts of politics. So
Okay.
they're in our culture. The JFK Center was tried to erase, but and the JFK scholarships. But they really said we're not like there's not a single RFK is the only Kennedy that holds public office.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's still relevant, and Trump's ingrained his a little bit deeper. It's kind of like you got everything being changed. You got the White House being changed. You got the ballroom. You got statues being removed. You got policy change. You have he's a wartime president now. So yeah, it's just gonna be a little different.
No, he's not.
Also, he has the board
No,
of
he's
the
not.
peace. Okay, whatever.
Let's be clear.
Okay.
This is here's my thought on it. I hear what you're saying, but here's my thought on it. That's what Trump wanted. He wanted to be a wartime president. Obama was not a wartime president. Obama inherited two wars, but Obama never started like a long-term ground campaign. Libya was a NATO operation, and Syria was the special operations. ISIS was a special operation, so Obama wasn't a wartime president.
Well, we'll put it to
Joe
you
Biden
like
wasn't a
this.
wartime
We'll put it to you like this. We're about what he got 60 days to be there, 30 days to withdraw. So we'll see in about 2 or 3 weeks if he's gonna be official wartime president.
Has the U.S. declared war? Yes or no?
That's what I'm saying. We got 2 or 3 weeks. If they're gonna have to vote. If
No.
after that 60 days is up, they got a 30-day withdrawal period. If they don't get congressional
Cong-
approval, so depending on how this
yes,
escalates, we have about 2 or 3 weeks. Like I was saying,
he wants to be a wartime president, but to be honest with you, anybody involved in this operation can't even get a CIB.
do you
To get a
not? Do you
combat
not
infantry
think?
badge,
Do you not think that's why they just fired all the generals and the commanders and shit, so he can be, find a reason to be a wartime president?
there you go. That's what he wants. He wants to be a wartime president because Bill Clinton was an actually wartime president. He had Operation Noble Amble, and that was in Kosovo. That was an actual war. We still have a base there. George Bush Sr. was a wartime president. He had Operation Desert Storm, and George W. Bush was a wartime president. He had Operation in Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom, and that's what Trump wants. But all those operations were approved by Congress, and that's the difference. Trump is not going to get congressional approval. I'm going to say if the Democrats win back the House, Trump's going to get impeached for this. This is going to be an impeachment charge on Trump. So Trump is not, and then no one's going to get a CIB because you have to be boots on the ground for 30 days in order to get a combat infantry badge. So that's what he wants. You nailed it right there, Plug. That's what Trump wants. He wants you to say he's a wartime president. He's not. He's doing illegal actions. He's violating the Geneva Convention. He's violating the rule of law of the rules of law for combat. So no, he's not. He's not. This isn't a real war, and that's my whole point from the beginning. And again, when does this end? Like how long? Like how? When does this end in your book?
I don't know, seeing how APEC has Congress in a chokehold. I mean, I think he might get congressional
Yeah.
approval depending on what happens over the next couple weeks.
It, any Democrat that gives him congressional approval is going to get primary right out of their seat.
We'll see.
So because let's say that he gets congressional approval, and then like, these guys get primary, and now in 2026, 2028, there is a Republican, a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic President. Do you think the war ends, or do you think that they will continue the war?
They'll continue it.
Good. That's the commitment that I want you to hear. Okay, that's cool. We'll see. I say just the opposite. I say they're all going to jail, but the Democrats will end this war, and because I'm not voting for any Democrat that takes a dime from AIPAC. And I think there's a lot of progressives that feel that way. But I'm glad to hear you say that. I want to see what happens with that. I think that that's a miscalculation. Do you think this war is justified, Clark? I mean, can you? We talk about it a lot, but I just want an overall view from you. Do you think that this war is justified?
No, I think we should have minded our own damn business. But I mean,
Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I do believe we would have been here anyway, regardless. I believe it was a timeline. Say this all the time. I believe they're trying to fulfill prophecy. I believe that they've been on the road to trying to fulfill this prophecy for a while. I believe Marco Rubio when he said that Netanyahu was going to strike, and in retaliation, our bases were going to be hit. So I do believe this was inevitable. Well, no matter what story they give us.
So the fulfilled
It's kind
prophecy.
of like
Are
this.
we living in?
It's kind of like this, like shit. That's our ally, like Top Cat says, proxy, whatever you want to call it. It's like, yeah, we're gonna hit everybody, and we seen the retaliation. Iran hit everybody. They ended up hitting what 12 different countries. So yeah, we
Is
would
it
have been in
12?
this war regardless, whether it was a joint attack or whether Israel attacked solo, we would have been in this regardless. I believe because we were supplying the weapons.
Do you think that if the United States, if a new president came in and said, "Hey, Iran, we're going to make you a deal. We're going to lift all sanctions if you make a commitment to no longer enrich uranium and a 1,000-year commitment never to attack the United States," do you think Iran will go for that?
Probably, I mean, promises are made to be broken, right?
Well, no, they're not. Treaties are made to be kept. Only
Yeah,
people that break
but
promises are the Russians.
right. So we see that going on now. What about war crimes? We see war crimes going on. Shit, I can name a couple few countries that are being accused of war crimes right now. So I mean,
But
shit. Didn't we make a promise to
you
not do
understand?
war crimes?
Well, okay, so as far as war crimes go, anybody convicted of a war crime can't leave their country. Like Americans can't go to visit Europe after this if they have a war crime on them. They can never go to Europe again. You know,
Right.
Putin doesn't come to the free world. And the only reason the Russians even came here was because of a handful of Zionists that let them them into our Capitol building. All right, those guys were on sanctioned list. They should have been arrested.
That's what I'm saying. You said
But
who? That's what I'm saying. You said who was enforcing war crimes. That's a lot was going on. Like with um even with who like you say treaties are meant to be broken, but it's like aren't contracts made to be upheld, right? Aren't these what about China's
I said,
contracts? What about China's contracts with Venezuela? We came in and regime changed, null and void all those contracts. Now China has 100 lawyers trying to fight in international court to make sure that all contracts are valid throughout their tenure, no matter regime change or not. So that's what I'm saying. Aren't promises made to be broken? Like we see whether you call it a gray area or wrap around the loop, like that shit is. I mean, yeah, they'll agree to it, but shit, who's to say that matters? Who's to say an executive order doesn't strike it down?
yeah. I was looking something up. I mean, a lot. You know, contracts are not made to be broken. Their treaties
I'm
are made
saying
to
it.
be
I'm
kept.
saying it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, they are supposed to be kept, but in today, in 2026, when we look at the international and geopolitics, the international landscape, how many times have we heard Zelensky saying that Putin violated this? How many times are we seeing Putin say Zelensky should be accountable for war crimes? Do we see Netanyahu with an ICC warrant? We see America low key admitting that we just bombed a school and some hospitals. We just bombed a college as well. Like shit. At what point are that's what I'm saying. Like the shit's not being upheld. So yeah, we can say promises. Yeah, of course, a man has nothing but his balls and his word. But look at what are we watching here?
So Zelensky doesn't have any ICC charges against him.
Right.
Vladimir
But
Putin does.
right,
So
I
no,
didn't
so,
say
so
Zelensky
Zelensky
has
shouldn't be
ICC
arrested,
warrant. What I'm saying is he's being accused of war crimes. Depending on who
but
you
he's only being
ask, is
accused
it
by
it doesn't matter but who he's
it,
only being accused
it
by. He's
does
being accused. That's the thing.
by the Russians.
No, listen, Steve, that's the thing. You are so quick to dismiss, oh, but he's only being accused by the Russians. Well, to the Russians, they feel a different fucking way. That's why it's perception versus perspective. Just because you feel like, oh, fuck how the Russians feel, well, they're looking at it the same way you talk about Iran only cares about Trump and not the American people. Some of those Russians don't give a fuck about Putin, and you're just saying that, oh, it doesn't matter. Or they don't, you know what I'm saying?
There's
That's what I'm
there,
saying.
there
They're still being encroached. They're still being hit with drones and shit. They're looking at it like shit. Our civilian infrastructure is being hit as well. Zelensky saying, well, look, our civilian infrastructure is being hit. Well, guess what? Aren't we just sitting here arguing that Iran hasn't done that? Iran hasn't hit civilian infrastructure. They haven't escalated and retaliated with the school and shit. So Zelensky had that choice.
I don't know any Russians who don't support Vladimir Putin that want to have Zelensky arrested. Number one. So that is just doesn't happen.
What I'm
Just like in
saying is,
Israel,
why do you dismiss the Russian citizens' claims? Why don't they matter
again,
to you?
I just told you why. Because they're Russian imperialists. They're supporting Vladimir Putin's war. Just like
They
I
would
did
say the
since the
same
Zionist
thing about
claims.
America. They would say the exact same thing
What?
about America. The difference is that America, you have the freedom and the democracy to go out and talk against it. In Russia, they don't have that freedom. So a lot of people, when they chanting death to America and shit like that, they feel the same way. Like all Americans, you're supporting that. If you're American, you're supporting that government. But you, Steve, being a progressive, will feel very, very different. And it just behooves me that you can't see that in Russia. You think the entire Russian population is literally a Putin loyalist when he just cut off one of his top commanders for fear of a coup. It's kind of crazy.
No, it is. That's not. So then again, I'll say what I said again. I don't know of any Russians who are opposed to the war who think that Zelensky's committing war crimes. I think only ones that are saying that are the ones that are committed to Vladimir Putin. Just like in Israel, I think the Zionists are the ones who are like, "Oh, Netanyahu didn't commit any war crimes. He said nothing wrong at all. It's not even a genocide." But there are some good Jewish people and Israeli citizens who say we are committing war crimes. We are breaking the law.
So let me tell you this.
So
So if civilian infrastructure is hit, civilians die, children pass away, are those war crimes? Yes or no?
it depends, and they gotta look at how the structure is. If they're deliberately targeting civilian
Yes.
infrastructure
Yes.
to deliberately kill civilians, that's considered a war crime.
Yes. So every party involved is accused of this. Now, whether you believe it or not, depending on where you're at in the world and your view on the situation, is up to you. But to say they haven't been accused of it is crazy. And you deflect to saying, "Oh, only the Russians say that." Well, guess what? The Russians have a right to bring that shit to the international courts. Putin just can't do it. A lot of these countries don't recognize the ICC. Maybe they have their own different thing. What I'm saying is that depending on where you are in the world, depending on where your loyalty lies, depending on how it has affected you, you will have a different point of view. It's like we're humanitarian, but then when it comes, you're a humanitarian to everyone but the Russians, and it's crazy to me.
No, no. Let me be crystal clear. Right here it says, based on the reports from ongoing conflicts, Ukraine has engaged in attacks on Russian territory, primarily on targeting military, industrial, and energy infrastructure. They don't target civilians. Civilians might get killed, but they don't target civilians. Just like the U.S. before Donald Trump, we targeted infrastructure, but we didn't target civilians. All right. Israel's targeting civilians directly. Donald Trump's targeting civilians directly. Those are war crimes. When you attack a school with children in it, that's attacking infrastructure. That's attacking children. When you're attacking a hospital, that's what Putin has done. Putin has hit schools, has hit children. He kidnapped, like his ICC charges for kidnapping 20,000 children from Crimea. Just show me where Zelensky has kidnapped children or where he's deliberately targeting. Yes, during wars, civilians are going to be injured. There's no doubt about that. But that's not considered a war crime. And anyone can go to the Hague, dude. Anyone can go to the Hague.
Right.
The the Russians have already
I just
the
don't
Russians already
understand
tried to charge him
how
at the
you
Hague.
discredit the entire Russian population. Like that was
I,
my thing.
I,
It's not,
I,
I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like their
oh
opinion
no, I
about it.
don't. That's not true. What I discredit, like there's a lot of Russians who were opposed to the war who didn't want the war. There's Russian opposition leaders who were murdered by Vladimir Putin. So the Russian people aren't the problem. It's Russian nationalism, Russian imperialism. Like guys like Alexander Dugin, okay? That's the guy whose daughter was killed when they were trying to hit his vehicle, which I still think was Putin. That's who I don't like, and that's who I don't respect. Just like Ben Gvir in Israel. He's a blatant Zionist, the one that just helped to get this thing passed where they're going to start executing Palestinians, prisoners for terrorism. You know, I don't like Zionists at all. I'm anti-Zionist. I am anti-Russian imperialist. Crystal clear. I'm not anti-Russian. I know some Russian people. They're cool. They hate Vladimir Putin. So don't get that mixed up. I'm opposed to Putin. 100% opposed to Putin. I don't believe anything he says. Everything he says is a lie, and he controls our president, and he controls our Congress, and he's the one we're doing all this stuff for. Just to be crystal clear. So no, there's nothing Putin can say that I take seriously. He is a KGB officer. That's never going to change. He's the most powerful corrupt mind in our time. And by the way, he's the richest man on the planet. Did you know that?
Y'all join the Discord if y'all want to get in on this debate. Yeah, I've heard claims of
What is
him.
the chat
I've
saying?
heard. They're saying that you're biased and you're brainwashed and
Yeah, I'm brainwashed with information.
somebody said Tucker is a Russian operative.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, right.
But yeah, they say
He's a
you're
Russian operative.
brainwashed.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, just tell me what you think I'm brainwashed on. I'll discuss it with you. But if you don't have the facts, like the notion that NATO was impeding upon Russia, that's Putin talking. If you believe that, you're brainwashed. The notion that Ukraine started the war, that's Putin talking. If you believe that, you're brainwashed. The
Man,
notion
listen,
that
I'm gonna
poor
tell you
Putin's is a
like
good
this.
guy.
I don't think any of these people are good guys. I think they're all fucking madmen. I'm gonna keep it all the way honest with you. That's the thing. I don't think Zelensky is a good guy. I don't think Putin is a good guy. I don't think Trump is a good guy. I don't think Netanyahu is a good guy. I don't think any of these motherfuckers, Mark Carney, Keir Starmer, Macron, Malay. I don't think any of these are good people. Honestly, honestly. Honestly,
I
none of them.
think, I think, I think that Zelensky's a great guy.
I don't.
I mean, if you look at look at the history of it. Like, how did he come to power? Did you ever see the show? What was it called? Servant of the People.
No, I didn't.
Okay, you should pull it up. There's a show he has called Servant of the People. It was happening during the occupation, during like 2014 or 15 when it came on the air, and he was an actor. He's basically like Vladimir Zelensky is basically Jon Stewart. If Jon Stewart had more talent, because Zelensky could sing, he performed in Russia.
Man, I think
He's
Zelensky's fucking laundering money. I think he's laundering money. I think his
no,
second in charge got caught with all that fucking money. And I think that Zelensky knew about it. If he wasn't laundering money, he turned a blind eye to the money being laundered. It's like all of this money's unaccounted for. Where the fuck is the money at? Where's all the money that we sunk?
what money's that account for?
Damn.
What money's that account for? What
Hold
money's
on,
that
let me
account
pull
for?
it up. He
Look, what
said it
money's that account
himself.
for?
He said it himself. I'll pull up Zelensky's word. Hold on, I'm rolling up.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm gonna pull
I've
it
already
up.
gone over all of this.
Okay, then why are you
Okay, so
asking
now
me
let me break
what then? If you gone over this and you know the answer, why ask
uh,
me? Go ahead,
because I
answer.
want you to pull it up so that I want you to pull it up so that we can talk about it. There's a website you can go to that talks about all the money. What Zelensky was talking about is this, because I don't know what the money is. Because for example, if they're given $5 billion, okay, that $5 billion started in the United States. And the first thing, so they say, here you go, $5 billion. I haven't seen a dime yet. Where's the 5 billion? Well, we're working on it. And what they did was they would give that money, they would give 2 billion to U.S. contractors, okay? And those U.S. contractors would start supplying them weapons. So they didn't see any of that money. They started getting weapons in, right? But they didn't see any money. The other $3 billion, they took that and they gave it to the military. And the military would take their old weapons, send them over to Ukraine, charge the government full price for those weapons, and then they'll go back and buy the weapons, and then they'll go back and buy the weapons again. So they're double dipping. The weapons were only worth, let's say, $1 a piece. They said, okay, these are worth $100 a piece, and then they
Well,
would
why?
keep the
Well,
extra $99.
why didn't Zelensky say that then?
We
Why did he say he don't know where
because
the money went?
I'm telling you what this is. I watched the whole interview. This is what he was talking about. He was going, I don't know where the money is, and because this is what he's saying. He's not getting the money. The U.S. I just said U.S. gave him, let's say, $1 billion. Of that $1 billion, he doesn't get a dime of it. It goes to our contractors. They send them over the weapons. They go, here you go. But where's the money? We've already used the money to give you these weapons. Okay. but there's a tracker, a tracker that tracks all of the money. All right, so you can look that up. There's a tracker which tracks all the money, and in there it shows you where the money is. But Ukraine doesn't see the money. The U.S. basically, like, we profited off the war by flushing out our old javelins under Donald Trump without the batteries, and then we had to pay them the batteries, and then our Stingers, and we reimbursed ourselves for that. They were already used or old, but we charged them full price for it. We paid ourselves for it, and then we gave them the weapons. And this is what he was talking about: is a big chunk of the money Ukraine never ever saw it. So how can you say he's stealing it if he's not seeing it? This is what he's talking about. I don't know where the money. That's a great question. Where is the money? We need better accountability. So the Biden administration created a website where you can track all of the money. Okay. Now, a bunch of that money isn't even our money. It's coming from Russian sanctioned banks. And in my opinion, every single dime that we sanction from the Russians should go to Ukraine. 100%. So I had no problem with that. But Zelensky, so in 2014, Zelensky wasn't in charge. It was another guy. First it was Viktor Yanukovych, who fled the country. Where did he go to? He went to Russia. He went to Russia with billions of dollars because he was Vladimir Putin's puppet, and he's still in Russia. And that's who Putin wanted to put in charge. But Prosevich, I think the guy's name was the next president. There was two more presidents, and then Zelensky ran against him. And after his show, the show that he did was a servant of the people, and it basically was where the school teacher has this big thing. It gets called on Twitter, and the president comes and says, "I want you to run the country." And so Zelensky ran again. He ran a very simple campaign using social media, and he won overwhelmingly. And the the guys in the South, like the Azov guys, didn't like Zelensky because Zelensky wouldn't commit to fighting, to standing up against Russia, against Putin. And then they attacked. But the notion that why does he need to steal money? He's a millionaire. He's made millions of dollars already in from what is it called, from acting. I mean, he has like $50 million on acting is what he had.
No, it said it was like
So I
20,
mean,
but it's kind of like he's all around corruption. It's like everybody's around him is just doing corruption, all his friends, and it's just he just doesn't know about any of it.
I went again. Remember, I went to Ukraine and I talked to guys there. And when I went to Odessa, that's when I really kind of learned about how bad the corruption is there. And remember, Ukraine used to be the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was always about corruption because no one could make money. You can only make money by the power that you have. So when Ukraine kind of broke away from there, the corruption part stayed, and they've been trying to get rid of it ever since.
You said that's
And
a
then in
terrible
the
argument. Same could be said about Trump. Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying.
what
Trump's around all this
what
corruption
was
and he
that?
doesn't know. That's what I'm saying. That's the argument they use for Trump. Is like he's around all this corruption and
Mm,
doesn't know. No, motherfuckers know that corruption going on, man. Well, getting caught with gold
Trump
toilets, drawer dressers full of money and shit, man. They know what's going on.
Trump is a part. The difference is Trump is a part of the corruption. Trump takes a piece of money off everything. Zelensky doesn't do that. Trump takes a piece of money off every deal he makes. We caught him on camera. What was it? One of the I think it was Indonesia's president was saying, "I want to make this deal with you. You can talk to my son." All right, Zelensky doesn't do any of that stuff. That's what Trump was doing. And if you
Allegedly, we
look
don't
up
know that.
Yanukovych, what? Yeah, we do. We just Zelensky doesn't have kids.
Huh?
So Zelensky's not having his older son like go and make deals like Trump is doing. I'm coming to the whole Trump coin, bro. Trump just now gave his son a military
Like
contract.
I'm not sitting here
Right?
trying to say whether Trump is worse than Zelensky or not. I said straight up that
I
I
don't
don't
think they're
trust
comparable.
any of them. That was remember where we
Yeah.
started this because you
That
getting to
was your
going
argument.
off
I
on
know.
Trump.
I know.
My whole thing is Zelensky's not a good guy. Yours is Zelensky is a good guy. Now you're getting into
Yeah.
Trump. What does Trump have to do with why
But because you
Zelensky is a good guy?
no, because you brought up that they were saying that they don't think that there's corruption around Trump, but Trump's not corrupt. No, I'm saying Trump is the center of the corruption, whereas Zelensky is again it's Ukraine has always had a corruption problem. But Zelensky is the first president that put into play an anti-corruption program. And that's how these guys are getting caught. Before, under the old regime, these guys wouldn't have gone to jail. But even Zelensky's number two guy went to jail for corruption. So they're actively weeding out corruption, and it's tough. It's very tough to do. That's one of the reasons why they were able to come into NATO the first time, was because you can't be selling weapons to the Russians or anybody if you're part of NATO, which is what was a big problem. And so they didn't come in. And then with the EU, it was because Putin and those guys stopped them from joining the EU. But the EU has all these restrictions, like you have to have an anti-corruption program.
Y'all
And so
said so
that's what
both of
that's
them
what
are
they're doing
bad.
right now.
What do? We get out and vote and we upend everything, man. We put motherfuckers in there that had no shot before. I mean, no shot before. Fuck all the lobbying, fuck all the money, fuck what looks cute and who you want to vote for so you can put the little sticker and damn stake out in your yard. Vote for the motherfucker who has an actual goal, an actual plan, an actual mission, and that's going to change the game, because we're not only fighting left versus right, Democrat, Republican. We're fighting an entire establishment of accelerationists, people who want to burn this shit to the ground as fast as they can to rebuild it anew into a totally different society that none of us win in, that none of us are truly free in. You think we're not free now? Oh, it's just the beginning, baby. So the goal is to slow this shit the fuck down. We have to slow it down.
But Plug, see, the one person that I think is making change is Mayor Mamdani, and because of
Well,
the way that he's
Mamdani's
doing it.
not up for re-election. Mamdani's securing this spot. We did. It is what it is. He did. Talking about Mamdani's not gonna help shit come November or in 2020. And Mamdani's secure for a little minute. He's good.
But can I explain why he's important though? Is why he's important is not just how he won, but how he's governing. Mamdani put a platform together, and he's sticking to that platform, and nothing's taking him off that platform. If Donald Trump, for example, Donald Trump put a platform together to people, no new wars. I'm gonna lower grocery prices on the first day. Gas will be $1.99. I'm gonna end the war in Ukraine on the first day, and he's done none of that. So that's the difference, is that I want somebody who's gonna give me a proposal. Like that's what Bernie does. Bernie tells you what he's gonna do from the beginning. He sticks to it, and then he's gonna stick to it. And so I hear that, like I personally, I
But
don't
it's
want
kind of
any
crazy too.
Democrat
But
or Republican.
Mamdani did some. It's like Mamdani does. It looks good on the outside. It looks really good. It's well put together. He has a nice message. But it's like you got shit like the overall democratic message of no voter ID, then you got Mamdani doing some shit like making people show ID to shovel snow to get paid. It's like, so it's kind of like I get what you're saying, but there's still shit that's gonna be picked apart. It's like soon as they say, oh, we want to bring voter ID to New York, everybody's gonna be like, no, that's something bad. Then the first thing they're gonna say is, well, fuck, I couldn't shovel snow without my ID and get paid for it.
Okay, so again, that I work with the election process. There's never been a time that we didn't have voter ID. So everyone already has voter ID. What we don't want is what Donald Trump's trying to do, and that's to get an ID, you have to have your passport or you have to have your birth. That's the difference. And so Mamdani's not doing any of that. Mamdani won on a big win, and then they got out there and they got the vote out. And yeah, you should have to show ID. If you're going to shovel snow, then pay you $30 an hour, you should be a citizen of New York City. I think that's like there's nothing wrong with that. But he's not making you show proof of birth there. So I mean, again, I don't see anything Mamdani is doing is bad. I think he's doing is good. By the way, he paid them $30 an hour to shovel snow.
Yeah, but
That's a big deal.
he
That's a
was.
living wage.
Yeah, but he's getting sued as well because people are saying that he didn't want to pay him the actual wage, the extra wage. He paid him the regular wage. So
What
I
extra
mean,
wage?
I guess,
They made $30 an hour.
yeah, but I
They
believe
made $30 an hour.
they advertised it as like 40 or 50 or something, and they actually got the actual regular pay of $20 an hour. I think they were supposed to pay him 40, and I
Okay,
think
I'll
they
look it
paid
up.
him
But
20. So I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I
as far
just
as I
seen the
know.
guy that he's suing them. Like he's suing the city right now for unpaid wages.
Okay, because as far as I know, I followed it pretty close. I thought that he made sure that everybody made $30 an hour, and he came and said, "I support a living wage," and that because the first before in the past they get paid $20 or $10 an hour, and you couldn't get enough guys to do the job. So he committed to paying $30 an hour. If he did, I'll be surprised. But he paid them $30 an hour to come out and shovel snow, and that's just the start. He's doing the thing for childcare. He's going to do the biggest thing that I think he's going to do is to fix the thing with it's like vendors had to pay a tax, and there weren't enough vendors in the town, so they were skimming money on the side to get like permission to be a vendor for like just to sell on your Carson in the park. And so he's fixing all that. So that's what I want to see. I want to see the next president come in and stick to their commitment. Number one, I won't take money from APAC. Number two, I'm going to prosecute everybody in the Trump administration that broke the law, not for just being in Trumper, but if you broke the law, if you did this, you should be prosecuted. And number three, I would like to see Medicare for all and free tuition. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but if they say it's going to happen, I expect it. If I'm going to vote for you for something, that's all I want. Like the one thing I do feel sorry for MAGA for is they voted for some very clear things and they haven't gotten one of them. You know, so that's my take. I want the next president to be somebody who's going to just stick to his word, dude. That's all. That's what I want.
All right, Steve, man. Well, we're coming up on
Are you
5
gonna vote?
hours.
Do you vote?
We'll talk about that on another episode, Steve. We getting up out of here for the night.
Next episode, my brother. It's good talking
Nobody
to
else
you.
joined, man. I appreciate you for coming up, having that convo with me, Steve. Chat, man. Everybody hit the like button on your way out, man. Double tap the screen. We are still 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal and 20 likes away from the next like goal, chat. I'll see y'all on the next one.